"There's no mystery," Detective Sergeant Siobhan Clark said. "Herdman lost his marbles, that's all." She was sitting by a hospital bed in Edinburgh's recently opened Royal Infirmary. Detective Inspector John Rebus's hands were bandaged to the wrists. When she'd poured him some water, he'd cupped the plastic beaker to his mouth, drinking carefully as she watched. "See?" he'd chided her afterwards. "Didn't spill a drop." But then he'd spoilt the act by letting the beaker slip as he tried to manoeuvre it back onto the bedside cabinet. The rim of its base hit the floor, Siobhan snatching it first bounce. "Good catch," Rebus had conceded. "No harm done." It was empty anyway. Since then, she'd been making small talk, skirting questions she was desperate to ask, and instead filling him in on the slaughter in South Queensferry. 3 dead, 1 wounded. A quiet coastal town just north of the city. A private school, taking boys and girls from age 5 to 18. Roll of 600. Now -2. The third body belonged to the gunman, who turned his weapon on himself. No mystery, as Siobhan had said. Except for the why. "He was like you," she was saying now. "Ex-army, I mean. They reckon that's why he did it. Grudge against society." "The papers say he ran a business," he said. "He had a powerboat. Used to take out water skiers." Rebus knew she was wishing there was a place for her at the scene. Anything to take her mind off the other inquiry, internal this time, and with her at its core. "You haven't asked me how I'm feeling," he said. She looked at him. "How are you feeling?" "I'm going stir crazy." "Thank you for asking." "You've only been in 1 night." "Feels like more." Rebus held up one hand so he could rub a forearm over his left cheek, feeling the unshaven rasp. The bristles, he knew, would be the same silvered colour as the walls of his ward. He lowered the arm again, wishing he hadn't raised it in the first place. His fingers sparked with pain as the blood pounded through them. "Have they spoken to you?" "About what?" "Come on, Siobhan." She looked at him, unblinking. "I have another session this afternoon." "Who with?" "The boss." Meaning Detective Chief Superintendent Jill Templar. Rebus nodded, satisfied that as yet it wasn't going any higher. "What will you say to her?" "There's nothing to say. I didn't have anything to do with Fairstown's death." She paused, another unasked question hanging between them. "Did you?" "She'll want to know about you, how you ended up in here." "I scalded myself," Rebus said. "It's stupid, but that's what happened. Ask the doctors if you don't believe me. Always supposing you can find one." Probably still combing the grounds for a parking space. The joke was weak enough, but Rebus smiled. She was letting him know she wouldn't be pressing him any further. His smile was one of gratitude. "Who's in charge at South Queensferry?" he asked her. "D.I. Haugen." "Bobby's a good guy. If it can be wrapped up fast, he'll do it. Media circus by all accounts. Grant Hood's been drafted in to handle liaison, leaving us short-changed at St. Leonard's." Rebus was thoughtful. "All the more reason for me to get back there. Especially if I'm suspended." "You won't be, Siobhan. You didn't have anything to do with Fairstone. It was an accident. And now that something bigger's come along, maybe it'll die a natural death, so don't worry about it. Unless, of course, you really did top the bastard." "John." Rebus smiled again and managed a wink. "Only joking. I know damn fine who Jill's going to want to see in the frame for Fairstone." "He died in a fire, John." "And that means I killed him?" Rebus held up both hands. "Scalds, Siobhan. Just scalds." She rose. "If you say so, John." Then she stood in front of him, while he lowered his hands, biting back the sudden rush of agony. "I'd hate to think you'd do something so stupid and imagine it was on my behalf." He started shaking his head slowly, and she turned and walked away as a nurse arrived to attend his hands. "Keep the faith, Siobhan," he called after her. No one knew he was here except Siobhan. He'd got one of the staff to call her, so she could tell Templar that he was taking a sick day. Thing was, the call had brought Siobhan running. Maybe he'd known it would. Maybe that's why he'd phoned her rather than the station. There now. His nurse was straightening up. She'd put fresh grease and gauze in his hands, wrapped the old bandages back round them. Feel more comfortable? He nodded. The skin felt a little cooler, but he knew it wouldn't last. You chew any more painkillers? She checked the chart at the bottom of his bed. Earlier he'd looked at it himself. It gave his temperature and medication, nothing else. No record of the story he'd given when he was being examined. I'd run a hot bath, slipped and fell in. I can give you some paracetamol, the nurse suggested. Any chance of a beer to wash them down? I'll see what I can do. Rebus turned on his side, using his legs to push free the sheets. It was a two-way fight, like Harry Houdini in a straitjacket. The man in the next bed along was watching. Rebus winked at him. Just you keep tunnelling, he told the man. I'll go for a walk. Trickle the earth out of my trouser leg. The reference seemed lost on his fellow prisoner. Siobhan was back at St Leonard's, loitering by the drinks machine. A couple of uniforms were seated at a table in the small canteen, munching on sandwiches. She yanked on the cola can's ring pull, knowing what the uniforms at the table would be discussing. Same thing as everyone else. 3 dead in a school shootout. She scanned each of the morning's papers. There were grainy photographs of both the teenage victims, boys, 17 years old. The words tragedy, waste, shock and carnage had been bandied about by the journalists. She'd studied the photos of the assassin. One was very blurry indeed. Another showed a man in overalls, taking hold of a rope as he made to board a small boat. He was smiling, head turned towards the camera. Siobhan got the feeling it was a publicity shot for his water-skiing business. The third was a head and shoulders portrait from the man's days in military service. Lee Herdman, aged 36, resident in South Queensferry, owner of a speedboat. Ex-forces, probably easy enough for him to get a gun. Drove into the school grounds, parked next to the staff cars, left his driver's side door open, obviously in a hurry. Witnesses saw him barge into the school. His first and only stop, the common room. 3 people inside. 2 now dead, 1 wounded. Then a shot to his own temple, and that was that. Criticisms were already flying. How was it possible, post Dunblane, for Christ's sake, for someone just to walk into a school? Had Herdman showed any signs that he might be about to crack? Could doctors or social workers be blamed? The government? Somebody, anybody. It had to be someone's fault. No point just blaming Herdman. He was dead. There had to be a scapegoat out there. Siobhan suspected that by tomorrow they'd be wheeling out the usual suspects. Violence and modern culture, films and TV, pressures of life. One statistic she had taken notice of, since the laws on gun ownership had been tightened after the Dunblane massacre, gun offences in the UK had actually risen. She knew what the gun lobby would make of that. One reason everyone at St Leonard's was talking about the murders was that the survivor's father was a member of the Scottish Parliament, Jack Bell, who had found himself in trouble 6 months back, apprehended by police during a trawl of the curb-crawling district down in Leith. Bell had protested his innocence, putting his appearance in the area down to fact-finding. His wife had backed him up, with the result that Police HQ had decided to let the matter drop, but not before the media had had their fun at Bell's expense, leading the MSP to accuse the police of being in cahoots with the gutter press, which might lead to a problem, because Bell had been arrested by a team from Leith, the very station now in charge of the shooting at Port Edgar Academy. And South Queensferry just happened to be his constituency. As if this wasn't enough to get their tongues wagging, one of the murder victims happened to be the son of a judge. "DS Clark to the Chief Super's office." The squawked imperative came from a loudspeaker attached to the ceiling above her head. Her inside suddenly felt cold. Nothing to do with the chilled drink. "You know why I wanted you?" Detective Chief Superintendent Jill Templar asked. Glints of grey were showing in Templar's hair. Either she hadn't noticed or couldn't find time these days to go and get them done. She'd also gained some weight. Siobhan, who'd been in the gym at 6 o'clock that morning, sat a little more upright. "I'm assuming it's about Martin Fairstown," she said, beating Templar to the opening jab of the bout. "I had nothing to do with 'Where's John?' Templar interrupted sharply. He's not at his flat. I sent someone round there to check. Yet according to you, he's taken a couple of days' sick leave. Where is he, Siobhan? 2 nights ago, Martin Fairstone was seen in a bar. Nothing unusual in that, except that his companion bore a striking resemblance to Detective Inspector John Rebus. A couple of hours later, Fairstone's being fried alive in the kitchen of his semi, always supposing he was alive when the fire started. Ma'am, I really doubt John likes to look out for you. Doesn't he, Siobhan? Got this knight in tarnished armour thing, hasn't he? This doesn't have anything to do with D.I. Rebus, ma'am. Then what's he hiding from? I'm not aware that he's hiding at all. He's really not well enough to come in, Siobhan parried. If he can't come here, I'm quite willing for you to take me to him. Siobhan felt her shoulders sag. I need to talk to him first. Templar was shaking her head. This isn't something you can negotiate, Siobhan. Fairstone was stalking you. He gave you that black eye. Siobhan raised an involuntary hand towards her left cheekbone. Now he's dead, in a house fire, possibly suspicious. So you can see I have to talk to anyone who saw him that night. When was the last time you saw him, Siobhan? Which one? Fairstone or D.I. Rebus? Both, if you like. Siobhan didn't say anything. Her hands went to clasp the metal arms of her chair, but she realised it had no arms. A new chair. Less comfortable than the old one. Then she saw that Templar's chair was new too, and set an inch or two higher than before, a little trick to give her an edge over any visitor, which meant the chief super felt the need of such props. I don't think I'm prepared to answer, ma'am. Siobhan paused. With respect. She got to her feet. That's very disappointing, D.S. Clark. Templar's voice was cold. You'll tell John we've had a word? If you want me to. I expect you'll want to get your stories straight, prior to any inquiry. Siobhan acknowledged the threat with a nod. Thank you, ma'am, was all Siobhan said, opening the door and closing it again behind her. There was a toilet cubicle along the hall, and she went and sat there for a while, taking a small paper bag from her pocket and breathing into it. The first time she'd suffered a panic attack, she'd felt as though she was going into cardiac arrest. Her doctor had said she should take some time off. She'd entered his surgery thinking he would recommend her to the hospital for tests, but instead he'd told her to buy a book about her condition. She'd found one in a pharmacy. It made a few suggestions. Cut down on caffeine and alcohol, eat less salt and fat, try breathing into a paper bag if an attack seems imminent. All too easy to blame Martin Fairstone. Fairstone, in court on 2 charges, housebreaking and assault. One of the neighbours challenging him as he left the flat he'd just looted. Fairstone smashing the woman's head into a wall, stamping in her face so hard the sole of one trainer left its impression. Siobhan giving evidence. But they hadn't recovered the shoe, and none of the haul from the flat had turned up in Fairstone's home. Nothing to link Fairstone to the crimes except an ID. And in court, the victim admitting to a margin of uncertainty, which the defence exploited to the full. When giving her own evidence, Siobhan used as many hints as she could to let everyone know that the defendant had a history. Eventually, the judge couldn't ignore the remonstrations by the defence counsel. "You're on a final warning, Detective Sergeant Clark," he had said. "So unless you have some reason why you wish to scupper the Crown's chances in this case, I suggest you choose your answers more carefully from now on." Fairstone had glared at her, knowing full well what she was trying to do. And afterwards, the not guilty verdict delivered, he'd bounded out of the court building and grabbed Siobhan by the shoulder. "Thanks for helping me get off in there," he'd said. "I'm off to the pub to celebrate. What's your poison?" "Drop down the nearest sewer, will you?" "I think I'm in love." Someone called to him, his girlfriend, bottle blonde hair, black tracksuit. She'd provided his alibi for the time of the attack. So had 2 of his friends. "Looks like you're wanted." "It's you I want, Shiv." "You want me?" She waited till he nodded. Then invite me along next time you're going to beat up a complete stranger. Give me your phone number. I'm in the book, under police. Be seeing you, Shiv. Still grinning, he walked backwards for a few paces, then turned away. An hour later, the switchboard at St. Leonard's had put through a call. It was him. She'd put the receiver down. 10 minutes later, he'd called again, and then another 10 after that, and the next day, and the whole of the following week. Then he turned up at St. Leonard's, tried following her home, and she realised that what had started presumably as a joke had turned into a more serious form of game. Rebus had noticed the calls she wasn't taking, the way she kept glancing around her when they were out on a call. So she'd told him, and the pair of them had paid a visit to Fairstone's council semi in Gracemount. They'd stopped for a drink on the way back into town. All I did was defend myself, Siobhan. You were there. You saw. His eyes fixing hers until she nodded. And he was right. Fairstone had lunged at him. Rebus had pushed him down onto the coffee table, trying to hold him there. Then the leg snapped, and both men slid to the floor, rolling and struggling. It had all been over in a matter of seconds, Fairstone's voice shaking with rage as he told them to get out. Rebus pointing a warning finger, repeating his order to back off from D.S. Clark. You think it's finished? Flecks of white saliva spitting from the corners of Fairstone's mouth. Rebus's final words. It better be, pal, unless you really want to start seeing some fireworks. She'd wanted to ask him what he'd meant, but instead had bought a final round of drinks. In bed that night, she'd woken with a sudden feeling of terror, adrenaline surging through her. She'd crawled on hands and knees from her bedroom, believing that if she got to her feet, she would die. Eventually, it passed, and she used her hands in the hallway wall as she rose up from the floor. She walked slowly back to bed and lay down on her side, curled into a ball. More common than you might think, her doctor would eventually tell her, after the second attack. Between times, Martin Fairstone made a complaint of harassment, dropping it eventually, and he'd also kept on calling. She'd tried to keep it from Rebus, didn't want to know what he meant by fireworks. The CID office was dead. People were out on calls or busy at court. Siobhan was aware that there was a backlog on her desk. Due to Fairstone, her work had been suffering. If a phone rang, she would freeze, and a couple of times she caught herself heading for the window to check if his car was out there. The phone was ringing now. Not on her own desk, but on Rebus's. She crossed the floor, picked up the receiver. Hello? Who's that? A male voice, brisk. D.S. Clark. Hey, Shiv. It's Bobby Hogan here. Fairstone had called her Shiv a few times, attempting familiarity. She hated it, and she knew she should correct Hogan, but she didn't. Keeping busy? She asked instead. You come over well on TV, Bobby. I'm always open to flattery, Shiv, and the answer is no. If I need an extra pair of hands, I'll let you know. Is John around? Mr. Popular? He's taken a sickie. Is he at home? I can probably get a message to him. There was some urgency in Hogan's voice. You know where he is? Yes. Where? What do you want him for? Hogan gave a long sigh. Because I need that other pair of hands. And only his will do. I'm crushed. He ignored her tone. How soon can you let him know? He might not be well enough to help. If he's anywhere short of an iron lung, I'll take him. Just get him to call me, eh? Are you at the school? Best if he tries my mobile. Bye, Shiv. Hang on a sec. Siobhan was looking towards the door. He's just here. I'll put him on. She stretched the receiver out towards Rebus. He came forward and leaned his ear against it. It's Bobby Hogan, she explained. Hiya, Bobby. John. The connection must be breaking up. Rebus looked at Siobhan. Bit closer, he whispered. She angled the mouthpiece so it rested against his chin, noting that his hair needed washing. That better, Bobby? Fine, yes, John. I need a favour. When the phone dipped a little, Rebus looked up at Siobhan. Her gaze was directed at the doorway. He glanced round and saw Jill Templar standing there. "My office," she snapped. "Now." Rebus ran the tip of his tongue around his lips. "I think I'm going to have to call you back, Bobby. Boss wants a word." He straightened and began to leave the room again. "He's gone," she told the mouthpiece. "Well, get him back." "I don't think that's going to be possible. Look, maybe if you could give me a clue what this is all about, I might be able to help." "I'll leave it open if you don't mind," Rebus said. "If you want the whole station to hear, that's fine by me." Rebus slumped down on the visitor's chair. "It's just that I'm having a bit of trouble with door handles." He lifted his hands for Templar to see. Her expression changed immediately. "Christ, John, what the hell happened?" "I scalded myself. Filled the kitchen sink to do some dishes, forgot I hadn't added cold, and plunged my hands in." "For how long exactly?" "Long enough to scald them." He reckoned the dishes story was easier to swallow than the bathtub, despite which Templar looked far from convinced. "You're not the only one having some bad luck. Martin Fairstone died in a fire. Siobhan told me." "And?" "Accident with a chip pan." He shrugged. "That happens." "You were with him on Sunday night. Witnesses saw you together in a bar." Rebus shrugged. "I did chance to bump into him." "And went back to his place?" "Says who?" "John." His voice was rising. "Who says it wasn't an accident?" "The fire investigators are still looking. Look, John." She leaned forward, elbows on the desktop. "You know what people are going to say. Siobhan claimed Fairstone was stalking her. He denied it, then countered that you'd threatened him. A charge he decided to drop. But now I hear that Fairstone attacked her. Did you know about that?" He shook his head. "The fire's just a stupid coincidence." "It doesn't look good, though, does it?" Rebus made a show of examining himself. "Since when have I been interested in looking good?" Despite herself, she almost smiled. "I just want to know that we're clean on this." "Trust me, Jill." "Then you won't mind making it all official? Get it down in writing?" Her phone had started ringing. "I'd answer it," a voice said. Siobhan was standing in the hallway, arms folded. Templar looked at her, then picked up the receiver. "DCS Templar speaking." Siobhan caught Rebus's eye and gave a wink. Jill Templar was listening to whatever the caller was telling her. "I see. Yes. I suppose that would be... Care to tell me why him, exactly?" Rebus suddenly knew. It was Bobby Hogan. Maybe not on the phone. Hogan could have got the Deputy Chief Constable to make the call on his behalf. Needing that favour from Rebus, Hogan had a certain measure of power right now, gifted him along with his latest case. Templar put down the phone. "You're to report to South Queensferry. Seems D.I. Hogan needs his hand-holding." "Thank you, ma'am," Rebus said. "Fairstone won't be going anywhere, John. Remember that. Soon as Hogan's finished with you, you're mine again. Meantime, maybe D.S. Clark will shed some light." Rebus cleared his throat. "Might be a problem there, ma'am." Rebus held up his arms. "I might be all right for holding Bobby Hogan's hand, but I'll need a bit of help for everything else. So if I could just borrow D.S. Clark for a little while." "I can get you a driver," Templar snapped. "But for writing notes, making and taking calls, needs to be CID." "Get out then, the pair of you. Soon as there's news from the fire investigators, I'll let you know." Back in the CID room, he had Siobhan slide a hand into his jacket pocket, bringing out a small plastic jar of pills. "Bastards measure them out like gold. Get me some water, will you?" She fetched a bottle from her desk and helped him wash down 2 tablets. When he demanded a third, she checked the label. "Says to take 2 every 4 hours. 1 more won't do any harm." She screwed the top of the jar back on. "Thanks for taking me with you." "No problem." He paused. "Want to talk about Fairstone?" "Not particularly. I'm assuming neither of us is responsible." Her eyes bored into his. "Correct," he said. Which means we can concentrate on helping Bobby Hogan instead. But there's one last thing before we start. What? Any chance you could do my tie properly? Nurse hadn't a clue. She smiled. I've been waiting to get my hands around your throat. Any more of that and I'll throw you back to the boss. But he didn't. The town they were approaching seemed to nestle between the two bridges, road and rail, which spanned the Firth of Forth. Haven't been out here in years, Siobhan said, just to fill the silence inside the car. Rebus didn't bother answering. It seemed to him as if the whole world had been bandaged, muffled. He guessed the tablets were to blame. As they neared the gates of the school, they had to squeeze past news vans and reporters' cars. Hit as many as you like, Rebus muttered. A uniform checked their ID and opened the wrought iron gates. Siobhan drove through. The school was built in the Scots baronial style, dark slabs of stone topped with gables and turrets. A saltire flew at half-mast. The car park had been taken over by official vehicles, people milling around a porta-cabin. The town boasted only a single tiny police substation, not big enough to cope. Rebus had to wait for Siobhan to get out, walk around to the passenger side, and open the door. Thanks, he said, easing himself out. A uniformed constable walked over. Rebus knew him from Leith. His name was Brendan Innes, an Australian. D.I. Rebus, Innes was saying. D.I. Hogan's up at the school. He said you to go right up. The door of the porta-cabin flew open, and a man stomped down the 3 exterior steps, dressed as if for a funeral, sombre suit, white shirt, black tie. It was the hair Rebus recognised, in all its silvery, back-combed glory. Jack Bell, MSP, mid-40s, face square-jawed, permanently tanned. I've every right, he was yelling, but I might have known to expect nothing from you lot but utter bloody downright obstructiveness. Grant Hood, liaison officer on the case, had come to the doorway. Rebus had taken a step forward. Excuse me, sir. Bell spun round to face him. Yes, what is it? I just thought you might want to keep your voice down. Out of respect. Bell jabbed a forefinger at Rebus. Don't you dare start playing that card. I'll have you know my son could have been killed at the hands of that maniac. But I'm here representing my constituents, and as such I demand to be allowed inside. Bell paused for breath. Who are you, anyway? The name's D.I. Rebus. Then you're no bloody good to me. It's Hogan I need to see. You'll appreciate that Detective Inspector Hogan's up to his eyes at the minute. It's the classroom you want to see, is that right? Mind if I ask why, sir? None of your business. Rebus shrugged. Oh, it's just that I'm on my way to talk to D.I. Hogan. He turned away. Thought I might be able to put a word in on your behalf. Hold on, Bell said, voice immediately losing some of its stridency. Maybe you could show me. But Rebus was shaking his head. Best if you wait here, sir. I'll let you know what D.I. Hogan says. Bell nodded. It's scandalous, you know. How can someone just walk into a school with a gun? That's what we're trying to find out, sir. Rebus looked at MSP up and down. Got a cigarette on you by any chance? What? A cigarette. Bell shook his head, and Rebus started heading towards the school again. I'll be waiting, Inspector. I won't be budging from this spot. That's fine, sir. Best place for you, I dare say. That was fun, Siobhan said, catching him up. Always a pleasure to meet a politician, Rebus agreed, especially one who holds our profession in such esteem. Inside the school's main entrance, there was a long corridor with stairs off to one side and a large stained-glassed window at the far end. There were paintings on the walls, robed figures of past teachers. Further along were lists of names, duxes of the school, headmasters, those who had gone on to die in service of their country. A head appeared round a door halfway down the corridor. Took you long enough, boomed the voice of D.I. Bobby Hogan. Come and take a look. He had retreated back inside a 6-year common room. It was about 16 feet by 12, with windows high up on the external wall. There were about a dozen chairs and a desk with a computer on it. An old-looking hi-fi sat in one corner, CDs and tapes scattered about. Some of the chairs had magazines on them, FHM, Heat, M8. Backpacks and blazers hung on hooks below the windows. You can come in, Hogan told them. The Sockos have been through this lot with a fine-toothed comb. Yes, the scene of crime officers had been here, because this was where it had happened. Blood spatters on one wall, a fine airbrushing of dull red. Larger drops on the floor, and what looked like skid marks from where feet had slid across a couple of pools. White chalk and yellow adhesive tape showed where evidence had been gathered. He entered through one of the side doors, Hogan was explaining. Walked down the corridor and straight in here. Nice sunny day, so most of the kids were outside. Why here? Siobhan asked. Hogan looked up as if seeing her for the first time. Shiv, he said, with just a trace of a smile. You here out of curiosity? She's helping me, Rebus said, raising his hands. Christ, John, what happened? Long story, Bobby. Siobhan asked a good question. You mean, why this particular school? More than that, Siobhan said. Most of the kids were outdoors. Why didn't you start with them? Hogan answered with a shrug. I'm hoping we'll find out. So how can we help, Bobby? Rebus asked. He was ex-army, John. More than that, he was ex-SAS. You'd once tried for the Special Air Service. That was 30-odd years ago, Bobby. Hogan wasn't listening. Seems like he was a bit of a loner. A loner with some sort of grudge? Siobhan asked. Who knows? But you want me to ask around? Rebus guessed. Hogan looked at him. Any buddies he had are likely to be like him. Armed forces cast-offs. They might open up to someone who's been the same road as them. What about it, John? Will you help? Warm, fuzzy cotton wool. It could protect you, cushion you. Just one question, Bobby. Bobby Hogan looked tired and slightly lost. Leith meant drugs, stabbings, prosies. Those Bobby could deal with. Fire away, Hogan said. Got a cigarette on you? Rebus asked. There were too many people fighting for space in the porta-cabin. Hogan loaded Siobhan's arms with paperwork, everything they had in the case. Grant Hood was finishing a phone call, tucking his mobile back in his pocket. Where did our friend go? Rebus asked him. You mean Dirty Mac Jack? Hood nodded down the hill. A number of the press corps called after him, offering a TV slot at the school gates. Jack was off like a flash. So much for not budging from the spot. Hood's phone sounded again, and he turned away to take the call. Rebus watched Siobhan manoeuvre the car boot open. That everything? Rebus asked her. For now. She slammed shut the boot. Where are we taking them? Rebus examined the sky. Probably too windy for rain. He thought he could hear the distant sounds of rigging clanging against yacht masts. We could get a table at a pub. Down by the rail bridge, there's a place called the Boatman's. She stared at him. It's an Edinburgh tradition, he explained with a shrug. In times past, professionals ran their businesses from the local house. We wouldn't want to mess with tradition. I've always preferred the old-fashioned methods. She didn't say anything to this, just walked around to the driver's side and opened the door. She'd closed it and put the key in the ignition before she'd remembered. Cursing, she reached across to open Rebus's door for him. Too kind, he said, smiling as he got in. The same uniformed officer opened the gates to let them out. Jack Bell was in the middle of the road, saying his piece to camera. A nice long blast on the horn, Rebus ordered. Siobhan obliged. The journalist lowered his microphone, turned to glower at them. The cameraman slid his headphones down around his neck. Rebus waved at the MSP, gave him what might pass for an apologetic smile. Sightseers blocked half the carriageway, staring at the car. Minutes later, as Siobhan made to pass the tiny police station, Rebus said he would get out and walk. I'll meet you at the pub. I just want to get a feel for the place. He paused. Oh, mine's a pint of IPA if you get there first. Commerce in South Queensferry took place in a single thoroughfare, stretching from the High Street to the Hawes Inn. Rebus passed a clock tower, Remembrance Day wreaths still pinned to it, untouched by vandals. The road grew so narrow, traffic had to use passing places. He came to a curve in the road, beyond which was the esplanade. There was a sea wall here, as good a place as any to light the cigarette Bobby Hogan had gifted him. The cigarette was tucked behind his right ear, and he'd pawed at it, not quite catching it as it fluttered to the ground, a gust sending it rolling. Stooped, eyes down, Rebus started following and almost collided with a pair of legs. The cigarette had come to rest against the pointed toe of a gloss-black, ankle-high stiletto. The legs above the shoes were covered in ripped black fishnet tights. Rebus stood up straight. The girl could have been anything from 13 to 19 years old. Dyed black hair lay like straw against her head, Susie Sue style. Her face was deathly white, the eyes and lips painted black. She was wearing a black leather jacket over layers of gauzy black material. "Did you slash your wrists?" she asked, staring at his bandages. "I probably will if you crush that cigarette." She picked it up, leaned forward to place it between his lips. "There's a lighter in my pocket," he said. She fished it out and lit the cigarette for him, cupping her hand expertly round the flame, keeping her eyes fixed on his, as if to gauge his response to her nearness. "Sorry," he apologised. "This is my last one." After a couple of inhalations, she plucked the cigarette from his mouth, placed it in her own. Inside her black lace gloves, her fingernails were black too. "I'm no fashion expert," Rebus said, "but I get the feeling you're not just in mourning." She smiled, enough to show a row of small white teeth. "I'm not in mourning at all. But you go to Port Edgar School." She looked at him. "Otherwise you'd probably still be in class," he explained. "It's only kids from Port Edgar who are off just now." "You're a reporter?" "A cop, CID. You didn't know the kids who died?" "I did." She sounded hurt, not wanting to be left out. "But you don't miss them?" She caught his meaning. "If anything, I'm jealous." "Jealous? They're dead, aren't they?" "You want to die?" "I'm just curious, that's all. I want to know what it's like." "You must have seen dead people." "Too many." "Ever watched someone die?" He wasn't about to answer. "I've got to be going." She made to give him what little was left of the cigarette, but he shook his head. "What's your name, by the way?" "Terry. T-E-R-I. But you can call me Miss Terry." Rebus smiled. "Maybe I'll see you around, Miss Terry." "You can see me whenever you like, Mr. C.I.D." She turned and started walking into town, confident in her 1.5-inch heels, knowing he was watching, enjoying playing the role. Miss Terry disappeared around the bend, and Rebus headed for the boatman's, where Siobhan was waiting with the drinks. "Thought I was going to have to drink yours," she said. "Sorry." He cupped the glass in both hands and lifted it. "How are the hands?" she asked. "I'm worried I may never play the piano again. A tragic loss to the world of popular music. You sure you can drink with those tablets you're taking?" He ignored her, nodded towards one of the piles of paper in front of her. "So," he said, "what have we got? And how long can we stretch this assignment out for?" He made a show of trying to slide one of the top sheets towards him until Siobhan took the hint and did it for him. Then the two of them sat side by side, not noticing the light outside waning as the afternoon slurred towards evening. Siobhan went to the bar for more drinks. The barman tried asking her about the paperwork, but she deflected the conversation, and they ended up talking about writers instead. She hadn't known the boatman's connection with the likes of Walter Scott and Robert Louis Stevenson. "You're not just drinking in a pub," the barman explained. "You're drinking in history." It made her feel like a tourist, 10 miles from the city centre, but everything felt different. It wasn't just to do with the murders, about which she suddenly realised her barman hadn't said anything. Denizens of the city tended to lump the outlying settlements together: Portobello, Musselburgh, Curry, South Queensferry. They were regarded as just bits of the city. Yet even Leith, connected to the city centre by the ugly umbilical cord of Leith Walk, worked hard to preserve a separate identity. Something had brought Herdman here. He'd been born in Wishaw, joined the army at 17, service in Northern Ireland and further abroad, then 8 years in the SAS before finding himself back, as he would probably have put it, on Civvy Street. He abandoned his wife, leaving her with 2 kids in Hereford, home of the SAS, and headed north. He'd moved to South Queensferry 6 years ago, and he died here, aged 36. Sometime after his arrival in South Queensferry, Herdman had started his boat business, towing water skiers and such like. Siobhan didn't know how much it cost to buy a speedboat. She'd made a note to this effect, one of the dozens listed on the pad back at the table. "You're not in a hurry, then?" the barman said. "What?" He lowered his eyes, directing her to the drinks in front of her. "Oh, right," she said. "Don't worry about it. Sometimes a dwam's the best place to be." She nodded, knowing that dwam meant dream. She seldom used Scots words. They jarred with her English accent. "I figured out who you are," the barman was saying now. She studied him. Mid-20s, tall and broad-shouldered, with short black hair and a face that would retain its sculpted cheekbones for a few years yet. "Impress me," she said. "At first I took you for a pair of reporters, but you're not asking any questions. Way you've been sifting through that lot," he said, nodding towards the table. "I'm thinking detectives." "Clever lad." "He came in here, you know. Lee, I mean. We chatted. The usual stuff. Football and that." "Ever go out in his boat?" The barman nodded. "Brilliant it was. Scudding underneath both the bridges, craning your neck to look up. He was a boy for the speed, was Lee." He stopped abruptly. "I don't mean drugs. He just like going fast." "What's your name, Mr. Barman?" "Rod McAllister." He held out a hand which she shook. It was damp from washing glasses. "Pleased to meet you, Rod." She withdrew her hand and reached into her pocket, bringing out one of her business cards. "If you think of anything that might help us." He took the card. "Right," he said. "Right you are, Seb. It's pronounced Siobhan, but you can call me Detective Sergeant Clark." He looked at her with renewed interest. "How long will you be in town?" "As long as it takes. Why?" He shrugged. "Lunchtimes we do a mean haggis, neeps and tatties." "I'll bear that in mind." She picked up the glasses. "Cheers, Rod." "Cheers." Back at the table, she stood Rebus's pint glass next to the open notebook. "Here you go. Sorry it took a while. Turns out the barman knew Herdman. Could be he's got—" Rebus wasn't paying any attention. He was staring at the sheet of paper in front of him. What is it?" she asked. Glancing at the sheet, she saw it was one she'd already read. Family details of one of the victims. "John?" she prompted. His eyes rose slowly to meet hers. "I think I know them," he said quietly. "Who?" She took the sheet from him. "The parents, you mean?" He nodded. "How do you know them?" Rebus held his hands up to his face. "They're family, Siobhan. They're my family." It was a semi-detached house at the end of a cul-de-sac on a modern estate. Siobhan stood behind Rebus as he managed to ring the doorbell. A dazed-looking girl answered. "Your mum or dad in?" "They're not talking," she said, making to close the door again. "We're not reporters. I'm Detective Inspector Rebus." She looked at the ID, then stared at him. "Rebus," she said. He nodded. "You know the name?" "I think so." Suddenly there was a man behind her. He held out a hand towards Rebus. "John, it's been a while." Rebus nodded at Alan Renshaw. "Probably 30 years, Alan." "You took me to the football once," Renshaw said. "Wraith Rovers, wasn't it? Can't remember who they were playing." "Well, you'd better come in. You understand, Alan, I'm here in an official capacity." As Rebus followed his cousin down the hall, Siobhan introduced herself to the young woman, who in turn said she was Kate, Derek's sister. Siobhan remembered the name from the case information. "You're at university, Kate?" "St Andrews, I'm studying English." In the living room, there were photographs everywhere, spilling from shoeboxes on the sofa and coffee table. Maybe you can help, Alan Renshaw was telling Rebus. I'm having trouble putting names to some of the faces. Siobhan knew that Kate was 19, 2 years older than her brother. She knew too that the father had worked as a car salesman. Rebus's mother had had a sister, and that sister had married a man called Renshaw. Alan Renshaw was their son. You never kept in touch? She had asked Rebus. That's not the way our family worked, he'd replied. I'm sorry about Derek, Rebus was saying now. He was standing by the fireplace. Alan Renshaw had perched on the arm of the sofa. He nodded. But then he saw his daughter was about to clear a space so that their visitors could sit. We're not finished sorting them yet, he snapped. I just thought Kate's eyes were filling. What about some tea? Siobhan said quickly. We could all sit in the kitchen. There was just enough room for the 4 of them around the table. The view from the window above the sink was of a handkerchief-sized garden, hemmed in by a picket fence. 2 strips of lawn had been cut, the moor stationary now, as the grass grew around it. I had a phone call from Alice, Renshaw was saying. You remember Alice? Rebus shook his head. Wasn't she a cousin at... Christ, whose side was it? It doesn't matter, Dad, Kate said softly. It matters, Kate, he argued. Time like this, family's all there is. Didn't you have a sister, Alan? Rebus asked. Aunt Elspeth, Kate answered. She's in New Zealand. Has anyone told her? Kate nodded. What about your mother? Oh, she was here earlier, Renshaw interrupted, gaze fixed on the table. She walked out on us a year ago, Kate explained. She lives in Fife. What was the name of that part you took me to, John? Renshaw asked. I'd only have been 7 or 8. Mum and Dad had taken me to Bow Hill, and you said you'd go for a walk with me, remember? Rebus remembered. He'd been home on leave from the army, itching for some action. Early 20s, SAS training still ahead of him. The house had felt too small, his father too set in a routine. So Rebus had taken young Alan down to the shops. They'd bought a bottle of juice and a cheap football, then headed to the park for a kickabout. He looked at Renshaw now. He would be 40. His hair was greying, with a pronounced bald spot at the crown. His face was slack, unshaven. Rebus struggled for some vestige of the kid who'd played football with him, the kid he'd taken to Kirkcaldy to watch Wraith playing some forgotten opponent. Alan, I know this has been a shock for you, but the man who shot Derek, Rebus said quietly, we're trying to work out why he did it. He was a madman. But why the school? Why that particular day? You see what I'm saying? We need to know, Alan. Why? Renshaw's voice was rising. What's it going to change? You going to bring Derek back? I don't think so. The bastard who did it's dead. I don't see that anything else matters. Drink your tea, Dad, Kate said, a hand reaching for her father's arm. He took it in his own hand, held it up to plant a kiss. It's just us now, Kate. Nobody else matters. I thought you just told me family mattered. The inspector's our family, isn't he? Renshaw looked at Rebus again, eyes filling with tears. Then he got up and walked from the room. They sat for a moment, hearing him climbing the stairs. We'll just leave him, Kate said. I don't think Derek knew the man. I mean, South Queensferry's a village. There's always a chance he knew his face. Maybe even who he was, but nothing other than that. Rebus nodded, but stayed quiet, hoping she would feel the need to fill the silence. He didn't pick them out, did he? Kate went on. I mean, it was just the wrong place at the wrong time. We don't know yet, Rebus responded. It was the first room he went into, but he'd passed other doors to get to it. She looked at him. Dad told me the other boy was a judge's son. You didn't know him? Not well. Weren't you a pupil at Port Edgar? Yes, but Derek's 2 years younger than me. What about Lee Herdman? Did you know him? She met Rebus's stare. I went out with him once. She paused. I went out on his boat. A bunch of us did. We thought water skiing would be glamorous, but he scared the shit out of me. In what way? If you were on the skis, he tried to freak you out, pointing the boat towards one of the bridge supports or Inchgarvey Island, you know it? The one that looks like a fortress, Siobhan guessed. I think it was some sort of trial, to see if your nerve held. We all thought he was a maniac. Some of the colour left her already pale face. I never thought he'd... Nobody did, Kate, Siobhan reassured her. It took the young woman a few seconds to regain her composure. This is going to sound crazy. It's just the first thing that went through my mind when I heard. She took a deep breath. Derek was in a car smash a year back. He was okay, but the other kid, the one who was driving, he died, Siobhan guessed. Kate nodded. Neither of them had a licence, and they'd both been drinking. Derek felt really guilty about it. So what's it got to do with the shooting? Rebus asked. She shrugged. A few months after the crash, Derek said the dead boy's family hated him. And that's why I thought what I did. Soon as I remembered that, the word that jumped into my head was revenge. D Division headquarters was a venerable old building in the middle of Leith. The CID offices were quiet as Rebus opened the file. Siobhan screwed up her face. Sitting on top of the sheets of paper was a glossy colour photograph of the accident scene. The dead teenager had been wrenched from the driving seat so that the upper half of his body was sprawled across the car bonnet. There were more photos underneath, autopsy shots. Rebus slid them beneath the file and started to read. Two friends, Derek Renshaw, 16, and Stuart Cotter, 17. They decided to borrow Stuart's dad's car, a nippy Audi TT. The father was on a business trip, and it was calculated that they'd probably been doing 70 when Stuart lost control. Derek had been wearing a seatbelt and survived. Stuart, despite the airbag, had not. Rebus sought the name of the officer in charge, Detective Sergeant Callum MacLeod. Rebus knew him vaguely, a good cop, meaning the report would be scrupulous. I want to know something, Siobhan said. Are we seriously considering that this was a revenge killing? No, Siobhan. Right now Bobby Hogan wants to be able to say that Lee Herdman just lost it one day and decided to top a couple of school kids. What he doesn't want is for the media to get hold of a conspiracy theory or anything that could make it look as though we'd left some stone unturned. Rebus sighed. Revenge is the oldest motive there is. If we clear Stuart Cotter's family, it's one less thing to worry about. Siobhan nodded. Stuart's father's a businessman. Probably got the money to pay for someone like Herdman. Fine. But why kill the judge's son? Why kill himself if it comes to it? That's not what a hired assassin does. Siobhan flicked through more sheets. Doesn't say what line of business Mr. William Cotter is in. Ah, here it is. Entrepreneur. Well, that covers a multitude of sins. Family lives in Dalmeny. Where's that? Next door to South Queensferry. Sounds posh. Long Rib House, Dalmeny. Things must be good in the entrepreneur business. Rebus studied the word. I'm not even sure I could spell it. He read a little further. Partner's name is Charlotte. Runs 2 tanning salons in the city. I've been thinking of trying one of those, Siobhan said. Well, now's your chance. One daughter, Terry, aged 14 at the time of the crash, making her 15 now. He tried as best he could to sift through the other sheets. What are you looking for? A photo of the family. He was in luck. D.S. MacLeod had clipped newspaper stories about the case. One tabloid had got hold of a family snapshot, mum and dad on the sofa, son and daughter behind, so that only their faces could be seen. Rebus was fairly sure he recognised the girl. Terry. Miss Terry. What was it she'd said to him? You can see me whenever you like. What the hell had she meant by that? Siobhan had seen the look on his face. Not someone else, you know. Bumped into her when I was walking to the boatman's. He studied the shining, make-up-free face. She's dyed her hair, powdered her face white, with big black eyes and mouth. Black clothes, too. A goth, you mean? He nodded. Think it has anything to do with her brother's death? Might have. There's something else, though. What? It was what she said. Something about not being sad that they were dead. They got take-out food from Rebus's favourite curry house on Causeway Side. An off-licence down the street yielded 6 bottles of chilled lager. They took the provisions to his flat in Marchmont, parking the car in the last space going. Inside, the flat was musty. There was a fug which could have been bottled as eau de bachelor. Stale food, alcohol, sweat. CDs were scattered across the living room carpet, marking out a trail between the hi-fi and Rebus's favourite chair. Rebus managed to put on a CD. It was something she'd given him as a present. Violet, Indiana. You like it? She asked. He shrugged. I thought you might. Meaning he hadn't got round to playing it until now. Better than some of the dinosaur stuff you play in your car. Don't forget, you're speaking to a dinosaur. She smiled and started lifting containers out of the bag. Glancing over to the hi-fi, she saw Rebus chewing on a bandage. You can't be that hungry. Easier to eat with these things off. The hands revealed were red and blistered and hot-looking. He came over to the table and sat down. She opened a couple of lagers and they started to eat. Rebus didn't have a strong grip on his fork, but he persevered, dripping dollops of sauce onto the table, but managing to avoid splashing his shirt. They ate in silence, other than to comment on the food. When they'd finished, Siobhan cleared the table and wiped it clean. Rebus rested a second bottle of lager on his thigh. Can you see if there's any cream? Are we having dessert? I mean in the bathroom, antiseptic cream. Dutifully, she checked the cabinet, noticing that the bath was full to its brim. She came back holding a blue tube. For stings and infections, she said. That'll do. He took the tube from her and rubbed a thick layer of white cream over both hands. Want me to let the water out? She asked. What water? The bath. You forgot to pull the plug. I'm assuming it's the one you say you fell into. Rebus looked at her. Who have you been talking to? Doctor at the hospital. He sounded sceptical. So much for patient confidentiality, Rebus muttered. Well, at least he'll have told you that they really are scalds, not burns. I just knew it wasn't very likely you'd be washing dishes. Now, about that bathwater. I'll do it later. He took a swig from his bottle. Meantime, what are we going to do about Martin Fairstone? She shrugged. What are we supposed to do? Apparently neither of us killed him. Talk to any fireman. They'll all say the same thing. You want to do someone in and get away with it. You get them blind drunk and then turn on the chip pan. Something every cop knows too. Doesn't mean it wasn't an accident. We're cops, Siobhan. Guilty until proven innocent. When did Fairstone give you that shiner? How do you know it was him? The look on Rebus's face told that he felt insulted by the question. She sighed. The Thursday before he died. What happened? I was unloading bags of groceries from the car, carrying them into the stairwell. When I turned round, he was biting into an apple. He'd lifted it from one of the bags sitting at the curb. Had this big smile on his face. I walked right up to him. I was furious. He knew where I lived. I gave him a slap. She smiled. The apple went flying halfway across the road. He could have had you for assault. Well, he didn't. He threw a fast right, caught me just below the eye. I staggered back and landed on my backside. He just walked away, picking up the apple again as he crossed the road. He didn't report it? Tell anyone how it happened? She shook her head. She remembered Rebus asking her. She'd shaken her head then too, but knowing he wouldn't have to work too hard. Only after I found out he was dead, she said. I went to the boss and told her. There was a silence between them. Bottles were raised to mouths, eyes meeting eyes. I didn't kill him, Rebus said quietly. He made that complaint about you, and withdrew it pronto. Then it was an accident. He didn't say anything for a moment, then, guilty until proven innocent, he repeated. Siobhan lifted her drink. Here's to the guilty. Rebus managed a half-smile. That was the last time you saw him? She nodded. Weren't you scared he'd come back? He saw the look she gave him. OK, not scared then, but you must have wondered. I took precautions, watched my back. Tried not to go in or out after dark unless someone else was around. The music had finished. Want to hear something else? He asked. I want to hear you say that the last time you saw Fairstown was the time you had that fight. I'd be lying. So when did you see him? The night he died. But you already know that, don't you? Templar told me. I was just out for a drink. Ended up next to him in a pub. We had a bit of a chat. About me? About the black eye. He said it was self-defence. He paused. Wait, you tell it. Maybe it was. Which pub was it? Rebus shrugged. Somewhere near Gracemount. You went hunting for him? Listen to little Miss Prosecution. Colour had risen to Rebus's face. And no doubt half the pub clocked you as CID, she stated, which is how Templar found out. Is that called leading the witness? I can fight my own battles, John, and he'd have put you in the deck every time. This bastard had a history of thumping people. That didn't give you the right. I didn't top him, Siobhan. All I did was... Rebus swallowed back the words. I went back to his house. She stared, mouth open a fraction. He invited me back. He invited you? Rebus nodded. Bastard liked playing games, Siobhan. Said we should go back and have a drink, bury the hatchet. He wanted to talk, not about you. About time he'd served, cell stories, how he grew up. Usual sob story. Dad who thumped him, Mum who didn't care. And you sat there and listened. I sat there thinking how badly I wanted to smack him. But you didn't. Rebus shook his head. He was pretty dopey by the time I left. Not in the kitchen, though. In the living room. Did you see the kitchen? Rebus shook his head again. Have you told Templar this? He made to rub his forehead, then remembered that it would hurt like blazes. Just go home, Siobhan. I had to pull the two of you apart. Next thing you're back at his house, sharing a drink and a chat. You expect me to believe that? I'm not asking you to believe anything. Just go home. She stood up. I know you can look after yourself. Rebus sounded tired all of a sudden. I was going to say, I can wash the dishes, if you like. That's okay, I'll do them tomorrow. He walked across to the room's large bay window, stared down onto the quiet street. What time do you want picked up? 8. 8 it is. She paused. Someone like Fairstown. He must have had enemies. Maybe someone saw you with him, waited till you'd left. See you tomorrow, Siobhan. He waited, expecting to hear the lock click shut. Instead, he could hear a background gurgling of water. When the living room door opened, he could hear the bath filling. You going to scrub my back too? Beyond the call of duty, she looked at him. But a change of clothes wouldn't be a bad idea. I can help you sort some out. He shook his head. I can manage. I'll hang around till you're done in the bath, just to make sure you can get out again. I'll be fine. I'll wait anyway. She walked towards him, plucked the lager from his loose grasp, lifted it to her mouth. Better keep the water tepid, he warned her. She nodded, swallowed. There's just one thing I'm curious about. What? What do you do when you need the toilet? He narrowed his eyes. I do what a man's got to do. Something tells me that's as much as I need to know. She handed back the bottle. I'll check the water's not too hot this time round. Lee Herdman had lived in a one-bedroom flat above a bar on South Queensferry's High Street. Police Constable Brendan Innes stood guard by the main door, checking the names of visitors against a list of residents. "How many flats apart from Herdman's?" Rebus asked. Just the two. School teacher and his girlfriend in one, car mechanic in the other." "School teacher? Nothing to do with poor Edgar. He teaches the local primary." Rebus knew that the neighbours would have been interviewed. "What did they say?" he asked. Innes shrugged. "The usual. He was quiet enough. Seemed a nice enough guy." "Quiet enough?" Innes nodded. "Seems Mr. Herdman hosted a few late-nighters for his friends." Rebus turned to Siobhan. "We've got a list of his acquaintances." She nodded. "You'll want this," Innes was saying. He was holding up a Yale key. "How messy is it up there?" Rebus asked. "The search team knew he wasn't coming back," Innes answered with a smile. Hard to say how messy the place had been before Hogan's team had made their search. Rebus picked his way across a floor strewn with clothes and newspapers, books and bric-a-brac. Just the one bedroom, double bed, wardrobe and chest of drawers, portable black and white TV on the uncarpeted floor, empty half-bottle of Bell's next to it, greasy yellow linoleum on the floor of the kitchen, fold-away table giving just enough room to turn. Narrow bathroom, smelling of mildew. 2 hall cupboards, which looked to have been emptied and hastily rearranged by Hogan's men, leaving only the living room. Rebus went back in. "Homely, wouldn't you say?" Siobhan commented. "In estate agent parlance, yes." Rebus picked up a couple of CDs, Linkin Park and Sepultura. "The man liked his metal," he said. "Liked the SAS too," Siobhan added, holding up some books for Rebus to see. They were histories of the regiment, books about conflicts in which it had taken part, stories of survival by ex-members. She nodded to a nearby desk, and Rebus saw what she was pointing out, a scrapbook of news cuttings. These were all about soldiering too. Whole articles discussing an apparent trend, American military heroes who were murdering their wives, cuttings about suicides and disappearances. There was even one headed "Space Runs Out in SAS Cemetery." Siobhan was peering into a supermarket carrier bag. Rebus heard the chink of empty bottles. "He was a good host," she said. "Tequila and red wine. Judging from the bottle in the bedroom, Herdman was a whiskey man." "Like I say, a good host." Siobhan took a sheet of paper from her pocket. "According to this, forensics took away the remains of a number of spliffs, plus some traces of what looked like cocaine. Took his computer too. They also removed a number of photographs from the inside of the wardrobe." "What sort of photos?" "Guns." "What type of gun did he use again?" "Brocock, an air gun. The ME-38 Magnum, to be precise." "So, it's like a revolver." Siobhan nodded. "You can buy one across the counter for just over £100, powered by gas cylinder. But Herdman's had been tweaked. Steel sleeving inside the chamber. Means you can use live ammo, .22. "So, someone did the work for him," Rebus said. "He might have done it himself. Dare say he'd have had the know-how." "Do we know how he came by the gun in the first place?" "Was an ex-soldier. I'm guessing he had contacts. And it's guns, plural. One was found during a search of his boathouse. Mac-10. That's American. 1,000 round a minute job. Thank Christ he didn't take that one to the school." They went back to their search. "This is interesting," she said, waving one of the books at him. "Story of a soldier who cracked up, tried to kill his girlfriend, jumped from a plane and killed himself. True life by the look of it." Something fell from between 2 pages. A snapshot. Siobhan picked it up. It was Terry Cotter, seated on a pavement, wearing much the same clothes as when she'd helped Rebus smoke his cigarette. She was sticking her studded tongue out towards the photographer. "She looks cheery," Siobhan commented. Rebus turned it over, but the back was blank. "She said she knew the boys who died. Never thought to ask her if she knew their killer." "And Kate Renshaw's theory that Herdman might connect to the Cotters?" Rebus shrugged. "Might be worth looking at Herdman's bank account for signs of blood money." "Have you ever sailed?" Rebus asked Siobhan on the way to Port Edgar Marina. "You know, hoisting the spinnaker and all that? She looked at him. Is that what you do with a spinnaker? Buggered if I know. This is it, Siobhan said, turning the car through an open gateway. The Marina comprised a series of buildings and 2 long jetties jutting out into the Firth of Forth. At one of these, a few dozen boats had been moored. They parked next to the cafeteria. According to the notes, there's a sailing club, a sailmakers, and somewhere that'll fix your radar, Siobhan said, getting out. Rebus was able to open his own door, but through the material of his gloves, his fingers stung. He straightened and looked around. The bridge was high overhead, the rush of cars almost drowned out by the clanging of whatever it was on boats that made that clanging sound. Maybe it was the spinnakers. Siobhan was busy studying a hand-drawn plan. Herdman's boat shed is on the right, past the toilets, she pointed. Down there, I think. Rebus nodded towards the cafeteria. Coffee to go, and not too hot. Not scalding, you mean? Rebus stayed by the car. He took his time lifting cigarettes and lighter from his pocket, opened the packet and nipped a cigarette out with his teeth. He was leaning against the car, relishing the smoke, when Siobhan reappeared. Here you go, she said. Lots of milk. Together they headed off, finding no one around. This must be it, Siobhan said, tossing her half-empty cup into a nearby bin. Rebus did the same, though he'd only taken a couple of sips of the warmish, milkyish concoction. If there was caffeine in there, he'd failed to find it. Bless the Lord for nicotine. The shed was just that, albeit a well-fed example of the species. About 20 feet wide, a mixture of wooden slats and corrugated metal. Half its width comprised a sliding door, which stood closed. 2 sets of chains lay on the ground, evidence that police had forced their way in with bolt cutters. A length of blue and white tape had replaced the chains, and an official notice on the door warned that entry was prohibited under pain of prosecution. A handmade sign above announced that the shed was actually ski and boat. Prop L. Herdman. Siobhan untied the tape and pushed the door open. Inside, Rebus could see a dinghy, maybe a 20-footer. It sat in a trailer. There were a couple of power boats too, again on their trailers, their outboard motors gleaming, as was a new-looking jet ski. The place was almost too tidy, as though swept and polished by an obsessive. Against one wall stood a workbench, the tools neatly arrayed on the wall above. Where was the gun found? Rebus asked. Cupboard under the workbench. Rebus looked. A neatly severed padlock lay in the concrete floor. The cupboard door was open, showing only a selection of ratchets and spanners. Don't suppose there's much left for us to find, Siobhan stated. Probably not. But Rebus was curious as to what the space could tell him about Lee Herdman. So far, it told him Herdman had been a conscientious worker, tidying up after himself. His flat had indicated a man who wasn't nearly so fussy in his personal life. But professionally, Herdman gave 100%. This chimed with his background. In the army, it didn't matter how messy your personal life might be. You didn't let it interfere with your work. Rebus had known soldiers whose marriages were collapsing, but still kept their kit immaculate. Perhaps because, as one RSM had put it, the army's the best fucking shag you'll ever have. What do you think? Siobhan asked. Looks to me like his boats are worth more than his flat. Agreed. Signs of a split personality, chaotic home life, the opposite at his place of work, cheap flat and furnishings, expensive boats. Quite the little psychoanalyst, a voice boomed from behind them. The speaker was a stocky woman of about 50, hair pulled back so tightly into a bun that it seemed to push her face forward. She was wearing a black 2-piece suit and plain black shoes. A black leather backpack was slung over one shoulder. Next to her stood a tall, broad-shouldered man, maybe half her age, black hair cropped short. He wore a dark suit, white shirt, and navy tie. "You'll be Detective Inspector Rebus," the woman said, stepping forward briskly as if to shake hands, unfazed when Rebus didn't reciprocate. "I'm Whiteread. This is Sims. You've been to the flat, I take it? D.I. Hogan said you might. I'm D.S. Clark, Siobhan piped up. Whitereed gave her the briefest of smiles. Of course you are, she said. Where was the gun found? Then she noticed the broken padlock, and answered her own question with a nod. Mac 10, she stated. Notorious for jamming. Better than some kit, Sims responded. Care to show some ID? Rebus asked. D.I. Hogan knows we're here. Whitereed replied casually. She was examining the surface of the workbench now. I asked you for ID, Rebus said. I'm well aware of that, Whitereed said, her attention shifting to a small office at the rear of the building. She made off towards it, Rebus at her heels. You're marching, he warned her. Dead giveaway. She said nothing. Plus your partner used the word kit, Rebus went on. Whitereed looked inside. Desk, chair, a single filing cabinet, what looked like a two-way radio on a shelf. No computers or copiers or fax machines. The desk drawers had been opened, contents examined. Whitereed lifted out a sheaf and started flipping through. Your army, Rebus stated. No women in the SAS as far as I know. So what does that make you? It makes me someone who can help. Help what? With this sort of thing. Stop it happening again. Rebus stared at her. Siobhan, call Bobby Hogan for me. I want to know what he knows about these two. You never quite made it into the regiment, did you, D.I. Rebus? Whitereed said. Way I hear it. The training broke you. How come you're not in uniform? Rebus asked. It scares some people, Whitereed said. Is that it? Couldn't it be that you don't want to add to all the bad publicity? Rebus was smiling coldly. Doesn't look good when one of your own throws a maddie, does it? We should take a look in the boat, Whitereed said to her partner, squeezing past Rebus. There's a ladder, Sims said. First name's John, by the way, Rebus told him. What's yours? Sims looked to Whitereed. Well, tell the man, she snapped. Gavin. Gav to your friends. Gavin went on business, Rebus guessed. Siobhan was handing him the phone. He took it. Bobby, what the hell are you doing letting two numpties from Her Majesty's Armed Forces crawl all over our case? He paused to listen. Then, I used the word advisedly, Bobby, as they're about to start crawling over Herdman's boat. Another pause, and then, OK, we're on our way. He pushed the phone back into Siobhan's hand. Sims was steadying the ladder while Whitereed climbed. We're away, Rebus called to her, and if we don't see each other again, well, I'll be crying inside, believe me. That smile will just be for show. Sims was climbing the ladder, giving a backwards glance towards the two detectives. Rebus raised his voice. Oh, one last thing, Whitereed. Young Gav was looking up your skirt. As Rebus turned to leave, he shrugged at Siobhan, as if to acknowledge that the shot had been cheap. Cheap, but worthwhile. I mean it, Bobby. What the hell's the matter with you? Rebus was walking down one of the school's long corridors towards what looked very much like an open floor-to-ceiling safe. Hogan was staring inside. John, Hogan said quietly, I don't think you've met the principal. He gestured into the vault, where a middle-aged man was standing, surrounded by enough guns to start a revolution. Dr. Fogg, Hogan said. Fogg was a short, stocky man with the look of a one-time boxer. Eric Fogg, he said, shaking Rebus's hand. Siobhan was about to introduce herself when she saw the contents of the vault. Jesus Christ, she exclaimed. My thoughts exactly, Rebus agreed. As I was explaining to D.I. Hogan, Fogg began, most independent schools have something like this on the premises. The Combined Cadet Force, Army, Navy and Air Force cadets, parade every Friday afternoon. If the school's alarm system is activated, the responding police units are instructed to make for the armory first. It dates back to when the IRA and such like were looking for guns. You're not saying the ammo's kept here too? Siobhan asked. Fogg shook his head. There's no live ammo on the premises. Herdman didn't get his gun from here, Siobhan was asking. Hogan shook his head. That's another thing I'm hoping the army investigators might help us with. He looked at Rebus. Always supposing you can't. Give us a break, Bobby. We've hardly been here 5 minutes. Fogg was relocking the iron gate. So nothing's missing? Rebus asked. Hogan shook his head. But both victims were in the CCF. Fogg nodded. Anthony was a very keen member. Derek a little less so. Anthony Jarvis, the judge's son. We were wondering, Siobhan was saying, whether anyone's been looking at Herdman's bank or building society. Hogan studied her. His accountant's been very helpful. Business wasn't going to the wall or anything. But no sudden deposits? Rebus asked. Hogan narrowed his eyes. Why? The other kid who was killed. He was in a car crash last year. The driver was killed. We are wondering if it's too far back for revenge to be a motive. Doesn't explain why Herdman would top himself after. Botched job, maybe? Siobhan said. 2 other kids got hit. Herdman panicked. So when you talk about Herdman's bank, you're thinking a big, recent deposit? Rebus nodded. I'll get someone to take a look. Only thing we've got from his business accounts is a missing computer. Oh? Reckon he ditched it? Rebus asked. Why would he do that? Rebus shrugged. Perhaps to cover something up? Fogg suggested. Not that it's my place to... don't apologise, sir, Hogan reassured him. You might have a good point. Hogan turned his attention back to Rebus. Anything else? These army bastards, Rebus began. You'll just have to accept them. Come on, I'm not here to shed any light. For white read whitewash. Look, John, this investigation's bigger than you and me, bigger than anything. Last thing I need is this sort of shit. Just get on with it, eh? We're on your side, Bobby. Siobhan took a step forward. One thing we'd like to do. She ignored Rebus's gaze, a gaze which said this was the first he'd heard of it, is interview the survivor. Hogan frowned. James Bell? What for? Well, it'd be good to hear it from someone who was there, Rebus said. How Herdman acted, anything he said. Hogan sighed. First of all, listen to the tapes, meaning recordings of the interviews with James Bell. If you still think you need to see him face to face, well, I'll see. Thank you, sir, Siobhan said, feeling the moment merited a certain formality. You think Bobby's going to be okay? Rebus asked as they went back to the car. He looked knackered, if I'm being honest. By the way, you don't think he needs to be told? Told what? That the Renshaws are your family. Rebus fixed her with his eyes. Might lead to complications. I don't think Bobby needs any more of those right now. It's your decision. That's right. It is. And we both know I'm never wrong. I'd forgotten that, Siobhan said. Happy to remind you, D.S. Clark. Always happy to oblige. South Queensferry Police Station was a squat box, most of it single-storey. This soulless spot was where the witnesses had been interviewed, all except James Bell. Siobhan had brought the notes relevant to James Bell, and Rebus reread them while she took the tape out and slotted it home. 18. Son of the MSP, Jack Bell, and his wife, Felicity. James intended going to university to study politics and economics. A competent pupil, according to the school. James goes his own way, not always outgoing, but can turn on the charm when necessary. He preferred chess to sport. A moment later, they were listening to James Bell's voice. Bobby Hogan's voice identified the date and time. Monday evening, and the scene of the interview. A&E at the Royal Infirmary. Bell had been wounded in the left shoulder, a clean shot, ripping through flesh, missing bones, exiting again. The bullet lodged in the wall of the common room. Are you up to talking, James? I think so. Hurts like buggery. I'm sure it does. For the tape, then, you are James Elliot Bell, is that correct? Yes. Can you tell me what happened, Jamie? It was mid-morning break. I was in the common room. There were three of us. Jarvis was doing homework. Renshaw was reading the paper. The three of you were friends? Not especially. Did you know the gunman? Lee Herdman? Yes. Some of us took water skiing lessons, and he was an interesting guy. The man was a trained killer, after all. Did he know Anthony and Derek? Quite possibly. But he knew you. We'd met socially. Then you've maybe been asking yourself the same question we have. You mean, why did he do it? I've heard that people with his sort of background don't always fit into society, that something happens and it tips them over the edge. Any idea what tipped Lee Herdman over the edge? No? So, can you take us through it, James? You were in the room. Well, I just put on a CD. One thing the three of us didn't share was musical taste. When the door opened, I don't think I even bothered looking round. Then there was this horrendous explosion. Jarvis collapsed. I'd been in front of the hi-fi, but turned. I saw this huge-looking gun. I mean, I'm not saying it was particularly large, but it seemed that way, pointing at Renshaw. The only thing I seemed to be able to focus on was the gun barrel. I was sort of frozen. Then a second explosion, and Renshaw just crumpled to the floor. Rebus found that he'd closed his eyes. It wasn't the first time he'd pictured the scene. Then he turned the gun on me. I think I must have started moving, because when the shot came, well, it didn't kill me, did it? It was like a hard shove, pushing me back and over. I just lay there, getting ready to play dead. And then there was the fourth shot. And when I heard the body fall, I sort of knew. Siobhan switched off the machine. End of first interview. Want to listen to another? Rebus shook his head. Not for now. But I'd still like to talk to him, he said. He says he knew Herdman. That makes him relevant. He sounded so calm. Probably the shock. Takes time to sink in. Shall we head up the high street? See if we can find a cafe? I know where we can get a cuppa, Rebus said. Where? Same place we got one yesterday. Alan Renshaw was alone in the house, having sent Kate out to see some friends. Not good for her being cooped up here with me, he said. Renshaw sat down heavily on one of the kitchen chairs, leaving Siobhan to fill the kettle. Rebus sat down opposite his cousin. Just wondered how you were. You sleeping okay? Far too much. A humourless smile. A way of shutting it all out, I suppose. How are the funeral arrangements? They won't let us have his body. Not just yet. It'll be soon, Alan. It'll all be over soon. Renshaw looked up at him with bloodshot eyes. You promised, John. He waited till Rebus nodded. Then how come that phone keeps ringing? Reporters wanting to talk to me. Anyone in particular you want me to chase off? There's a guy who seems to upset Kate. Steve Hawley? Siobhan looked at Rebus. They both knew Steve Hawley. He worked for a Glasgow tabloid and had proved his nuisance value in the past. I'll have a word, Rebus promised. He stared at his cousin, thinking of James Bell's calm narrative. Derek didn't suffer, Rebus said quietly. Probably didn't know anything about it. Renshaw nodded. Alan, could I maybe take a look at Derek's room? Renshaw climbed the stairs in front of Rebus, Siobhan at the rear. He opened the door for them, but stood aside to let them enter. The bedroom was small, dark, with the curtains closed. Mind if I open them? Rebus asked. Renshaw just shrugged, unwilling to cross the threshold. Rebus pulled the curtains apart. The window looked down onto the back garden, where the mower still stood on the lawn. There were prints on the walls, moody black and white shots of jazz players, photos torn from magazines showing elegant young women in repose, bookshelves, a hi-fi, a 14-inch TV with integral video, a desk with a laptop computer connected to a printer, single bed, draped over a chair, a running vest and shorts, a sheathed tennis racket. Derek was into sports, Rebus remarked. He did a lot of jogging and cross-country. Who did he play tennis with? Tony and a few others. Did they ever go out sailing together? Siobhan asked. Might have done. Kate tried water skiing. Renshaw's eyes widened slightly. That bastard Herdman took her out in his boat. See, when they bury him, I've a good mind to dig him up and kill him again. Rebus squeezed his arm, watching the man's eyes brim with tears. Alan, Rebus said, any chance we could borrow Derek's laptop? Just for a day or two? I suppose, if you think... Thanks, Alan. Rebus turned his head, nodding towards Siobhan. We better be going, Rebus said to Renshaw when they were downstairs again. I'll look in again, Alan. You'll always be welcome, John. Renshaw reached out a hand. Then he pulled Rebus to him in a sudden embrace, slapping his hands against Rebus's back. Rebus returned the gesture, wondering if he looked as awkward as he felt. When they walked out to the car, Rebus realised he was sweating. You keep up with your family? He asked Siobhan. A phone call every other weekend. Both her parents were alive, lived down south. Rebus's mother had died young. He'd been in his mid-30s when his father had joined her. Did you ever want a sister or brother? He asked. Sometimes, I suppose. She paused. Something happened to you, didn't it? How do you mean? I don't know exactly. I think at some point you decided that a family was a liability, because it could make you weak. As you've already surmised, I was never one for hugs and kisses. You hugged your cousin back there. He got into the passenger seat and closed his door. Get your mobile out and call the porter cabin. Bobby, Rebus said. Using that bank account. Any big deposits? Never mind that. There was urgency in Hogan's voice. Seems Lord Jarvis put away one of Herdman's old pals. Just last year. Guy by the name of Robert Niles. Ring any bells? Robert Niles? The guy who cut his wife's throat? That's the one, Hogan said. Seems Herdman's been a regular visitor to Niles ever since. So where is he now? Carbray Special Hospital. Rebus was thoughtful. You think Herdman was after the judge's son? It's a possibility. Revenge and all that. Revenge. The word now hung over both the dead boys. I'm going to see him, Hogan was saying. You want to tag along? Bobby, I'm flattered. Why me? Because Niles is ex-SAS, John. Served alongside Herdman. If anyone knows the inside of Lee Herdman's head, it's him. When? I was thinking first thing tomorrow. It's a couple of hours by car. Count me in. Good man. Who knows? You might get stuff out of Niles. Empathy and all that. Rebus handed the phone to Siobhan. She ended the call. I got most of that, she said. Her phone chirruped immediately. It was Jill Templar. How come Rebus never answers his phone? Templar bellowed. I think he has it switched off, Siobhan said. He can't push the buttons. Do you want him? I want the pair of you back here, Templar said. Pronto, with no excuses. Someone's onto this story, only they've added some bells and whistles, and I'd like John to explain to me. He was spotted leaving the pub with Martin Fairstone, walking home with him, in fact. Spotted leaving too, a good while later, and just before the house went up in flames. The paper in question is getting ready to lead with it, by a reporter by the name of Steve Hawley, and the saw's like a terrier at a lamppost convention. I knew it would look bad, Rebus explained to Templar. That's why I didn't say anything. They were in Templar's office at St. Leonard's. She was seated, Rebus standing. You lied to me. I just left out a few details, Jill. A few details? You went back to his house, a known criminal who'd been threatening your closest colleague, who'd made an allegation of assault against you. We didn't argue or anything. We were drinking whiskey in the living room. I wasn't in the kitchen all night. What time did you leave? No idea. Gone midnight, easy. She stared at him. The man had had a skinful, Jill. We've all seen it. They get the munchies, turn on the chip pan and fall asleep. It's either that or the lighted cigarette down the side of the sofa. Templar tested a pencil's sharpness against her finger. How much trouble am I in? Rebus asked, the silence getting to him. Depends on Steve Hawley. He makes a song and dance. We have to be seen to be doing something about it. John, why did you go to his house? He asked me. I think he liked playing games. That's all Siobhan was to him. Then I came along. He sat there feeding me drink, spouting on about his adventures. I think it gave him a buzz. And what did you think you were going to get out of it? I thought it might distract him from Siobhan. She asked you for help? No. No. I'll bet she didn't. Siobhan can fight her own battles, so it's a coincidence? Fairstone was a disaster waiting to happen. It's a blessing he didn't take anyone else with him. Templar flinched. She'd drawn a bead of blood from her finger with a pencil tip. Final warning, John, she said, dropping her hand, unwilling to deal with the injury, that sudden fallibility in front of him. Yes, Jill. Final means final with me. I understand. Want me to fetch a plaster? I want you to leave. But if you're sure there's nothing... Out! Rebus closed the door after him, feeling the muscles in his legs starting to work again. Siobhan was standing not 10 feet away, one questioning eyebrow raised. Rebus gave her an awkward thumbs up, and she shook her head slowly. I don't know how you get away with it. He wasn't sure he knew either. Let me buy you a drink, he said. Canteen coffee all right? Downstairs it was chaos. Rebus recognised faces from Leith CID, meaning Hogan's team. He grabbed an elbow. What's going on? Leith jam-packed, DC Pettifer explained. Thought we'd use St Leonard's for the overflow. Rebus looked around, pinched faces, ill-fitting clothes, bad haircuts, the cream of Edinburgh's lower depths. The younger men had a swagger, not yet ground down by the constant attentions of the law. They smoked, despite the warning signs. Rebus bummed a roll-up from one of them. No, done nothing like, the youth said, twitching one shoulder. Just help 'em out, so they says. Didn't want nothing to do with shooters, Chief, that's the gospel. Pass it along, eh? He winked a snake's cold eye. Rebus nodded, moved off again. Bobby's looking for whoever might have supplied the guns, Rebus told Siobhan, rounding up the usual desperados. Thought I recognised some faces. Rebus studied the men. They were all men. Easy to see them as mere debris. Work hard enough and you might find a smear of sympathy somewhere in your soul. These were men whose whole lives had been tainted from the word go. Rebus believed this. He saw families where the children ran wild and would grow up indifferent to anything but the rules of survival and what they saw as a jungle. Neglect was almost in their genes. Cruelty made people cruel. By the time Rebus and his like had reason to confront these men, the damage was already done, and in many cases appeared irreversible. So there could be little room for sympathy. Instead, it came down to attrition. And then there were men like Peacock Johnson. Peacock wasn't his real name, of course. It was down to the shirts he wore, shirts which could curdle any hangover an onlooker might be harbouring. Johnson made money, and spent it too. The shirts were often custom-made by a tailor in one of the narrow lanes of the new town. Johnson sometimes affected a Homburg, and had grown a thin, black moustache, probably thinking he looked like Kid Creole. His dental work was good, which by itself would have marked him out from his fellow denizens, and he used his smile prodigally. He was a piece of work. He was in his late 30s, but could pass either for 10 years older or a decade younger, depending on his mood and outfit. He went everywhere with the runt of a guy called Evil Bob, who sported what was almost a uniform, baseball cap, tracksuit top, baggy black jeans and oversized trainers. Gold rings on his fingers, ID bracelets on both wrists, chains around his neck. He had an oval, spotty face, with a mouth that hung open almost permanently. As for the evil in Evil Bob, so far as anyone knew, it was just a name. As Rebus watched, the two men were being separated. Bob was to follow a CID officer upstairs. Johnson was about to accompany D.C. Pettifer into interview room 1. Rebus glanced towards Siobhan, then pushed his way through the scrum. "Mind if I sit in on this one?" he asked Pettifer. "Mr. Rebus!" Johnson was holding out his hand. "What a pleasing surprise." Rebus ignored him. He had to convince the detective constable that no dirty trick was being played, that Rebus wasn't going to be there as an invigilator. All he had was his smile, so he tried it. "Fine," Pettifer said. The 3 men entered the interview room, Rebus holding his index finger up in Siobhan's direction, hoping she'd know he wanted her to wait for him. "Take a seat, please," Pettifer said. Johnson brushed the chair's surface with a bright red handkerchief before lowering himself onto it. Pettifer sat down opposite, then realised there was no chair for Rebus. He made to stand up again, but Rebus shook his head. "I'll just stand here, if that's okay," he said. He was leaning against the wall opposite, hands resting in his jacket pockets. He was in Pettifer's line of vision, but Johnson would have to turn to see him. "Mr. Johnson," Pettifer began, "I assume you know why you're here. You're asking all us cats about the shooter. I told the other cop. The peacock doesn't do that sort of thing. Shooting kids, man, it's pure evil. You've been in a spot of trouble before over firearms, Mr. Johnson. Could be you've heard something? Maybe someone new in the marketplace?" Pettifer sounded confident. Rebus liked what he saw. "The peacock isn't what you'd call a snitch, Your Honour, but in this case, if I hear something, I come straight to you. And for the record, I deal in replica weapons." "You've never sold illegal firearms to anyone?" "Never." "What about reactivating those collector's guns of yours? Know anyone who'd be able to do that?" "Not a Scooby, my lord." Pettifer nodded. Johnson turned his head to check on Rebus. "What's it like back in cattle class, Mr. Rebus?" "I like it. The people tend to be that bit cleaner in their habits." "You're going to love it in Berlin, Peacock," Rebus said. "Put it another way, the guys in there are going to love you to absolute bits. Dressing up always tends to go down well in the barrel." "Mr. Rebus," Johnson lowered his head and produced a sigh. "Vendettas are ugly things. Ask the Italians." Pettifer shifted in his chair. "Maybe if we could get back to the question of where you think Lee Herdman could have sourced those guns." "They're mostly made in China these days, aren't they?" Johnson said. "I mean," Pettifer went on, an edge creeping into his voice, "how would someone go about getting hold of them?" Johnson gave an exaggerated shrug. "By the grip and the trigger?" He laughed at his own joke. Then he tried for a solemn face. "Most armourers are Glasgow-based. They're the cats you should be talking to." "You can't think of anyone in particular we should be asking?" Johnson shrugged. "Search me." "You should do that, D.C. Pettifer," Rebus said, making for the door. "You should definitely take him up on that." Outside, there was no sign of Siobhan. Rebus guessed she'd retreated to the canteen, but instead of looking for her, he headed upstairs, glancing in at a couple of rooms before finding Evil Bob, who was being interviewed by D.S. George Silvers. Around St. Leonard's, Silvers was known as Hi-Ho. He was a time server, awaiting the oncoming pension with all the anticipation of a hitchhiker at a truck stop. He didn't so much as nod when Rebus entered the room. Bob watched as Rebus pulled a chair between the 2 men and sat down, his right knee only inches from Bob's left. "I've just been in with Peacock," Rebus said, ignoring the fact that he was interrupting one of Silvers's questions. He should change his name to Canary. Bob stared at him dully. "Why's that then?" "What do canaries do?" "Fly around, live in trees." They live in your granny's fucking birdcage, you moron, and they sing. Bob thought about this. Rebus could almost hear the cogs grinding. Bob was either Robert De Niro in full method mode, or else he was no actor at all. "What sort of stuff?" he asked. "I mean, what sort of stuff do they sing?" "Not De Niro, then." "Bob," Rebus said, "you hang around with Johnson. You're going to spend half your time behind bars. Doesn't that bother you?" Stupid question. Rebus realised as the words came out. The arch look from Silvers told him as much. Prison would be just another sleepwalking session for Bob. It would have no effect on him whatsoever. "Peacock and me, we're partners." "Oh, aye. And I'm sure he's splitting it right down the middle." "Come on, Bob." Rebus smiled conspiratorially. "He's ripping you off. And when things start going wrong, guess who'll be taking the fall? You're the guy in the panto who gets the custard pie in his face every performance. The pair of you buy and sell guns, for Christ's sake. Think we're not on to you?" "Replicas," Bob stated, "for collectors to hang on their walls." "Oh, aye. Everybody wants a bunch of fake Glock 17s and Walther PPKs above the fireplace." Rebus straightened up. He didn't know if it was possible to get through to Bob. "One of these days, Bob, a kid's going to draw one of your replicas, and someone will take him down, thinking the gun's real. It's only a matter of time." Rebus started to push up from the chair. "Think about it, Bob. Just do that for me." Rebus tried for eye contact, but the young man was staring at the ceiling lights. "I've never been to a panto." He was starting to tell Silvers as Rebus left. Siobhan, dumped by Rebus, had gone upstairs to CID. The main office was busy, detectives seated at borrowed desks, facing their interviewees. At her own desk, her in-tray had been relegated to the floor. Detective Constable Davy Hines was taking notes as a young man, pupils reduced to pinpoints, droned on. "What's wrong with your own desk?" Siobhan asked. "G.S. Wiley pulled rank on me." Hines nodded towards where Detective Sergeant Ellen Wiley sat at his desk, preparing for her next interview. Siobhan decided to squeeze her in-tray into one of the desk drawers. Each police station was a fiefdom of sorts. No telling what the raiders could take away with them. When she picked up the tray, she saw the corner of a white envelope poking out from beneath a series of stapled reports. She eased it out, then placed the in-tray in the desk's single deep drawer, closing and locking it. Downstairs, at the drinks machine, it was more peaceful. She stayed by the machine, opening the ice-cold can. The sugar hit her teeth and then her stomach. She reminded herself that the panic attack books said to lay off caffeine. She remembered the envelope, lifted it from her pocket. Handwritten, more of a scrawl, really. She unfolded the letter. Big, scrawled capitals. "Look forward to seeing you again in hell, Marty." Her heart was racing. She didn't doubt who Marty was. Martin Fairstone. But Fairstone was a tub of cinders and bone on a shelf in someone's lab. Somebody's idea of a joke. But who could it be? Who knew about her and Fairstone? Rebus and Templar. Anyone else? She thought back a few months. Someone had left messages in her screensaver. Had to be CID, one of her so-called colleagues. But the messages had stopped. Davy Hines and George Silvers. They worked beside her. Grant Hood, too, most of the time. Others came and went, but she hadn't told any of them about Fairstone. Hold on. When Fairstone had made his complaint, had any of it become a matter of record? She didn't think so, but cop shops were hives of gossip. She took out her mobile, punching in the number from memory. "Ray Duff speaking." "Ray, you busy?" Duff was a scientist working for the forensic lab at Howden Hall. "You mean apart from checking that all the Port Edgar bullets came from the same gun? Then examining blood spatter configurations and powder residues, ballistic angles, all that? At least we keep you in a job. Look, Ray, I was wondering if I could ask a wee favour?" "Siobhan, you know I'm going to say no." A sigh. "Just out of curiosity, what is it exactly?" "Between you and me, of course. I just got this letter. Anonymous. Threatening? Sort of. You should show it to someone. I was thinking of showing it to you. See if you can take anything from it. Just a quick recce, Ray. It could be something or nothing. But on the QT, am I right? Right. Which is wrong. Someone's threatening you. You need to report it, Shiv. That nickname again. Shiv. She decided this wasn't the time to tell Ray how much she disliked it. Thing is, Ray, it's from a dead man. There was a pause in the line. OK, Duff drawled at last. You've got my attention. Council House in Gracemont? Chip pan fire? Ah, Mr. Martin Fairstone. I've been trying to get some work done on him too. Come up with anything? A bit early to tell. Poor Edgar came straight in at number 1. Fairstone dropped a few places. She attempted a sigh of her own. So, are you going to help me or not? How soon can you get it to me? Within the hour? Well, I suppose I could stay late. Wouldn't that make a change? Have I ever mentioned your good looks, wit and charm? Only every time I agree to do you a favour. She carried the letter through the canteen into the booking area beyond. Got an evidence bag by any chance? She asked the custody sergeant. Well, I could get one from upstairs, he said. What about one of the possessions envelopes? The custody sergeant produced an A4-size manila envelope from below the counter. That'll do, Siobhan said, dropping her own envelope in. She wrote Ray Duff's name on the front, adding her own name as reference and the word urgent. Then walked back through the canteen and out into the car park. 2 uniforms were getting into a patrol car. Hey, guys, she called. She recognised the passenger as PC John Mason, his station nickname, the utterly obvious, Perry. The driver was Tony Jackson. Hi, Siobhan, Jackson said. Missed you Friday night. Siobhan shrugged an apology. Tony and some of the other female uniforms liked to let off steam once a week. Siobhan was the only detective allowed into their fold. You wanting us to play postman? She nodded towards the envelope. Could you? It's for forensics at Howden Hall. Delivered into this guy's hands, if at all possible. Siobhan tapped Duff's name. I promised it would be there inside an hour. With Tony drives, that won't be a problem, Mason offered. Jackson ignored this. Rumour has it you've been relegated to chauffeur, Siobhan. Siobhan twitched her mouth. Only for a few days? How did he manage to hurt his hands? Siobhan stared at Jackson. I don't know, Tony. What do the bush drums say? They say all sorts of things. Everything from fist fights to fat fryers. Not that the two are mutually exclusive. Nothing's mutually exclusive where D.I. Rebus is concerned. Jackson smiled wryly, holding her hand out for the envelope. Then, talk of the devil, she said. Siobhan turned round. Rebus was watching from the doorway. She didn't know how long he'd been there, long enough to see the envelope change hands. Rebus had opened his cigarette packet and was pulling one out with his teeth. Funny how the human animal can adapt, Siobhan said, walking towards him. I'm thinking of extending my repertoire, Rebus told her. Might try playing the piano with my nose. Thanks for leaving me out in the cold. It's not cold out here. I meant I know what you mean. I just wanted to hear what Peacock Johnson had to say for himself. Who is he, anyway? Siobhan asked. Should I know him? He's small time. Sells replica guns to anyone who wants them. Might even deal in a few examples of the real thing. Fences stolen goods, dispenses soft drugs, just the odd bit of hash. Where does he operate? South House, Birdie House, somewhere out there. Smoke spilled down his nostrils, reminding her of a cornered bull. In other words, next door to Gracemount. He shrugged. It's just geography. It's where Fairstone lived. What are the chances of 2 scumbags like that not knowing one another, John? What was in the envelope? Her turn to try for the poker face. Don't change the subject. Subject's closed. What was in the envelope? Nothing for you to worry your pretty little head about, D.I. Rebus. Now you've got me worried. It was nothing, honest. Rebus waited, then nodded slowly. Because you can take care of yourself, right? That's right. He tipped his head, let the remains of the cigarette fall to the ground, crushed it under the toe of his shoe. You know I won't need you tomorrow. She nodded. I'll try to while away the hours. You tried to think of a comeback. Gave up. Come on then. Let's skedaddle before Jill Templar can find another excuse for a bollocking. He started walking towards her car. Good, Siobhan said. And while I'm driving, you could be telling me all about Mr. Peacock Johnson. Not the sort of place I'd normally drink, Dr. Cutt muttered. He was tall and thin, often described behind his back as funereal. Late 50s, with a long, slack face and baggy eyes, he was one of Edinburgh's most highly respected pathologists. Cutt's skill and intuition had helped Rebus solve dozens of cases down the years, so it would have been churlish to turn the man down when he called and asked Rebus to join him for a drink, adding, as a postscript, "Somewhere quiet, mind. Somewhere we can talk without tongues wagging all around us," which was why Rebus had suggested his regular haunt, the Oxford Bar, tucked away in an alley behind George Street and a long way from both Cutt's office and St. Leonard's. Cutt savoured his drink. "How's life been treating you, John?" With some men of a certain age and class, there had to be this preamble. Rebus offered a cigarette, which the pathologist accepted. "Take one out for me too?" Rebus asked. Cutt did so, and both men smoked in silence for a moment. "I've been hunky-dory, Doc. How about yourself? Often get this urge to phone cops up and arrange assignations in dingy back rooms?" Cutt smiled. "You're not a man of great patience, John." Rebus shrugged. "Actually, I can sit here all night, but I'll be a lot more relaxed once I know what this is about." "It's about what's left of a man called Martin Fairstone. Professor Gates and myself, well, we think there are grey areas." "Ash and bone, you mean?" Cutt shook his head slowly, refusing to see the joke. "Forensics will tell us more. DCS Templar has been persistent. I think Gates will talk to her tomorrow." "And what's this got to do with me?" "She thinks you may have been involved in some way in this man's murder." The final word lay in the smoky air between them. "We think maybe murder," Cutt said, nodding slowly. "Some evidence that he was tied to the chair. I have photos." "Doc," Rebus was saying, "you probably shouldn't be showing me these." "I know, and I wouldn't if I thought there was the slightest chance that you were involved." He looked up. "But I know you, John." There were a couple of dozen photographs of the kitchen, wisps of smoke still evident in the background. Martin Fairstone was barely recognisable as human, more like a blackened, blistered store mannequin. He was lying face down. A chair lay behind him, reduced to a couple of stumps and part of the seat. "What you'll see from this is the way the chair has fallen. It's tipped forward, taking the victim with it. It's almost like he fell on his knees, pitched that way, and then later slid into a completely prone position. And you see how his arms are positioned, flat, by his sides? We think we found the remains of some rope, a plastic clothes rope. The covering has melted, but the nylon was pretty resilient. Professor Gates, well, he's got the forensics people looking at it." "Because he thinks Fairstone was tied to that chair?" Cutt just nodded. "And there's this train of events, you see. A man is unconscious, tied to a chair. He wakes up, fire is raging around him, the fumes already deep in his lungs. He's trying to wrestle himself free. The chair tips, and he starts to suffocate. It's the smoke that's killing him. He's dead before the flames can break his bonds." Rebus sorted through the pictures again. "So suddenly it's murder. Or culpable homicide. A lawyer could argue that tying him up wasn't what killed him, that it was meant merely as a warning, say. Professor Gates will talk to Jill Templar tomorrow. He'll show her these photos. People are whispering that you were there. Has a reporter been in touch by any chance?" Rebus watched Cutt nod. "Name of Steve Hawley?" Another nod. Rebus cursed out loud. How are you going to... Kurt couldn't find the right words. Fight it? Rebus smiled sourly. I can't fight something like this, Doc. I was there. Whole world knows it, or will do soon. It's all circumstantial, Kurt was saying. Well, almost. He reached across the table and found one particular photograph, a close-up of the skull, its mouth gaping. Rebus felt the beer churning in his stomach. Kurt was pointing to the neck. Might look like skin to you, but if he wasn't wearing something around his throat, a neckerchief or something, then what this begins to look like is a gag of some sort, stuffed into his mouth, knotted behind the head. Only he was able to slip it off. Maybe too late by then to call out. It slid down around his neck, you see. Again, Rebus saw. He saw himself trying to talk his way out of it. Saw himself failing. Siobhan had this idea. The panic attacks often came when she was asleep. Maybe it was to do with her bedroom. So she decided to try sleeping on the sofa. Perfect arrangement, really. Duvet thrown over her, TV in the corner, coffee and a box of Pringles. When Rebus had called to tell her about his meeting with Dr. Kurt, she'd asked him a question. Had the body been properly ID'd? He'd asked what she'd meant. Charred remains. The ID will be down to DNA, right? Has anyone done that yet? Siobhan, he's dead. You can start to forget about him. Biting her bottom lip. Less reason than ever now to bother him with the letter. His plate was already heaped. He'd rung off. Reason for calling her? If the shit hit the fan next day, he wouldn't be around for it, and Templar might go looking for a surrogate. Martin Fairstone was dead. Everyone knew it. She wondered who would know if he wasn't. The girlfriend, maybe? Close friends or family? He had to be staying with someone, making money to keep himself together. Maybe this Peacock Johnson would know. She picked up her phone, called Leith Cop Shop, knowing the Port Edgar case was financed to the hilt, meaning there'd be bodies on the night shift, keen to top up their bank accounts. She got through to one, asked for some details. Peacock Johnson, I don't know his first name, not sure anybody else does. He was interviewed earlier today at St. Leonard's. What is it you need, DS Clerk? For the moment, just his address, Siobhan said. Rebus had taken a taxi, easier than driving. The door was open to him, bathing him in light. It's you, John. Good man. Come on. A mid-terraced house, new build off Annick Hill Road. Andy Callus lived there on his own, his wife dead a year past, cancer snatching her too young. A year back. Andy seeming to be getting over it, but then this. How you doing, Andy? Rebus asked. The electric fire was on in the living room, leather chair and matching footstool facing the TV. The room tidy, fresh-smelling. I'm fine, John. Callus settled into his chair, moving like an old man. He was early 40s, hair not yet grey. Help yourself to a drink. You know what it is? I might have a nip. Not driving? Taxi brought me. Rebus went to the drinks cabinet, raised a bottle, watched Callus shake his head. Still on those tablets? Not supposed to mix them with drink? Me too. Rebus poured himself a double. What's with the gloves? I hurt my hands. That's why I'm on tablets. He lifted the glass. And other non-prescribed painkillers. He brought his drink over to the sofa, made himself comfortable. I'm not interrupting. You're fine. Callus paused. Unless you've come here to try pushing me again. Rebus shook his head. I'm past that, Andy. Though I'm bound to admit, we're stretched to the limit. That school thing. Terrible thing to happen. I'm supposed to be working out why he did it. What's the point? Give people the opportunity. It's going to happen. Callus had been about to say guns, but had swallowed the word back. And he called it that school thing. thing, rather than shooting. Not out of the woods yet, then. You still seeing the shrink? Rebus asked. Callus snorted. Fat lot of good. Apparently there are worse cases than me. Guys who can't so much as pick up a pen or a bottle of sauce. Everything they see reminds them... His voice faded. Rebus finished the sentence in his head. Of guns. Everything reminded them of guns. Having any trouble pouring sauce onto your chips, Andy? Callus patted his stomach. Not so you'd notice. Rebus smiled, leaned back against the sofa. He wondered if Andy knew about the tick in his left eye, or the slight catch in his voice. It had been nearly 3 months since he'd taken sick leave from the force. Up until then, he'd been a patrol officer, but with a specialist training in firearms. Lothian and Borders had only a handful of such men. What does your doctor say? John, doesn't matter what he says. The force isn't going to let me back without a battery of tests. You're scared you might fail? Callus stared at him. I'm scared I might pass. Rebus leaned forward. You're not coming back, then? A tired smile from Callus. You know I'm not, John. Look at me. Notice the way the hands tremble? And this vein that seems to keep pulsing in my eyelid. It's not me that's calling time, it's my body. Know how many call-outs we had last year? Not far short of 300. We drew weapons 3 times more often than in the previous year. So let's say you don't go back on gun duty. Plenty of desks need filling. Callus was shaking his head. Not for me, John. The thing that gets me is I sit here with the sheikhs, and those little bastards are still out there, carrying guns and getting away with it. What sort of system is that, John? What the hell use are we if we can't stop that happening? Sitting here and getting maudlin's not going to change things, Rebus said quietly. There was as much anger as defeat in his friend's eyes. Slowly, Callus lifted both feet from the stool and eased himself upright. I'm going to put the kettle on. Can I get you anything? I'm fine, Andy. I should be going. Busy day tomorrow. Me too, Andy Callus said. Their conversation always finished this way. Busy tomorrow, John? Always busy, Andy? Aye, me too. He thought of things he could say. About the shooting. About Peacock Johnson. He didn't think they would do any good. In time, they'd be able to talk. Talk properly. But not yet. In the cab, Rebus decided on a detour, telling the driver to head towards Gracemount, then directing him to Martin Fairstone's house. The windows had been boarded up, door padlocked against vandals. Rebus told the driver they could go. Some teenagers had gathered at a bus stop. Rebus didn't think they were waiting for a bus. The shelter was their gang hut. 2 of them stood on top of it. 3 others lurked in its shadows. The driver came to a stop. What's up? Rebus asked. I think they've got rocks. We drive past, they'll pelt us. Give me a second, Rebus said, getting out. The driver turned. You off your head, pal? No, but I'll be as mad as hell if you drive off without me, Rebus warned. Then he walked towards the bus stop. 3 bodies stepped out of the shelter. They wore hooded tops, the hoods pulled tight around their faces. Thin, wiry specimens in baggy denims and trainers. Rebus kept his eyes on the 2 atop the shelter. Collecting rocks, eh? He called. It was birds' eggs with me. Fuck are you talking about? Rebus lowered his eyes, meeting the hard stare of the leader. I know you, Rebus said. So maybe you remember me. I ken you all right. The youth made a snorting noise in imitation of a pig. Then you'll know how much damage I can do you. One of the boys on the top of the shelter let out a laugh. There's 5 of us, you wanker. I take your point. 5 against 1, you'll probably kick the shit out of me. But what happens after? Because the one thing you can be sure of is I'd see you charged, sentenced, and stuck in jail. Young offenders? Fine. You get a spell in some cushy institution. But before that, they'd have you banged up in Saughton. Adult wing. And that, believe me, would be an absolute pain in the arse. Rebus paused. Your arses. This is our fucking ground, one of the others spat. Not yours. Rebus gestured back towards the taxi. Which is why I'm leaving. With your permission. His eyes were back on the leader again. His name was Rab Fisher. He was 15, and Rebus had heard his gang called the Lost Boys. Plenty of arrests under their belts. No actual prosecutions. Do I have your permission, Rab? Fisher was relishing this moment of power. I could do with some gloves, he said at last. Not these ones, Rebus told him. Started sliding one glove off, trying not to flinch. He held up a blistered hand. Yours if you want, Rab, but this has been inside it. Oh, that's fucking gross, one of the lieutenants stated. Which is why you wouldn't want to wear them. Rebus slipped the glove back on, turned and headed back to the cab. He shut the door after him. Drive past them, he ordered. As the cab speeded up, there was a thud in the roof, and a half brick bounced across the road. Just a shot across our bows, Rebus said. Back in the main road, they paused at a red light. A car had stopped across the road, its interior light on as the driver pored over a street plan. Poor sod, the cabbie commented. Wouldn't like to get lost around here. Do a U-turn, Rebus ordered, and pull over in front of it. What for? Because I'm asking, Rebus snapped. As the cab pulled up to the curb, Rebus had the money ready. Keep the change, he said, getting out. Rebus walked back to the parked car, opened the passenger door and slid inside. Nice night for a drive, he told Siobhan Clark. Isn't it? The street plan had disappeared, probably beneath her seat. So, what brings you to this part of the world? I was visiting a friend. What's your excuse? Do I need one? Which street is it you're looking for? Rebus asked. She looked at him, and he smiled. I saw you studying the A to Z. Let me guess. Fairstone's house. How did you know? He shrugged. Call it a man's intuition? She raised an eyebrow. I'm impressed. I'm also guessing that's where you've just come from. I was visiting a friend. Does this friend have a name? Andy Callus. I don't think I know him. Andy was one of the woolly suits. He's on sick leave. You say was. Makes me think he's not coming back from sick leave. Now it's my turn to be impressed. Rebus shifted in the seat. Andy's lost it. Mentally, I mean. Lost it for good? Rebus shrugged. I keep thinking... never mind. Where does he live? Alnwick Hill, Rebus had answered without thinking. He glared at Siobhan, knowing it had been no innocent question. She was smiling back at him. Bit of a distance from here. All right, so I took a detour on the way back. To look at Fairstone's house. Yes. I'm in the frame for this, Siobhan, Rebus said. That gives me a reason to be nosy. What's yours? Well, I just thought... She was struggling. Tables effectively turned. Thought what? He held up a gloved hand. Never mind. It's painful watching you try to come up with a story. Here's what I think. I think you weren't looking for Fairstone's house. You were going to do some sniffing. See if you could maybe track down friends, people who'd known him. Maybe someone like Peacock Johnson. How am I doing? Why would I do that? I get the feeling you're not convinced Fairstone's dead. You hinted as much when I phoned you. She gnawed her bottom lip. Want to talk about it? He offered quietly. She looked down into her lap. I got a message. It was signed Marty, waiting for me at St. Leonard's. Rebus was thoughtful. Then I know just the thing to do. What? Head back into town, and I'll show you. What he had to show her was the High Street and Gordon's Trattoria, where they stayed opened late, serving strong coffee and pasta. Rebus ordered a seafood pizza, warning Siobhan that she'd have to help him out with it. He watched her. She looked tired and wired at the same time, a potentially fatal conjunction. Unbidden, the image of Andy Callus came to his mind. "Maybe Ray Duff will shed some light," Siobhan was saying. "If anyone can, it's Ray. You definitely think it was Fairstown who died in that fire? No reason not to, apart from the message." "It wasn't his style, Siobhan. He wouldn't have posted a letter. He'd have come straight to you, same as all the other times." "I know," she said at last. There was a lull in the conversation, both of them sipping the strong, bitter coffee. "Sure you're all right?" Rebus eventually asked. "Fine." "Sure? Do you want it in writing?" "I want you to mean it." Her eyes had darkened, but she didn't say anything. The pizza arrived and Rebus cut it into slices, cajoling her into taking one. A drunken table was leaving, laughing noisily all the way into the street. Closing the door, their waiter raised his eyes to heaven, giving thanks that the restaurant was quiet again. "Everything okay over here?" "Fine," Rebus said, eyes on Siobhan. "Fine," she repeated, holding his gaze. Carbrae Special Hospital was sited as Hogan himself described it, in the sweaty armpit of who knows where. 10 miles out of Dumfries, a single signpost pointed right, taking them up a narrow, winding track with grass growing in the middle. "Not much traffic then," Rebus commented. Carbrae had been purpose-built in the forward-looking 1960s, a long box-shaped structure with annexes off, none of which could be seen until they had parked the car, identified themselves at the gate, and been met and escorted within the thick, grey concrete walls. At the gatehouse they'd been given laminated passes, hung by a red ribbon from the neck. Signs warned visitors of forbidden items within the complex. No food or drink, newspapers or magazines, no sharp objects. Nothing was to be passed to a patient without prior consultation with a member of staff. Mobile phones were not permitted. Our patients can be upset by the slightest thing, no matter how harmless it may seem to you. If in doubt, please ask. "Any chance we might upset Robert Niles?" Hogan asked, his eyes meeting Rebus's. "Not in our nature, Bobby," Rebus said, switching off his phone. And then an orderly appeared, and they were in. Rebus had expected the orderlies to be thinly disguised bouncers, huge and silent, but their guide, Billy, was small and cheery-looking, casually clothed in T-shirt, jeans and soft-soled shoes. He punched numbers into a keypad by the front door, smiling up at the camera trained on him. The door clicked open, and they entered the hospital. The place smelt of new carpets. Specifically, the blue carpet which stretched before them down the corridor. Fresh paint, too, by the look of it. Apple green, Rebus guessed it had said on the industrial-sized tins. Pictures on the walls, stuck there with blue tack. Nothing framed and no drawing pins. The place was quiet. No piped music, no screams. Billy led them down the hall, stopping before an open door. "Dr. Lesser?" The woman inside was seated at a modern desk. She smiled and came forward to greet them with handshakes. Hogan and Rebus introduced themselves. "Thanks, Billy," she said. Billy gave a little bow and backed away. "Won't you come in? I won't bite." She offered her smile again. Rebus wondered if it was part of the job description for working at Carbrae. The room was small, comfortable. A yellow two-seat sofa, bookshelf, hi-fi, no filing cabinets. Dr. Lesser said they could call her Irene. She was in her late 20s or early 30s, with chestnut brown hair falling to just below her shoulders. "Please, sit yourselves down." Her accent was English. Rebus thought Liverpudlian. "Dr. Lesser," Hogan began. "Irene, please. Of course, you understand why we're here." Lesser nodded. She had pulled over a chair so she could sit in front of the detectives. Rebus was aware that the sofa was a tight fit. Bobby and him probably 30 stones between them. "And you understand," Lesser was saying, "that Robert has the right to say nothing. If he starts to get upset, the interview's over." Hogan nodded. "You'll be sitting in, of course." She raised an eyebrow. "Of course." "Doctor," Rebus began, Maybe you could help prepare us. What can we expect from Mr. Niles? For example, is there anything we should avoid saying? She looked appraisingly at Rebus. He won't talk about what he did to his wife. That's not why we're here. She thought for a moment. He doesn't know his friend is dead. You'd prefer it if we kept it that way? I'm assuming you don't need to tell him why you're so interested in Mr. Herdman. You're right, we don't. Rebus looked to Hogan. Just have to watch we don't slip up, eh, Bobby? As Hogan nodded, there was a knock on the still open door. All three of them stood up. A tall, muscular man was waiting there. Bull neck, tattooed arms. For a moment Rebus thought, now that's what orderlies are supposed to look like. Then he realised that this giant was Robert Niles. Robert? Rebus knew Lesser was wondering how long Niles had been there and how much he'd taken in. As Niles entered the room, Hogan made to close the door after him. Not in here, Lesser commanded. The door's always open. Lesser was gesturing for Niles to take her chair, while she retreated behind her desk. As Niles sat down, so did the two detectives, wedging themselves back into the sofa. Niles stared at them, eyes hooded. These men have a few questions they'd like to ask you, Robert. What sort of questions? Hogan had decided to take the initiative. I want to ask you about your friend, Lee Herdman. He visits you sometimes. Sometimes? Yes. The words came slowly. Rebus wondered how much medication Niles was on. Have you seen him lately? A few weeks back, I think. What do you talk about when he comes to see you? The old days. Life was good back then. Was that Lee's opinion too? Hogan sucked in air, realising he'd just used the past tense about Herdman. What's all this about? I looked towards Lesser, reminding Rebus of a trained animal seeking instructions from its owner. Do I have to be here? Doors open, Robert. Lesser waved a hand in its direction. You know that. Lee seems to have gone, Mr. Niles, Rebus said, leaning forward a little. We just want to know what happened to him. Gone? Rebus shrugged. It's a long drive down here from Queensferry. The pair of you must be pretty close. We were soldiers together. Rebus nodded. SAS. You were the same unit? C Squadron. That was nearly me once. Rebus tried a smile. I was a para. Tried for the regiment. What happened? Flunked the training. How soon did you drop? Easier to tell the truth than to lie. I passed everything, up until the psychological stuff. A smile broke Niles's face wide open. They cracked you. Rebus nodded. I cracked like a fucking egg, mate. Mate. A soldier's word. When was this? Early 70s. But before me, then. They had to change the interrogations, he remembered. Used to be a lot harder. What did they do to you? Niles's eyes narrowed. He was more alert now, having a conversation. Kept me in a cell. Constant noise and light. Screams from the other cells. Rebus knew he had everyone's attention now. Niles clapped his hands together. The chopper? He asked. When Rebus nodded, he clapped again, turned to Dr. Lesser. They put a sack over your head and take you up in a chopper. Then they say they'll drop you if you don't give them what they want. When they dump you out, you're only 8 feet above the ground. Only you don't know that. He turned back to Rebus. Ah, it really fucks you up. Then he thrust forward a hand for Rebus to shake. It really does, Rebus agreed, trying to ignore the searing pain of the handshake. Sounds barbaric to me, Dr. Lesser commented. It breaks you, or it makes you, Niles corrected her. It broke me, Rebus agreed. But you, Robert, did it make you? For a while. It's when you get out. That's when it hits you. What? The fact that all the things you... He fell silent. I knew some paras. he said at last. Right hard bastards they were. I was rifle company, 2 para. Saw time in Ulster then? Rebus nodded. And elsewhere. Niles tapped the side of his nose. Rebus imagined those fingers gripping a knife, drawing the blade across a smooth, white throat. Mum's a word, Niles said. But the word Rebus had been thinking of was wife. Last time you saw Lee, he asked quietly. Did he seem okay? Maybe he was worried about something? Niles shook his head. I never get to see Lee when he's down. We're trained not to show it. We're men. Yes, we are, Rebus confirmed. Army doesn't have any place for crybabies. Crybabies can't shoot a stranger dead or lob a grenade at him. You've got to be able to... What you're trained for is... But the words wouldn't come. Niles twisted his hands together, as though trying to choke them into existence. He looked from Rebus to Hogan and back again. Sometimes they don't know how to switch us off. Hogan sat forward. Does that apply to Lee, do you think? Niles stared at him. He's done something, hasn't he? Hogan looked to Dr. Lesser for guidance, but it was too late. Niles was rising slowly from his chair. I'm going to go now, he said. Hogan opened his mouth to say something, but Rebus touched his arm, stilling him, knowing he was probably about to toss a grenade into the room. Your pal's dead, and he took some school kids with him. From what I remember, Hogan said, when the big man had gone, Niles never explained why he'd cut his wife's throat. Has he been any more forthcoming with you, Doctor? She looked at him, unblinking. That has no relevance to your visit. Lesser turned her attention to Rebus. Maybe it's a kind of brainwashing. How so? Hogan asked. Rebus answered him. Dr. Lesser agrees with Niles. She thinks the army trains men to kill, then does nothing to switch them off before they've returned to Civvy Street. Plenty of anecdotal evidence to suggest just that, Lesser said. She leaned her hands on her thighs, the gesture telling them the session was over. Hogan rose from the sofa. How often do you see Niles? Every day. Maybe next time you could ask him about his friend Lee? Maybe, she conceded. And if he says anything, that would be between him and me. Hogan nodded. Patient confidentiality. But there are families out there who have just lost their sons. Maybe you could try thinking of the victims for a change. Hogan's tone had hardened. Rebus started steering him towards the door. I apologise for my colleague, he told Lesser. A case like this, it takes its toll. Her face softened. Yes, of course. As they entered the corridor, Rebus saw Billy approaching. Thanks for your help, Doctor. Then to Hogan. Bobby, say thank you to the nice doctor. Cheers, Doc, Hogan grudgingly managed. He started down the corridor. D.I. Rebus? Rebus turned to Lesser. You might want to talk to someone yourself. Counselling, I mean. It's 30 years since I left the army, Dr. Lesser. She nodded. A long time to be carrying any baggage. Think about it, will you? Rebus nodded, backing away. He turned and started walking, feeling her eyes still on him. Hogan was ahead of Billy, and Rebus fell into step with the orderly. That was helpful, he commented. Well worth the trip. Billy, do we look at the visitors' book here or over at the gatehouse? Billy looked baffled. Didn't you hear Dr. Lesser say? We just need the dates for Lee Herdman's visits. The book's kept at the gatehouse. Then that's where we'll give it the once-over. Rebus fixed the orderly with a winning smile. Any chance of a coffee while we're at it? There was a kettle in the gatehouse, and the guard made 2 mugs of instant. Billy headed back into the hospital. Think he'll go straight to Lesser? Hogan said in an undertone. Let's be as quick as we can. Not easy when the guard was so interested in asking about life in the CID. Hogan offered him titbits, most of which Rebus suspected he was making up. Rebus started with visitors' names and ran his finger quickly down 3 pages until he found Lee Herdman. Almost exactly a month back. A month further back, another visit. Rebus jotted the details into his notebook. At least they'd be taking something back to Edinburgh. Rebus let his eyes glance down the columns one final time. Not visitors this time, but patients visited. "Company on its way," Hogan warned. Rebus looked up. Hogan was pointing at one of the TV screens, Dr. Lesser, accompanied by Billy, striding out of the hospital building. Rebus went back to the ledger and saw R. Niles again. R. Niles stroke Dr. Lesser. Another visitor. Not Lee Herdman. We didn't ask her. Rebus could have kicked himself. Then the door flew open and Lesser was standing there. "Who gave you permission," she spat, "to go trawling through a confidential record?" "We forgot to ask about other visitors," Rebus told her calmly. "Who's Douglas Brimson?" "That's none of your business." "How do you know?" Rebus was jotting the name into his notebook as he spoke. "I'll be reporting this," she warned him. He shrugged. "I'll be suspended by the end of the day anyway. Thanks again for your help." He squeezed past her, following Hogan to the car park. "I feel better," Hogan said. "It might have been cheap, but we ended up scoring a point." "A cheap point is always worth scoring," Rebus agreed. "Douglas Brimson?" Hogan asked. "Another of Niles' visitors, with an address at Turnhouse." "Turnhouse? The airport? Was there anything else out there?" Rebus shrugged. "Might be worth finding out." "What's this about you waiting to be suspended?" "I had to say something." "Why picking that? If there's anything I should know, John—" "There isn't. I brought you in this. I can dump you just as quickly. Remember that." "You're a real motivator, Bobby." Rebus pulled the passenger side door closed. It was going to be a long drive. Make my day. C-O-D-Y. Siobhan stared at the note. Same handwriting as yesterday. No name this time. But she didn't need a name, did she? That was the point the writer was making. Make my day. A reference to Clint Eastwood's Dirty Harry? Who did she know called Harry? Nobody. She wasn't sure whether she was meant to get the C-O-D-Y reference, but straight off she knew what it meant. Come on, die young. She knew it because it was the title of a Mogwai album, one she'd bought a while back. Who did she know, apart from her, who liked Mogwai? She loaned Rebus a couple of CDs months ago. Nobody in the station really knew her taste in music. Maybe she hadn't been meant to get the meaning, not without working at it. She couldn't remember if Rebus had ever given her back the CDs. Had one of them been Come On, Die Young? The letter writer wanted her to make his day. His day? She studied the writing again. Maybe an expert could tell if it was a masculine or feminine hand. She called Ray Duff. "Ray, it's Siobhan. Got anything for me?" "Morning to you too, D.S. Clark. Didn't I say I'd get back to you if I found anything?" "Meaning you haven't?" "Meaning I'm up to my neck. Meaning I haven't yet got round to doing very much about your letter, for which I can only offer an apology and the excuse that I'm flesh and blood." "Sorry, Ray." She gave a sigh. "You've had another one?" he guessed. "Yes." "Want to send me it?" "I think I'll hang on to this one, Ray. As soon as I've got news, I'll call you, but speak to someone, Siobhan." "I already have. Bye, Ray." She tried Rebus's mobile, but he wasn't answering. She didn't bother with a message, folded the note, put it back in its envelope, slipped the envelope into her pocket. On her desk sat a dead teenager's laptop, her task for the day. There were over 100 files in there. Most were documents created by Derek Renshaw. The word Cody was bouncing around her head. Maybe it was a clue, leading to someone with that surname. For a moment she had a jarring thought. Fairstone was still alive, and the charred corpse belonged to someone called Cody. She took a deep breath, got back to work, and hit an immediate brick wall. She couldn't log on to Derek Renshaw's email account without his password. She picked up the phone and called South Queensferry, thankful that Kate answered rather than her father. "Kate, it's Siobhan Clark. I've got Derek's computer here, but I forgot to ask for his password." "What do you need that for?" "To look at any new emails." "Why?" Sounding exasperated, wanting it all to be finished. "Because that's what we do, Kate." Silence in the line. "Kate?" Kate Renshaw had hung up on her. Siobhan gave a silent curse. 5 minutes later, her phone rang. It was Kate. I'm really sorry. You're just trying to do your job. Doesn't mean you have to like it. If I'm being honest, I don't always like it either. His password is Miles." "Thanks, Kate." "You were close, weren't you? You and Derek?" "I suppose so." "Did you share his taste in music?" "God, no. His stuff was all shoegazing. Sat in his room for hours, and if you went in there, he was cross-legged in the bed, head in the clouds. I tried dragging him to a few clubs in town, but he said they just depressed him." "Kate, Derek wasn't really depressed or anything, was he? I mean, he liked sports and stuff." "Yes, but when he came home, he'd rather sit in his room," Siobhan guessed, "with his jazz and his surfing." "Any sites in particular? Any favourites?" "We used a couple of chat rooms, message boards." There was a pause. "You know what I said about Stuart Cotter's family? Did you think I was crazy?" "It'll be looked into, don't worry." "Kate, anything else you want to talk about?" "I should let you get back to work. You can always call again, Kate. Any time you want to chat." "Thanks, Siobhan. You're a pal." "Bye, Kate." Siobhan ended the call, stared at the screen again. She pressed a palm to her jacket pocket, felt the shape of the envelope. C-O-D-Y. Suddenly, it didn't seem so important. She got back to work, plugged the laptop into a phone socket, and used Derek's password to access a slew of new emails, most of which turned out to be junk. She straightened her back, feeling vertebrae crackle. Her neck was stiff, and she didn't feel hungry, but knew she should eat. She'd go to the engine shed, where they served organic meals and fruit teas. She fished a paperback and her mobile phone out of her shoulder bag, then locked the bag in the bottom drawer of her desk. You could never be too careful in a police station. The paperback was a critique of rock music by a female poet. She'd been trying to finish it for ages. She walked out of the station's main entrance, her eyes on the tiny screen of her phone, checking for messages. A hand landed heavily on her shoulder. A deep voice growled. "Hey." Siobhan spun round, dropping phone and paperback. She grabbed at her wrist, twisted it hard, pulling down so that her attacker dropped to his knees. "Jesus, fuck!" the man gasped. She couldn't see much more than the top of his head. Short, dark hair, gelled to stand up in little spikes, charcoal suit. He was heavily built, not tall, not Martin Fairstone. "Who are you?" Siobhan hissed. She heard car doors open and close, glanced up, saw a man and woman hurrying towards her. "I just wanted a word," her assailant gasped. "I'm a reporter. Hawley? Steve Hawley?" Siobhan let go the wrist. Hawley cradled his hurt arm as he got to his feet. "What's going on here?" the woman asked. Whitereed, the army investigator, Sims, was with her, nodding approval of Siobhan's reflexes. "He's a reporter." If we'd known that," Sims said, "we'd have waited a bit longer before stepping in." "Cheers," Hawley muttered. He looked from Sims to Whitereed. "I've seen you before. Outside Lee Herdman's flat? I thought I knew all the CID faces." He held out a hand towards Sims, mistaking him for the superior. "Steve Hawley." Sims glanced towards Whitereed, alerting Hawley immediately to his error. He swivelled slightly so the hand was facing the woman, and repeated his name. Whitereed ignored him. "Do you always treat the Fourth Estate this way, D.S. Clark?" she asked. "Sometimes I go for a headlock instead." "That's a good idea, changing your attack," Whitereed agreed. "Means the enemy can't predict your move," Sims added. Why do I get the feeling you three are taking the piss? Holly asked. Siobhan retrieved her phone and book. She checked the phone for damage. What is it you want? A quick couple of questions. Concerning what exactly? Sure you want an audience, D.S. Clark? I've nothing to say to you anyway, Siobhan told him. How do you know until you've heard me out? Because you're going to ask me about Martin Fairstone. Am I? Holly raised an eyebrow. Well, maybe. But I'm also wondering why you're so jumpy, and why you don't want to talk about Fairstone. I'm jumpy because of Fairstone. Siobhan felt like shouting, but she sniffed dismissively instead. I'm going back in. Watch out nobody in there taps your shoulder, Holly said. And tell D.I. Rebus I'm sorry. Siobhan wasn't going to fall for it. She turned towards the door, only to find Whitereed blocking her way. Mind if I have a word? I'm on my lunch break. I could do with something myself, Whitereed said. You'd better come in then. She pushed at the revolving door. Sims paused for a moment, turning his attention to the reporter. You work for a newspaper? He asked. Holly nodded. Sims smiled at him. I killed a man once with one of those. Then he turned and followed the woman inside. The canteen didn't have much left. Whitereed and Siobhan opted for sandwiches, Sims a heaped plate of chips and beans. What did he mean about Rebus? Whitereed asked. It doesn't matter, Siobhan said. What just happened hasn't got anything to do with Port Edgar, Lee Herdman, or the SAS. Whitereed gave a shrug of acceptance. So, what was it you wanted? Siobhan asked. Actually, we were hoping to talk to D.I. Rebus. He's not here. So they told us at South Queensferry. But you still came. He wasn't here, but you knew I was. Whitereed smiled. Rebus trained for the SAS but didn't make the grade. Has he ever told you what happened? He cracked up. Left the army altogether, had a nervous breakdown. Lived beside a beach for a while, somewhere north of here. Fife, Sims added, mouth stuffed with chips. How come you know all this? It's supposed to be Herdman you're looking at. Whitereed nodded. Thing is, we didn't have Lee Herdman flagged. Flagged? As a potential psycho, Sims said. Whitereed's eyes flared, and he swallowed hard. Psycho's not the right word, Whitereed corrected him for Siobhan's benefit. But you had John flagged, Siobhan guessed. Yes, Whitereed admitted. The breakdown, you see? I still don't see what this has to do with the inquiry, she said. It's just that D.I. Rebus may have insights that could prove useful, Whitereed explained. D.I. Hogan certainly seems to think so. He's taken Rebus with him to Carbray, hasn't he? To see Robert Niles. Another of your spectacular failures, Siobhan felt compelled to say. Siobhan's mobile rang. She checked its screen. Rebus. Sorry, she said, getting up from the table, walking towards the drinks machine. How did it go? She asked into the mouthpiece. We got a name. Can you start running a check? Brimson. First name Douglas. Address at Turnhouse. He was another of Niles's visitors. And doesn't live far from South Queensferry, so chances he might have known Lee Herdman. I've got your army pals here. Want me to run this Brimson character past them, just in case he's ex-forces? Christ, no. Are they listening in? Don't worry, they're out of earshot. What are they doing there? Whitereed's got a sandwich. Sims is wolfing down a plate of chips. She paused. But it's me they've been trying to grill. Am I expected to laugh at that? Sorry, feeble effort. Has Templar spoken with you yet? No. What sort of mood is she in? I've managed to steer clear of her all morning. She's probably been meeting the pathologists prior to giving me a roasting. Now who's the one making jokes? Steve Holly's been sniffing around too, Siobhan told Rebus. I assume you kicked him in the balls and sent him on his way? Not far off it, actually. Nothing from the laptop? Not so far. I'll keep trying. The phone went dead. She walked back to the table, fixing a smile to her face. "I've got to get back," she said. "We could give you a lift," Sims suggested. "I mean back upstairs. I have some stuff here to be getting on with." The look on Whiteread's face said she wasn't falling for it. "I'd better see you out," Siobhan added. "What does a CID office look like?" Whiteread asked. "I've often wondered." "I'll give you the tour sometime," Siobhan answered, "when we're not up to our eyes." It was an answer Whiteread was forced to accept, but Siobhan could see she liked it about as much as she would a Mogwai concert. Lord Jarvis was in his late 50s. Bobby Hogan had filled Rebus in on family history during the drive back to Edinburgh. Divorced from his first wife, remarried. Anthony, the only child from his second relationship. Hogan had expected they would find the judge at home, in shock and in mourning. But Jarvis was at work, and therefore to be found in the Sheriff Court on Chambers Street, opposite the museum, where Jean Burchell worked. Rebus considered calling her. There might be time for a quick coffee, but decided against it. She was bound to notice his hands, wasn't she? The judge was in the robing room. Jarvis had just about finished changing out of his robes of office and back into a pinstripe suit complete with watch chain. "Take a seat, if you can find one," Jarvis said. "I won't be long. I do have another appointment, which is why I had to see you here, or not at all." "Quite all right, sir," Hogan said. "To be honest," Rebus added, "with everything you've been through, we're surprised to see you here at all." "Can't let the bastards beat us, can we?" the judge replied. "So, what is it I can do for you?" Rebus and Hogan shared a look, both finding it hard to believe the man in front of them had just lost a son. "It's about Lee Herdman," Hogan stated. "Seems he was friends with Robert Niles." "Niles?" The judge looked up. "I remember him. Stabbed his wife, didn't he?" "Slit her throat," Rebus corrected. "He went to jail, but right now he's in Carbray." "What we're wondering," Hogan added, "is whether you've ever had cause to fear a reprisal?" "I've never received any kind of threat from Robert Niles, Detective Inspector Hogan. Nor had I heard the name Herdman until after the shootings. If Herdman had set out to target Anthony, why turn the gun on the other boys? Why wait so long after sentencing?" "Yes, sir. Motive isn't always the issue." Rebus's phone trilled suddenly. He smiled in apology and stepped into the red-carpeted hall. "Rebus," he said. "I've just had a couple of interesting meetings," Jill Templar said, straining to keep her temper in check. "The forensics show that Fairstone was probably bound and gagged. That makes it murder. Or someone trying to give him a bloody good scare. You already know, don't you?" Rebus stayed silent. No point in getting Dr. Curt into trouble. "Well, you can probably guess who the second meeting was with." "Carswell," Rebus said. "Colin Carswell, Assistant Chief Constable." "That's right." "And I'm now to consider myself under suspension pending investigation?" "Yes." "Fine. Is that all you wanted to tell me?" "You'll be required to attend an initial interview at HQ. With the complaints? Something like this. It could even be the PSU, meaning the Professional Standards Unit." "Ah, the complaints paramilitary wing." "John..." Her tone was a mixture of warning and exasperation. "I'll look forward to talking to them," Rebus said, ending the call. Hogan was stepping out of the robing room, thanking the judge for his time. He closed the door, spoke in an undertone. "He's taking it well." "Bottling it up, more like," Rebus said. "I've got a bit of news, by the way. I've been suspended. I dare say Carswell's trying to find you right now to let you know." Hogan turned to face Rebus. "As predicted by you at Carbray. I went back to a guy's house, same night he died in a fire." Hogan's gaze dropped to Rebus's gloves. "Nothing to do with it, Bobby. Just a coincidence." "So what's the problem?" This guy had been hassling Siobhan, and it looked like he was tied to a chair when the fire started. "Witnesses?" "I was seen going into the house with him, apparently." Hogan's phone went off. Caller ID brought a twitch to Hogan's mouth. "Carswell?" Rebus guessed. "HQ. Then that's who it is." Hogan nodded, dropped the phone back into his pocket. "No point putting it off," Rebus told him. But Bobby Hogan shook his head. "There's every point putting it off, John. Besides, poor Edgar isn't really a case. Nobody's going to go to court. It's just housekeeping." "I suppose so." Rebus gave a wry smile. Hogan patted his arm. "Don't you worry, John. Uncle Bobby'll look after you." "Thanks, Uncle Bobby," Rebus said. "Right up until the moment when the shit really does hit the fan." By the time Jill Templar got back to St Leonard's, Siobhan had already tracked down Douglas Brimson. Siobhan rubbed her fingers over her eyes. She didn't want to be here when Jill Templar emerged from behind that door, because for once Siobhan suspected she would give her boss as good as she got, and maybe even a bit more besides. She wasn't in the mood to be anybody's victim. She looked at her phone, then at the notebook containing Brimson's details. Decided. She shut down the laptop, placing it in her shoulder bag, picked up her mobile and the notebook. Walked. Her one detour, a quick stop home where she found her CD of Come On, Die Young. She played the album as she drove, listening for clues. Not easy when so much of it was instrumental. Brimson's home address turned out to be a modern bungalow on a narrow road between the airport and what had been Gogarburn Hospital. A narrow path separated the bungalow from its garage. A glass pane in the garage's side door showed her the car inside, one of the sportier Jaguars, but its owner definitely wasn't home. She got back into her own car and headed for the airport. The airfield that was his business address joined onto the airport. Light aircraft were hangared here, and, according to the sign on the gate, it was also home to a flying school. There was a phone number below, the number Siobhan had copied from the phone book. The high metal gate was padlocked, but there was an old-fashioned telephone receiver and a wooden box attached to a post. Siobhan picked it up and heard the ringing tone. "Hello?" the man's voice. "I'm looking for Mr. Brimson." "You've found him, sweetheart. What can I do for you?" "Mr. Brimson, my name's Detective Sergeant Clark. I'm with Lothian and Borders Police. I was wondering if I could have a word with you." There was a moment's silence, then, "Just a tick. I'll have to unlock the gate." She could see a few hangars, a couple of aeroplanes. One had a single propeller in its nose. The other boasted two, one on either wing. They looked like two-seaters. There were also a couple of squat, prefabricated buildings, and it was from one of these that the figure emerged, hoisting itself into an open-topped, venerable-looking Land Rover. A plane coming in to land at the airport drowned out any sound of the engine starting. The Land Rover jolted forward, speeding the 100 or so yards to the gate. The man leapt out. He was tall, tanned and muscular-looking, probably just into his 50s. A short-sleeved shirt, the same green-olive colour as the Land Rover, showed off silvery-haired arms. Brimson's thick head of hair was the same silver colour, and had probably been ash-blonde in youth. The shirt was tucked into grey canvas trousers, showing the beginnings of a gut. "Have to keep the place locked," he started to explain. "Security." She nodded her understanding. There was something immediately likeable about this man. "I suppose it's about Lee," he said solemnly. "Bound to happen sooner or later. Park by the office, I'll catch you up." As she drove past him, she couldn't help wondering about his choice of words. Bound to happen sooner or later. Seated opposite him in the office, she got the chance to ask. "All I meant was," he replied, "you were bound to want to talk to me, because I'm guessing you want to know why he did it, and you'll be asking his friends if they can help." "You were a friend of Lee Herdman's?" "Yes," he frowned. "Isn't that why you're here?" "In a roundabout way, yes. We found out that both yourself and Mr. Herdman paid visits to Carbray." Brimson nodded slowly. "That's clever," he said. There were posters on the walls, various forms of aircraft. "You're a flying instructor, Mr. Brimson," Siobhan said. "Call me Doug, please." "And how long have you known Lee Herdman?" "Pretty much since he moved here." "That would be 6 years, then?" "If you say so." "Were the two of you close?" "Close?" Brimson shrugged. "Lee didn't really let people get close. I mean, he was friendly, like meeting up, all that sort of thing." "But?" Brimson frowned. "I was never really sure what was going on in here." He tapped his head. What did you think when you heard about the shooting? He shrugged. It was impossible to believe. Did you know Herdman had a gun? No. He was interested in them, though. That's true, but he never showed me one. So, what did the two of you talk about? Planes, boats, the services. I served 7 years in the RAF. As a pilot. Brimson shook his head. I was the electrics wizard, keeping the crates up in the air. Have you ever flown? Just holiday trips. He wrinkled his face. I mean like Charlie there. He hooked his thumb towards where a small plane was taxiing past the window, engines droning. I have enough trouble driving a car. A plane's easier, believe me. So, all those dials and switches are just for show? He laughed. Oh, we could do it right now. What do you say? Mr. Brimson. Doug. Mr. Brimson, I don't really have time for a flying lesson right now. Tomorrow, then. I'll think about it. She couldn't help smiling. You'll love it. That's a promise. We'll see. But you'll be off duty, right? Which means you'll be allowed to call me Doug. He waited till she nodded. And what will I be allowed to call you, Detective Sergeant Clark? Siobhan. An Irish name. Gaelic. Your accent's not. My accent's not what I'm here to talk about. He raised his hands in mock surrender. Why didn't you come forward? She asked. After the shooting, some of Mr. Herdman's friends called to talk to us. Did they? What for? All kinds of reasons. He considered his answer. I didn't see the point, Siobhan. Let's save first names for later, eh? I'd like to bring a colleague out here to talk to you. Would that be all right? Brimson shrugged. You can see how hectic life is around here. Only really busy at weekends. Maybe tomorrow, then, she said, getting up from her chair. Your first flying lesson? She shook her head. Talking to my colleague. But you'll come too, if I can. He seemed satisfied, came around the desk, hand outstretched. Good to meet you, Siobhan. Good to meet you, Mr. She faltered as he raised a warning finger. Doug, she relented. Has Jill tracked you down yet? Siobhan asked, speaking into her phone as she drove back into the city. Affirmative, Rebus replied. So, what's the outcome? Suspended from duty, except that Bobby doesn't see it that way. He still wants me helping out. Which means you still need me, right? I think I could just about drive myself if I had to. But you don't have to. He laughed. I'm just teasing, Siobhan. The gig's yours if you want it. Good, because I've tracked down Brimson. I'm impressed. Who is he? He runs a flying school out at Turnhouse. She paused. I went to see him. I know I should have checked first, but your phone was engaged. So, what did you get out of him? He was friends with Herdman. They share similar backgrounds, Army and the RAF. And how does he know Robert Niles? Siobhan's mouth twitched. I forgot to ask him that. I did say we'd go back. Sounds like we'll have to. Did he offer anything at all? Says he didn't know Herdman kept guns and doesn't know why he went to the school. What about Niles? Sod all used to us. So, where do we go from here? Let's rendezvous at Port Edgar. We need to have a proper talk with Miss Terry. Longrib House was a narrow, whitewashed structure that looked as though it might have been a barn some time in the past. A wooden gate barred the entrance, but it wasn't locked. Siobhan pushed it open, got back into the car, and drove up the few yards of gravel driveway. By the time she'd closed the gate again, the front door was open, a man standing there. Rebus was out of the car, introducing himself. And you must be Mr. Cotter, he guessed. William Cotter, Miss Terry's father said. He was in his early 40s, short and stocky, with a fashionably shaven head. You'd better come in. There was a long carpeted hallway, decorated with framed paintings and a grandfather clock. Rooms off to right and left, the doors firmly closed. Cotter led them to an open-plan living area, with kitchen off. This had the look of a recent extension, French doors leading out to a patio and offering a view across the expanse of rear garden towards another recent addition, wood-framed but with plenty of windows to show off its contents. Indoor pool, Rebus mused. That must be handy. Gets more use than an outdoor one, Cotter joked. So, what can I do for you? It was Terry we wanted a word with, Rebus said. It has to do with Port Edgar. Just a few follow-up questions. Cotter narrowed his eyes. Maybe it's something I can help with? Angling for more information. Rebus had decided to sit down on the sofa. There was a coffee table in front of him, newspapers spread out on it, open at the business pages, cordless phone and a pair of half-moon reading glasses, empty mug, pen and A4 pad. You're in business, Mr. Cotter? That's right. Mind if I ask what sort? Venture capital, Cotter paused. You know what that is? Investing in startups, Siobhan offered. More or less. I dabble in property, people with ideas. Rebus made a show of taking in his surroundings. You're obviously good at it. He waited for the flattery to sink in. Is Terry here? Not sure, Cotter said. He gave an apologetic smile. You're never sure with Terry. Sometimes she's as quiet as the grave. Knock at her door, she doesn't answer. He shrugged. Not like most teenagers, then. Cotter shook his head. But then I got that impression when I met her, Rebus added. You've spoken to her before? Cotter asked. In full regalia? I'm guessing she doesn't go to school at that. Cotter shook his head again. They're not even allowed nose studs. Dr. Fogg's strict about that sort of thing. But could we maybe try her door? Siobhan asked, turning to face Cotter. Can't do any harm, I suppose, Cotter said. They followed him back down the hall and up a short flight of stairs. Again they were confronted with a long, narrow corridor, doors off. Terry, Cotter called as they reached the top of the stairs. You still here, love? He bit his final word off, and Rebus guessed he'd been warned off using it by his daughter. They reached the final door, and Cotter put his ear to it, knocking softly. Could be dozing, I suppose, he said in an undertone. Mind if I... Without waiting for an answer, Rebus turned the handle. The room was dark, gauzy black curtains drawn shut. Cotter flicked the light switch. There were candles on every available surface. Black candles, many of them melted down to almost nothing. Prints and posters on the wall. Rebus recognised some by H.R. Geiger. Knew him because he designed an album for ELP. They were set in a kind of stainless steel hell. The other pictures showed equally dark imaginings. Teenagers, eh? Was the father's only comment. Books by Poppy Z. Bright and Anne Rice. Another called The Gates of Janus, apparently written by Moore's murderer Ian Brady. Plenty of CDs, all by noise merchants. The sheets in the single bed were black. So was the shiny duvet cover. The walls of the room were the colour of meat. The ceiling split into 4 squares, 2 black, 2 red. Siobhan was standing by a computer desk. The setup on top of it looked high quality. Flat-screen monitor, DVD writer, scanner and webcam. I don't suppose these come in black, she mused. Otherwise Terry would have had them, Cotter agreed. Rebus nodded. Unless she's under the bed, I'm guessing she's not here. Any idea where we might find her? I could try her mobile. Would that be this one? Siobhan said, holding up a small, gloss-black phone. That's it, Cotter agreed. Not like a teenager to leave their phone at home, Siobhan mused. No, well, Terry's mum can be... He twitched his shoulders, as if feeling a sudden discomfort. She likes to keep tabs on Terry. Is that it? Siobhan guessed. Cotter nodded, relieved that she had saved him the trouble of spelling it out. Terry should be home later, he said. If it can wait. We'd rather get it over and done with, Mr. Cotter, Rebus explained. Well, you could try Coburn Street. A few of our friends sometimes congregate there. Rebus looked to Siobhan. We should have thought of that, he said. Siobhan's mouth gave a twitch of agreement. Coburn Street, a winding conduit between the Royal Mile and Waverley Station, had always enjoyed a louche reputation. A good street for browsing, if your taste inclined towards the macabre or the stoned. As they walked back along the hallway, Rebus noticed that one door had a small porcelain plaque stating that this was Stuart's room. Rebus paused in front of it. Your son? Cotter nodded slowly. Charlotte, my wife, she wants it kept the way it was before the accident. No shame in that, sir, Siobhan offered, sensing Cotter's embarrassment. Tell me, Rebus said, did Terry's goth phase start before or after her brother's death? Cotter looked at him. Soon after. The pair of them were close? Rebus guessed. I suppose so, but I don't see what any of this has to do with... Rebus shrugged. Just curious, that's all. Sorry, it's one of the pitfalls of the job. Cotter seemed to accept this and led them back down the staircase. I buy CDs there, Siobhan said. They were back in the car, heading for Coburn Street. Ditto, Rebus told her, and he'd often seen the Goths taking up more than their fair share of the pavement, spilling down the flight of steps to the side of the old Scotsman building, sharing cigarettes and trading tips on the latest bands. They were in luck. A space opened up just as they approached, and they were able to park on Coburn Street itself, only a few yards from where a bunch of Goths were milling around. Bingo, Rebus said, spotting Miss Terry in animated conversation with two friends. You'll need to get out first, Siobhan told him. Rebus saw the problem. There were sacks of rubbish sitting curbside, blocking the driver's side door. He got out, holding the door open so Siobhan could slide across and make her exit. Feet were running down the pavement, and then Rebus saw one of the rubbish bags disappear. He looked up and saw 5 youths hurtling past the car, dressed in hooded tops and baseball caps. One of them was swinging the rubbish bag into the group of Goths. The bag burst, spraying its contents everywhere. There were shouts, screams. Feet were swinging as were fists. One Goth was sent flying headfirst down the stone steps. Another dodged into the roadway and was winged by a passing taxi. Bystanders were yelling warnings, shopkeepers coming to their doors. Someone called out to phone the police. The fighting was spilling across the street. Only 5 attackers to a dozen Goths, but the 5 were strong and vicious. Siobhan had run forward to tackle one of them. Rebus saw Miss Terry diving through a shop doorway, slamming the door after her. The door was glass, and her pursuer was looking around for something to throw through it. Rebus took a deep breath and hollered, "Rab Fisher! Over here!" The pursuer stopped, looked in Rebus's direction. Rebus was waving a gloved hand. "Remember me, Rab?" Fisher's mouth twisted in a sneer. Another of his gang had recognised Rebus. "Police!" he yelled. The other lost boys heeding his call. They gathered in the middle of the road, chests pumping, breathing hard. "Ready for that trip to Saughton, lads?" Rebus asked loudly, taking a step forwards. 4 of them turned and ran, jogging downhill. Rab Fisher lingered, then gave the glass door a final stubborn kick before sauntering off to join his friends. Siobhan was helping a couple of the Goths to their feet, checking for injuries. There had been no knives or missiles. Mostly it was only pride which had taken a beating. Rebus walked over to the glass door. Behind it, Miss Terry had been joined by a woman in a white coat. Rebus saw a row of gleaming cubicles. It was a tanning salon, brand new by the look of it. The woman was running a hand down Terry's hair, while Terry tried to wriggle free. Rebus pushed open the door. "Remember me, Terry?" he said. She nodded. "You're the policeman I met?" Rebus held out a hand towards the woman. "You must be Terry's mother. I'm D.I. Rebus." "Charlotte Cotter," the woman said, taking his hand. She was in her late 30s, with lots of wavy ash-blonde hair. Her face was lightly tanned, almost glowing. The mother was an inch or 2 shorter than her daughter, slimmer and toned-looking. Rebus thought he knew now which member of the Cotter family made use of the indoor pool. "What was all that about?" he asked Terry. She shrugged. "Nothing. You get a lot of hassle?" "They're always getting hassle," her mother answered for her, receiving a glare for her trouble. "Verbal abuse, sometimes more." "Is that why you opened this place, to keep an eye on me?" Terry had started playing with the gold chain around her neck. Rebus could see a diamond hanging from it. "Terry," Charlotte Cotter said with a sigh, "all I'm saying is, I'm going outside," Terry muttered. "Before you do," Rebus interrupted, Any chance I could have a word? Come on then, Terry said, grabbing him by the arm. Sorry, Mum. Got to go help the police with their inquiries. Hang on, Terry. But it was too late. Charlotte Cotter could only watch as her daughter dragged the detective back outside and across the road to where the mood was lightening. One boy in a black trench coat was sniffing his lapels, wrinkling his nose to acknowledge that the coat would need a good wash. The rubbish from the torn bag had been gathered together mostly by Siobhan, Rebus guessed. She was trying to elicit help in filling an intact bag, the gift of a neighbouring shop. "Everybody okay?" Terry asked. There were smiles and nods. It looked to Rebus like they were enjoying the moment. Victims again and happy with their lot. Still a group, but strengthened now. War stories they could share. Other kids on their slow route home from school, still dressed in uniform, had stopped to listen. Rebus led Miss Terry back up the street and into the nearest watering hole. "We don't serve her kind," the woman behind the bar snapped. "You do when I'm here," Rebus snapped back. "She's underage," the woman pressed. "Then she'll take a soft drink." He turned to Terry. "What'll it be?" "Vodka and tonic." Rebus smiled. "Give her a Coke. I'll have a Lafroig with a splash of water." He paid for the drinks, confident enough now to try bringing coins from his pocket as well as notes. "How are the hands?" Terry Cotter asked. "Fine," he said. "You can carry the drinks, though." They received a few stares as they made their way to a table. Terry seemed pleased with the reception, blowing a kiss at one man, who just sneered and looked away. "You pick a fight in here," Rebus warned her. "You're on your own." "I can handle myself." "I saw that. Well, you ran into your mum's as soon as the lost boys arrived." She glowered at him. "Good plan, by the way," he added. "Defence, the better part of valour and all that." "You've got the quote wrong," she said. "The better part of valour is discretion. Shakespeare, Henry IV, Part 1. Not that you and your pals could be described as discreet. I try not to be. You do a good job. When I mentioned the lost boys, you didn't seem surprised. Meaning you know them." "Got a cigarette?" she asked. "Light as a couple," Rebus said, digging the pack out of his jacket pocket. She placed the lit cigarette between his lips. "People will start to talk," she said, exhaling smoke. "I doubt it, Miss Terry." He watched the door swing open. Siobhan walk in. She saw him and nodded towards the toilets, holding up her hands to let him know she was going to wash them. "You like being an outsider, don't you?" Rebus asked. Terry Cotter nodded. "And that's why you liked Lee Herdman. He was an outsider too." She looked at him. "We found your photo in his flat, from which I assume you knew him." "I knew him. Can I see the photo?" Rebus took it from his pocket. It was held inside a clear polythene envelope. "Where was it taken?" he asked. "Right here," she said, gesturing towards the street. "You knew him pretty well, didn't you? He liked us. Goths, I mean. Never really understood why. He had a few parties, didn't he?" Rebus was remembering the albums in Herdman's flat. Music for Goths to dance to. Terry was nodding, blinking back tears. "Some of us used to go to his place." "Did you ever meet any of his friends?" "I don't think he had many friends." "What about Doug Brimson?" The question came from Siobhan. She was sliding onto the banquette. "Yeah, I know him." "You don't sound enthusiastic," Rebus commented. "You could say that." "What's wrong with him?" Siobhan wanted to know. Rebus could see her prickling. Terry just shrugged. "The two lads who died," Rebus said. "Ever see them at the parties?" "As if. They weren't the type. Rugby and jazz music and the cadets. As if this explained everything." "Did Lee ever talk about his time in the army?" "Not much. But you asked him?" She nodded slowly. "And you knew he had a thing about guns?" "I knew he kept pictures." She bit her lip, but too late. "On the inside of his wardrobe door?" Siobhan added. "It's not everyone who'd know that, Terry." "Doesn't mean anything." Terry's voice had risen. She was playing with her neck chain. Nobody's on trial here, Terry, Rebus said. We just want to know what made him do it. How should I know? Because you knew him, and it seems not many people did. He never told me anything. That was the thing about him, like he had secrets. But I never thought he'd... You ever show you a gun, Terry? Siobhan asked. No. Ever hint that he had access to one? Shake of the head. You say he never really opened up to you. What about the other way round? How do you mean? Did he ask about you? Maybe you spoke to him about your family. I might have. Rebus leaned forward. We were sorry to hear about your brother, Terry. Siobhan, too, leaned forward. You probably mentioned the crash to Lee Herdman. Or maybe one of your pals did, Rebus added. Terry saw they were hemming her in. No escape from their stares and questions. She had placed the photo on the table, concentrating her attention on it. Lee didn't take this, she said, as if trying to change the subject. Anyone else we should talk to, Terry? Rebus was asking. People who went to Lee's little soirees? I don't want to answer any more questions. Why not, Terry? Siobhan asked, frowning as though genuinely puzzled. Because I don't. Other names we can talk to, Rebus was saying. Might get us off your back. Terry Cotter rose to her feet and climbed onto the banquette, stepped onto the table and jumped down to the floor at the other side, the gauzy black layers of her skirts billowing out around her. Without looking back, she made for the door, opened it and banged it shut behind her. Rebus looked at Siobhan and gave a grudging smile. The girl has a certain style, he said. We panicked her, Siobhan admitted, pretty much as soon as we mentioned her brother's death. Could be they were just close, Rebus argued. You're not really going for the assassin theory. All the same, she said. There's something. The door opened again, and Terry Cotter strode towards the table, leaning on it with both hands, her face close to her inquisitor's. James Bell, she hissed. There's a name for you, if you want one. He went to Herdman's parties? Rebus asked. Terry Cotter just nodded, then turned away again. The regulars, watching her make her exit, shook their heads and went back to their drinks. That interview we listened to, Rebus said. What was it James Bell said about Herdman? Something about going water skiing. Yes, but the way he said it, we'd met socially, something like that. We need to talk to him. Siobhan nodded, but she was looking at the table. She peered beneath it. Lost something? Rebus asked. No, but you have. Rebus looked too, and it dawned on him. Terry Cotter had taken her photograph with her. Think that was why she came back? Siobhan guessed. Rebus shrugged. I suppose it counts as her property, a memento of the man she's lost. You think they were lovers? Stranger things have happened. In which case... But Rebus shook his head. Using her womanly wiles to persuade him to turn assassin? Do me a favour, Siobhan. Stranger things have happened, she echoed. Speaking of which, any chance of you buying me a drink? He held up his empty glass. None whatsoever, she said, getting up to leave. Glumly, he followed her out of the bar. She was standing by her car, seemingly transfixed by something. What is it? He asked. She nodded towards a car parked opposite. Looks like Doug Brimson's Land Rover. Maybe he's stalking you, Rebus suggested. He saw the look in her face and shrugged an apology. She turned her attention to the car again, certain in her mind that it was his. Coincidence, she told herself. That's all it is. Coincidence. But all the same, she jotted down the number. That evening, she settled down on her sofa, trying to get interested in anything on the TV. Two gaudily dressed presenters were telling their victim that her clothes were all wrong for her. On another channel, a house was being decluttered, which left Siobhan the choice of a grey-looking film, a dreary comedy series, or a documentary about cane toads. All of which served her right for not bothering to stop off at the video shop. Bugger it, she said, sitting down at the table and pulling Derek Renshaw's laptop towards her. She booted it up, plugging it into her phone line. There were emails to be gone through, enough to keep her awake half the night if need be. Plenty of other files, too, that she hadn't checked yet. She knew the work would calm her. It would calm her because it would work. She clicked on favourite places. Up came a list of sites, shortcuts to addresses Derek had used regularly. The chat rooms and the message boards were there, along with the usual suspects, Amazon, BBC, Ask Jeeves. But one address was unfamiliar. Siobhan clicked on it. Connection took only a few moments. Welcome to my darkness. The words were in dull red, the colour pulsing with life. The rest of the screen was a blank background. Siobhan moved the cursor onto the letter W and clicked. The screen changed to a picture of a room's interior. The image was fairly indistinct. She could make out a bed and a curtained window behind it. She tried moving the cursor around the screen, but there was no hidden marker for her to click on. This was all there was. She was sitting back, arms folded, wondering what it might mean, wondering what interest the image could have had for Derek Renshaw. Maybe it was his room. Maybe the darkness was another side to his character. Then the screen changed. A strange yellow light passing across it. Interference of some kind? Siobhan sat forward, grasping the edge of her table. She knew what it was now. It was a car's headlights, brief illumination from behind the curtains. Not a picture, then. Not a captured still. Webcam, she whispered. She was watching a real-time broadcast of somebody's bedroom. Moreover, she knew now whose bedroom it was. Those headlights had done just enough. She got up, found her telephone, and made the call. Rebus had been drinking beer and listening to music, the Hawkwind anthology she'd bought him last birthday. Nearly 10 o'clock. He'd been asleep in his chair when she'd phoned, quite content to stay there till morning. He hadn't bothered tidying up. Siobhan knew him too well. Siobhan angled the laptop's screen, and he nodded to let her know he could see it. Welcome to my darkness. Alice Cooper fan club, he guessed. Just wait. Royal Society for the Blind? If I so much as smile, you have permission to hit me over the head with a tray. She sat back. There. The room was no longer completely dark. Candles had been lit. Black candles. Terry Cotter's bedroom, Rebus stated. This is a film. It's a live feed. There was a webcam attached to a computer. That's where the picture's coming from. When I first watched, the room was dark. She must be home now. Is this supposed to be interesting? Rebus asked. Some people like it. Some of them pay to watch stuff like this. Terry Cotter had entered the frame, moving jerkily, the camera presenting a series of stills broken up by momentary delays. No sound? Rebus inquired. No sound, she acknowledged. Terry had seated herself cross-legged on her bed. She leaned forwards and stretched out, supporting her chin on her cupped hands, face close to the camera now. She knows we're here. Siobhan shook her head. Probably no way of knowing who's watching, if anyone. But Derek Renshaw used to watch. Yes. You think she knows? Siobhan shrugged. I wonder who else knows about this, he said. I doubt her parents do. Is it something we need to ask her? Rebus was thoughtful. How would people get here? He pointed towards the screen. There are lists of home pages. She'd just have to provide a link, maybe a description. Let's take a look. Siobhan went hunting, typing in the words Miss and Terry. Here we go, I think, Siobhan said a couple of minutes later. Rebus looked at where she was underlining some words with her finger. Miss Terry, visit my 100% non-pornographic, sorry guys, homepage. Siobhan clicked on the link. Terry Cotter's homepage started to load. There was a photo of her in full goth mode, palms held either side of her face. She's drawn pentagrams on her hands, Siobhan noted. Rebus was looking. There was some text outlining Terry's interests, which school she attended, and an invitation to come worship me, Coburn Street, most Saturday afternoons. There was an option of sending her an email, adding comments to her guest book, or clicking on various links, most of which would send the visitor to other goth sites, but one of which was marked Dark Entry. "That'll be the webcam," Siobhan said. She tried the link just to be sure. The screen changed back to the same red words, "Welcome to my darkness." Another click, and they were in Terry Cotter's bedroom again. Anyone accessing her home page would know her age, which school she goes to, and what she looks like, Rebus said. Siobhan was nodding, and where to find her on a Saturday afternoon. "A dangerous pastime," Rebus muttered. He was thinking of her potential as prey to any of the hunters out there. Maybe that's why she likes it. "Seen enough?" He nodded. "Initial thoughts, D.S. Clark?" Well, if she and Herdman were lovers, and if he was the jealous type, that only works if Anthony Jarvis knew about the site. Jarvis and Derek were best friends. What are the chances Derek didn't let him in on it? Good point. We'll need to check. And talk to Terry again. Rebus nodded slowly. "Can we open the visitor's book?" They could, but it didn't have much to say. No obvious notes from either Derek Renshaw or Anthony Jarvis. Rebus watched Siobhan as she shut the laptop down. "Did you run that number plate?" he asked. She nodded. "It was Brimson's. There's something I want to show you." She produced a book. "I'm a Man" by Ruth Padell. "It's about rock music," she explained, opening it at a marked page. "Listen to this. The heroism dream begins in the teenage bedroom." "Meaning what?" She's talking about how teenagers use music as a kind of rebellion. Maybe Terry's using her actual bedroom. She flicked to another page. "And there's something else. The gun is male sexuality in jeopardy." She looked at him. "Makes sense to me. You're saying Herdman was jealous, after all? You've never been jealous? Never flown into a rage? Maybe Herdman's rage took him too far." Rebus watched from his window as she made it to the safety of her car. Suddenly, a man's figure appeared at her driver's side door. Rebus turned and ran for the stairs, took them two at a time. The man was saying something, holding something to the windscreen, a newspaper. Rebus grabbed his shoulder, feeling a jab of fire from his fingers, turned him around, recognised the face. The reporter, Steve Hawley. "Very man I wanted to see," Hawley said. "Nice to see CID making home visits to each other." Siobhan was stepping from the car. "What do you want?" Rebus asked. "Just after a comment." He held up the paper's front page so Rebus could make out the headline. "Hell House Cop Mystery. We're not printing any names as yet. Wondered if you wanted to put your side of the story?" Hawley had produced a micro-recorder from his pocket. "That looks nasty." He was nodding towards Rebus's ungloved hands. "Burns take a while to heal, don't they?" "John," Siobhan warning him. Rebus pointed a blistered finger at the reporter. "Stay away from the Renshaws. You hassle them, you'll have me to deal with, understood?" "Then give me an interview." "Not a chance. Lay off the families, Hawley, I mean it." "In your sad, misguided way, I'm sure you do." He bowed in Siobhan's direction, then strode off. "Bastard," Rebus hissed. When Siobhan had gone, Rebus went indoors and found his car keys, put his gloves back on. He got into his Saab and tried gripping the steering wheel. He thought he could manage. He drove towards Arthur's seat, letting conversations and images swirl around. Irene Lesser. A long time to be carrying any baggage. Siobhan, quoting from that book. Lee Herdman, too, had carried baggage with him. Rebus felt that if he could understand Herdman, maybe he would understand himself better, too. Easter Road was quiet, bar still serving. Rebus was headed for Leith Police Station. The driving was okay, the pain in his hands bearable. He saw a space curbside not 50 yards from the front door of the station and decided to take it. Got out and locked the car. There was a camera crew across the street, probably wanting the station in the background as the presenter did his piece. Then Rebus saw who it was. Jack Bell. Bell, turning his head, recognised Rebus, pointed to him before turning back to the camera. Rebus caught his words. "While CID officers let the one behind me continue to mop up without ever offering workable solutions." "Cut," the director said. "Sorry, Jack." He nodded towards Rebus, who had crossed the road and was standing directly behind Bell. "What's going on?" "We're doing a piece on violence in society," Bell snapped. "I thought maybe it was a self-help video. A guide to curb crawling, something like that." "How dare you?" the MSP spluttered. The director had a question for Rebus. "Were any videos or magazines found in Herdman's home? Violent films, that kind of thing?" There's no sign he was interested in anything like that. But so what if he was? The director shrugged, deciding he wasn't going to get what he wanted from Rebus. "Jack, maybe you could do a quick interview with the..." He smiled at Rebus. "My name's Fuck You," Rebus said, returning the smile. Then he crossed the road again and pushed open the door of the police station. "You're a disgrace!" Jack Bell was shouting at him. "An absolute disgrace! Don't think I won't take this any further!" "That you making friends again?" the desk sergeant asked. "I seem to be blessed that way," Rebus informed him, climbing the stairs to the CID office. A few souls were still working, even at this hour. Rebus recognised DC Mark Pettifer and walked over to him. "Something I need, Mark," he said. "The loan of a laptop. It has to be internet ready." "I think I can sort you something out." "While you're doing that," Rebus leaned in closer. "Remember when Jack Bell got pulled in for curb crawling? That was some of your lads, wasn't it? I don't suppose there'd be any paperwork?" "I wouldn't think so. He was never charged, was he?" "What about the guys who stopped his car? Any chance I could have a word?" The young DC who dealt with Bell was now based at Torfickan Street. Rebus got a mobile number for him. "Sorry to bother you," Rebus said, having introduced himself to Harry Chambers. No bother. I was just walking home from the boozer." "Good for you. The reason I'm calling is Jack Bell. He keeps getting under our feet at Port Edgar. Then make sure to wipe your shoes on him. About all he's good for." "I'm sensing a slight antagonism, Harry. After the curb crawling thing, he tried to get me knocked back to uniform. He's a sleazy, lying, vindictive bastard. Why couldn't that guy Herdman have done us all a favour and popped him instead of those poor bloody kids?" Back home, Rebus tried to remember Pettifer's instructions as he set up the computer. It wasn't the newest model, Pettifer's comment. "If it seems sluggish, just feed in another shovelful of coal." Rebus had asked him how old the machine was. Answer: 2 years, and already near as damn it obsolete. Rebus decided that, like him, it was a survivor. "OK, old-timer," he told it. "Let's see what you can do." After a frustrating few minutes, he dragged his armchair over so that he could sit in relative comfort. Seated one leg crossed over the other, arms folded, head tilted slightly to one side, watching Terry Cotter as she slept. "You slept in your clothes," Siobhan commented, picking him up the next morning. There was a tabloid on the passenger seat, same one Steve Hawley had brandished the previous night. Hell House Cop Mystery. "It's slim stuff," Siobhan reassured him, and so it was. High on conjecture, low on facts. "Rumours of flying at St. Leonard's," Siobhan added. "Fairstown was gagged and tied to a chair. Everyone knows you were there." "Did I say I wasn't?" "It's just that I left him alive, nodding off on his sofa." He folded the paper and tossed it over his shoulder. "So, where are we headed?" "I thought maybe a face-to-face with James Bell." "Good enough." His mobile rang, but he left it in his pocket. "How come you know the goss at St. Leonard's?" "I went there before I came to pick you up." "A glutton for punishment." "I was using the gym." "Not a word I've come across before." She smiled. When her own phone sounded, she looked to Rebus again. He shrugged, and she checked the number on her screen. "Bobby Haugen," she told Rebus, answering the call. He could hear only her side of the conversation. "Yeah, we're on our way." "Why? What's happened?" "He's right here. Not sure his phone's charged up." "Yes, I'll tell him. She ended the call. Bobby said the complaints are looking for you. They asked him to pass on the message. Seems you're not answering your phone. What else did he say? Wants to meet us at the Marina. You saw this morning's paper? Bobby Hogan was leading them along the concrete pier. I saw it, Rebus admitted. And Siobhan passed on your message. I've also had a call from Jack Bell. He's toying with making an official complaint. Whatever it was you did, please keep it up. There was a cordon at the top of the wooden ramp leading down to the pontoons where the yachts and dinghies were moored. Hogan lifted the tape so they could pass through. Something we shouldn't have missed, Hogan frowned. Seems Herdman owned another boat. Something a bit bigger, sea-going. A yacht? Siobhan guessed. Hogan nodded. He obviously used it, otherwise it would be kept ashore. And? Rebus asked. And see for yourself. Rebus saw a crowd of figures examining something which had been laid out on a folded sheet of polythene. Rebus saw the hall. Eckies, Hogan explained. We reckon about 1,000, enough to keep a few all-night raves going. The ecstasy tablets were in 12 or so translucent blue plastic bags. Anything from 8 to 10 grand's worth at street prices. The pills had a greenish tinge to them, each one half the size of the painkillers Rebus had taken that morning. There's some cocaine too, only a grand or so's worth, maybe for personal use. And where was this lot? Rebus inquired. Stored in a locker below deck, Hogan said. Who found it? We did. Rebus turned towards the voice. Whitereed, a smug-looking Sims right behind her. You seem happy enough, Rebus said. Is that because you found the drugs, or were able to put one over on us? If you'd done your job in the first place, D.I. Rebus. You searched the boat? Rebus was studying the yacht. It looked well used. On your own, or did you follow SOP? SOP, Standard Operating Procedures. Rebus turned his attention to Hogan. Jurisdiction, Bobby. You might want to ask yourself why they went ahead with the search without contacting yourself first. I trust them about as much as I'd trust a junkie with a chemistry set. What gives you the right to say that? Sims was smiling only with his mouth. And talk about the pot calling the kettle black. It's not us being investigated. That's enough, Gavin, Whitereed hissed. The whole Marina seemed suddenly still and noiseless. This isn't going to help us, Bobby Hogan said. Let's send the stuff for analysis, and meantime put our heads together and see what all of this might add to the inquiry. That all right with you? He was looking at Whitereed, who nodded, apparently content. They ended up in a convoy of cars heading for Port Edgar School. Someone had finally thought of annexing one of the classrooms in the school building, and everyone had gathered behind desks where pupils would normally have been seated to listen to their geography teacher. Bobby Hogan stood in front of the pristine blackboard. Thanks to our friends from the armed forces here, Hogan nodded in the direction of Whitereed and Sims standing in the doorway. The case has taken a slight turn. A sea-going yacht and a quantity of drugs. What do we make of that? Smuggling, sir? A voice stated. Just to add one fact, the speaker was Customs and Excise. The majority of ecstasy coming into the UK originates in Holland. So we need to take a look at Herdman's logs, Hogan announced. We also need to talk to the drug squad, see what they know about the ecstasy scene. Sir, does this mean the case will be handed over to DMC? DMC, Drugs and Major Crime. I can't answer that as yet. What we need to do is focus on the work we're already doing. Hogan looked round, making sure he had everyone's attention. The only person not looking at him was John Rebus. Rebus was staring at the two figures in the doorway, his eyebrows lowered in a thoughtful frown. We also need to go over that yacht with a fine-toothed comb, see if we manage to miss anything else. Right, any questions? One officer wanted to know how much a yacht like Herdman's would cost. An answer had already been provided by the Marina manager. £60,000 if you were buying second-hand. Which didn't come from his pension fund, trust me, Whitereed commented. We're already looking at Herdman's various bank accounts and other assets, Hogan told the room. Mind if we're included in the search of the boat? Whitereed asked. Hogan gave a shrug, and as the meeting broke up, the army pair vanished, and Hogan found Rebus by his side. Bobby, the voice reduced to a murmur, those drugs could be a plant. Things were looking like winding down. This gives Whitereed and her lackey an excuse to stick around. I don't see that. An ex-soldier goes off and one, Rebus said. Last people you'll see afterwards are his old employers. They don't want the publicity. More than that, they don't want any blame attaching. So, the gruesome twosome are sticking to this like shit to a shoe sole. There's got to be more to it. More to it than what? Herdman paid for that boat somehow. Rebus shrugged. Just do me a favour, Bobby. Get hold of Herdman's army record. I'm willing to bet Whitereed's got a copy with her. Tell her you're just curious. She might be willing. Jesus Christ, John. First time I met them, they were crawling all over Herdman's boat shed. Next thing, they're snooping around his yacht. Now they're heading back there. It's like they're looking for something. Bobby Hogan sighed. OK, I'll talk to Whitereed. Don't mention my name, and don't seem too worried about getting hold of the files. You're just curious, that's all. I'm just curious, Hogan echoed. Rebus gave him a wink and moved off. The boatman's wasn't yet open for business, but when the barman recognised Siobhan, he let them in. Rod, Siobhan said, this is my colleague, D.I. Rebus. Rod knew Lee Herdman, Siobhan reminded Rebus. Did he ever sell you any eckies? Rebus asked. Pardon? Rebus just shook his head. Now that they were inside the bar, he breathed deeply. Last night's beer and cigarettes failing to be masked by furniture polish. You a Hawkwind fan? Siobhan asked. McAllister looked down at the front of his shirt. The print showed the cover of In Search of Space. We won't keep you. Just wondered if you had a couple of guests. Rebus butted in to provide the names, but McAllister shook his head. He was looking at Siobhan. Anywhere else in town that might put up visitors? Siobhan asked. Well, there's a few, McAllister admitted. Siobhan took out her notebook and he started reciting the names. After half a dozen, he shook his head to let them know he was finished. Might be more, he admitted with a shrug. Enough to be going on with, Rebus said. Right, thanks. McAllister made a little bow and held the door open for Siobhan. Outside, Rebus turned to her. Looks like you've got an admirer. You could do a lot worse. Just imagine, never having to pay for another drink in your life. Something you've striven towards? That's a low blow. I pay my share. If you say so. She waved the notebook at him. There's an easier route, you know. Ask Bobby Hogan. He's bound to know where they're staying. Rebus shook his head. Best keep Bobby out of it. Why am I getting such a bad feeling about this? You know something, don't you? He held her stare and shook his head slowly. Not until you make those calls. The third address was a hotel just outside town, overlooking the road bridge. You should wait out here, he warned Siobhan. And miss all the fun? She followed him in, trying not to show how worried she was. He was on painkillers and looking for trouble. A bad combination. Good morning, the woman receptionist said brightly. Lothian and Borders Police, Rebus said. You've got a woman called Whitereed staying here. Fingers clacked against a keyboard. That's right. Rebus leaned across the desk. I need access to her room. The receptionist looked confused. I'm not... If you're not in charge, can I speak to whoever is? The woman looked more flustered than ever. I'll have to find my supervisor. You do that, then. The receptionist picked up her phone, tried a couple of numbers, but didn't find who she was looking for. I'll just have to find her. Rebus sighed and checked his watch, then stared at the receptionist's back as she pushed open some swing doors and disappeared. He leaned over the desk again, pulling the computer screen round. Room 212, he told Siobhan. You staying here? She shook her head. Followed him to the lift. He pushed the button for the second floor. What if Whitereed comes back? Siobhan asked. She's busy searching the yacht. Rebus looked at her and smiled. A bell sounded, and the doors shuddered open. The cleaning staff were still working on this floor. Sheets and towels were piled up, waiting to be taken away for laundry. He had his story ready. Forgotten something, key down in reception. Any chance you could open the door for me? But his luck was in. The door to 212 stood wide open. The maid was in the bathroom. He put his head around the door. "Had to pop back for something," he told her. "Just you carry on." Then he scanned the bedroom. The bed had been made. Personal items sat on the dressing table. Clothes hung in the narrow wardrobe. Whitereed's suitcase was empty. "She probably takes everything with her," Siobhan whispered. Rebus checked beneath the bed, went through both clothes drawers and slid open the drawer to the bedside cabinet. Then he straightened up. There was nothing here. But now he was staring at another door, a connecting door. He tried the handle, and it opened. Rebus found himself in the next bedroom along, clothes strewn over both available chairs, magazines on the bedside cabinet, ties and socks spilling from an oversized black nylon sports holdall. "Sims's room," Rebus commented. And there, on the dressing table, a brown manila file, face down. Rebus turned it over, picked out the words confidential and personnel, picked out the name Lee Herdman. "You want to read it here?" Siobhan asked. Rebus shook his head. Had to run to 40 or 50 sheets. "Reckon our receptionist would copy it for us." "I've got a better idea. There was a sign in reception for a business suite. I'm guessing they'll have a photocopier." "Then let's go." But Siobhan was shaking her head. "One of us stays here. Last thing we want is the cleaner leaving the place locked tight behind her." So Siobhan took the file, while Rebus made a cursory examination of Sims's room. Nothing under the pillows or mattress. None of Sims's clothes had made it as far as the chest of drawers, though a couple of shirts and suits hung in the wardrobe. In the holdall, 5 pairs of socks and underpants, 2 shirts hanging up, 2 more on the chairs, making 5 shirts in total. Sims had packed for a week's trip. Rebus was thoughtful. An ex-soldier goes on a killing spree. The army sends 2 investigators to make sure nothing links back to the killer's past. Why send 2 people? And would they require a full week at the scene? What kind of people would you send? Psychologists, maybe? Neither Whitereed nor Sims struck him as having any interest in Herdman's state of mind. They were hunters. Maybe hunter-gatherers. Rebus was convinced of it. Siobhan came back and put the file back on the dressing table. "Pages in the right order?" Rebus asked. "Good as gold." She had the copied sheets in a padded yellow envelope. "We ready to leave?" Rebus nodded and followed her to Sims's door, but then he stopped, turned back. The file was lying face up. He turned it over, gave the room a final look around, and left. While Siobhan drove, Rebus got started on the file. A lot of it was chaff, various test scores and reports, medical stuff, results from promotion boards. Penciled marginalia commented on Herdman's strengths and weaknesses. Then Rebus turned a page and found himself staring at a sheet, blank, save for a few typed words. Removed, by order. There was a scribbled signature and a stamped date going back only 4 days, the date of the killings. "Did you see this?" Rebus said. Siobhan nodded. "What does it mean? Sensitive information? Not for Whitereed and Sims's eyes?" Rebus was thoughtful. "Maybe." He was reading again. 7 months before Herdman had walked away from the SAS, he'd been part of a salvage team on Jura, a narrow island off the west coast. Isolated, just the one road and some mountains. Real wilderness country. Rebus had done some training there himself, back in his army days. But Herdman hadn't been there on an exercise. He'd been part of a salvage team. Salvaging what, exactly? "Any further forward?" Siobhan asked. "I'm not sure," Rebus admitted. Nor was he sure how he felt about Siobhan's involvement in this little spot of subterfuge. He should have made her stay in Sims's room. That way, it would have been his face the staff member in the business suite would remember. His description they would give to Whitereed, if she ever came sniffing. Siobhan pulled up at a driveway, then turned the car into it. "Where are we?" he asked. "James Bell's house, remember? We were going to talk to him." The door was opened by a tiny woman in her well-preserved 50s. "Mrs. Bell, I'm D.S. Clark. This is D.I. Rebus. We were wondering if we could have a word with James. Jack's not here, she said, in a voice devoid of energy. It's your son we wanted to see, Siobhan explained, voice dropping for fear of scaring this small, harried-looking creature. But all the same, Mrs. Bell looked around her wildly. She brought them into the living room. You work at the Travers, don't you? Rebus asked. That's right. I've got a new play just starting. Yeah, really, I should be there to help out, but I'm needed here, you see. What's the play? Wind in the Willows. Do either of you have children? Siobhan shook her head. Rebus explained that his daughter was too old. Oh, never too old. Never too old, Felicity Bell said in her quavering voice. James is upstairs, is he? Asked Rebus. In his room, yes. And would he be able to spare us a couple of minutes? Well, I don't know. Maybe I should call Jack. Maybe you should, Siobhan conceded. We'd be happy to speak to him. What do you need to speak to him for? Mrs. Bell had a clipped, educated Edinburgh accent. It's James we want to talk to, Rebus explained. He's in his room, is he? He waited till she nodded. And that's upstairs, I take it. Another nod. Then here's what we'll do. He had laid a hand on her bone-thin arm. You go get his lunch started, and we'll find our own way. Less fuss all round, don't you think? Mrs. Bell seemed to take this in only slowly, but at last she beamed a smile. Then that's what I'll do, she said, retreating into the hall. Rebus and Siobhan shared a look. The woman was not cooking with a full set of saucepans. They climbed the stairs, found what they took to be James's room. Stickers placed in the door in childhood had been scraped off. Rebus knocked, but got no answer. He turned the handle and opened the door. James Bell was sitting up in bed. White sheets and duvet, stark white walls, with no ornamentation. Books crammed into bookshelves, computer, hi-fi, TV, CDs scattered around. Bell had his knees up, propping a magazine. His hair was short and dark, face pale. Few signs of teenage rebellion in this room. Music was leaking from the headphones James Bell wore. The facial similarity between son and father was remarkable. Rebus bent down a little, angling his face, and James finally looked up, eyes widening in surprise. He slipped off the headphones, turned the music off. Sorry to interrupt, Rebus said. Your mum said we should just come up. Who are you? We're detectives, James. Wondered if you could give us a moment of your time. Rebus had lifted the magazine from the bed. It was about gun collecting. Funny subject. I'm trying to find the gun he shot me with. Siobhan had taken the magazine from Rebus. I think I can understand that, she said. You want to know all about it? Rebus nodded towards the magazine. That one of Lee Herdman's. Did he let you borrow it? You used to go to his parties, didn't you? Some. He was an interesting guy. James glared at Rebus. I told the police all this already, even about the time he showed me the gun. Rebus's eyes narrowed. He showed you? Christ, haven't you listened to the tapes? They'd only bothered listening to the one. Which gun was this? The one he kept in his boathouse. You never saw the other one, the pistol? Not until he shot me with it. You and two others, Rebus reminded him. Am I right to say that he didn't know Anthony Jarvis and Derek Renshaw? Not that I know of. But he left you alive. Are you just lucky, James? I've been wondering about that, James said quietly. Maybe he recognised me at the last moment. Siobhan cleared her throat. And have you been wondering why he did it in the first place? James nodded slowly. Maybe, Siobhan continued, he saw something in you he didn't see in the others. They were both pretty active in the CCF. Could be it had something to do with that, James offered. Lee was in the army half his life, and then they kicked him out. He told you that? Rebus asked. James nodded again. Maybe he had this grudge. I've said he didn't know Renshaw and Jarvis, but that doesn't mean he hadn't seen them around. Maybe in their uniform, some kind of Trigger? You're being very helpful, Siobhan said. The thing is, James, if we could understand why he'd left you alive, we'd maybe know why the others had to die. Who else did you see at these parties, James? Terracotta? Rebus hinted. Yes, she was there sometimes. Always brought a few goths with her. What about Douglas Brimson? Ever see him at the parties? Siobhan asked. Is he the guy who flies planes? Siobhan nodded. I spoke to him one time, yes. Look, these weren't really parties. Not like the organised sort. It was just people dropping in, having a drink. Doing drugs? Rebus asked casually. Sometimes, yes, James admitted. Speed? Coke? A bit of E? The teenager snorted. A couple of joints passed round if you were lucky. There was a knock at the door. It was Mrs. Bell. She looked at the two visitors as though she'd forgotten all about them. Oh, she said. Then, I've made some sandwiches, James. What would you like to drink? I'm not hungry, but I'll have a mug of coffee. Not too much milk in it. Right, his mother said. Then to Rebus. Would you like a... We're just on our way. Thanks all the same, Mrs. Bell. She stood for a moment as though forgetting what she'd been about to do, then turned and left. Your mother's all right, is she? Rebus asked. Are you blind? A lifetime with my dad, it's no wonder. He was silent for a moment. Was it Terracotta? Was she the one who told you I went to Lee's flat? The detectives stayed silent. Wouldn't put it past her. What did you reckon to back there? Rebus said in the car as he swallowed some painkillers. We could be onto something. Combined cadet force, kids running around in uniforms. He also said Herdman was kicked out of the army. Not true, according to his file. So Herdman lied to him, or James made it up. Siobhan started the engine. You know what he was saying about Miss Terry? The way he spoke. You know that old thing about someone protesting too much? Making out he doesn't like her because he really likes her? Siobhan nodded. Reckon he knows about her little website? I don't know. Should have asked him. What's this? Siobhan asked, peering through the windscreen. A patrol car, its blue light flashing, was blocking the entrance to the driveway. The back door of the patrol car opened, and a man in a grey suit got out. He was tall, with a shiny, bald dome of a head and large, heavy-lidded eyes. Don't worry, Rebus told Siobhan. It's just my 12 o'clock appointment. What appointment? The one I never got round to making, Rebus told her, with my own personal executioner. Mullen was from the Professional Standards Unit of the complaints. His fingernails fascinated Rebus. They were almost too perfect, pink and shiny and unridged. During the interview, Rebus was tempted more than once to ask if Mullen ever visited a manicurist. But all he'd done was ask if he could get a drink. Rebus was feeling at one with his world. He didn't even mind that Assistant Chief Constable Colin Carswell, all haircut and eau de cologne, was sitting in on the interview. "What the hell did you think you were doing last night?" Carswell asked. "Last night, sir?" "Jack Bell and that TV director. They're both demanding an apology, and you're going to do it in person. Would you rather I dropped my trousers and bent over for them?" Carswell's face seemed to swell with rage. "Once again, D.I. Rebus," Mullen interrupted. "What time did you leave Fairstone's house?" "Some time before the fire broke out." "So, some time after you left," Mullen continued, "someone else arrived, unseen by neighbours, and gagged and tied Mr. Fairstone, before turning on the heat beneath a chip pan and then departing?" "Not necessarily," Rebus felt obliged to state. "The chip pan could have already been on. Look, Mr. Mullen, I can see that you've got a fair amount of circumstantial evidence sitting here." He tapped the manila file, not unlike the one which had sat on Sims's dressing table, "which tells you that I was the last person to see Martin Fairstone alive. But that's all it tells you. Wouldn't you agree?" Rebus sat back. "Except the killer," Mullen said softly. "What you should have said was, I was the last person to see him alive, except his killer." That's what I meant to say. It's not what you said, D.I. Rebus. You'll have to excuse me then. I'm not 100%. Are you on drugs of some kind? Painkillers? Yes? Rebus held up his hands. And you took the most recent dose when? 60 seconds before clapping eyes on you. Rebus let his eyes widen. Maybe I should have mentioned that at the start. Mullen slapped the desk. Of course you should. He let his chair fall backwards as he got to his feet. Carswell had risen too. I don't see... Mullen leaned across the desk to switch off the tape recorder. You can't hold an interview with someone who's under the influence of prescribed drugs, he explained for the ACC's benefit. I thought everyone knew that. Mullen was glaring at Rebus. Rebus gave him a wink. We'll talk again, Detective Inspector. Meantime, Carswell piped up, I don't need to remind you about making that apology or that you're still on suspension. No, sir, Rebus said. Which rather begs the question, Mullen said quietly, of why I found you in the company of a fellow officer at Jack Bell's house. I was hitching a lift, that's all. D.S. Clark had to stop off at Bell's place to talk to the son. Rebus gave a shrug, while Carswell expelled air. We will get to the bottom of this, Rebus, you can be sure of that. I don't doubt it, sir. Rebus was the last of the three to rise to his feet. Well, I'll leave you to it. Enjoy the bottom when you get there. Siobhan was waiting with her car outside. Nicely timed, she said. The back of the car was full of carrier bags. I waited 10 minutes to see if you'd tell them straight off, and then went to do some shopping. Supermarket at the top of the road. I was going to ask you if you fancied coming round for dinner tonight. Let's see how the rest of the day pans out. She nodded. So, when did the question of the painkillers arise? About 5 minutes ago. You left it a while. Wanted to see if they had anything new to tell me. And did they? He shook his head. Next stop, townhouse? She asked. You think I need to be on the next plane out of here? We were going to talk to Doug Brimson. Rebus shook his head. You talk to him. Drop me off in George Street. She was looking suspiciously close to the Oxford bar. That wasn't what I had in mind, but now that you come to mention it. Rebus was waiting for Holly in the back room of the Oxford bar. He'd called the tabloid's Edinburgh office, a 10-minute walk from the bar. His message had been curt. I want to talk to you. Oxford bar, now. Cutting the connection before Holly could start a conversation. Feet on the steps, a shadow preceding Holly's entrance into the back room. He was carrying what looked like a glass of lemonade, maybe with a vodka added for good measure. Rebus gestured for him to sit. I suppose I should be congratulating you, Holly said. I hear you're managing to get right up Jack Bell's nose. And I notice your paper's supporting his anti-gun campaign. Holly's mouth twitched. Doesn't mean he's not a prick. So, to what do I owe the honour? Decided to put your side of the story? I need a favour, Rebus said. In return for what? Special relationship status, meaning whatever I get in the Herdman case, you get first shout. And what exactly is it you can tell me about Herdman that I can't get from a dozen of my other sources? One thing I've got that they haven't. A salvage operation of some kind, Rebus said quietly. It happened in Jura, June of 95. I need to know what it was for. The SAS were brought in. Herdman? He might have been involved. Holly chewed on his bottom lip as if trying to dislodge the hook Rebus had landed there. What's it got to do with anything? We won't know that till we take a look. And if I agree, what do I get out of it? Like I said, first go at any story. Rebus paused. I might also have access to Herdman's army files. Well, we could have a shufty, I suppose. Holly was rising to his feet again. No time like the present. Oh, by the way, something that's been bugging me. I was talking to a guy, And he said he could kill someone with a newspaper. You ever heard of that? Rebus nodded. A magazine's better, but a paper might just do it. You roll it up, tight as you can, then you use it on the throat. Enough force, you crush the windpipe. Hawley was staring. You learned that in the army? Rebus nodded again, as did whoever you were talking to. It was a bloke at St. Leonard's, him and some stroppy woman. Her name's Whitereed. His is Sims. Army investigators. Hawley nodded to himself, as though it all made sense. Rebus stopped himself from smiling. Putting Hawley onto Whitereed and Sims was most of his plan. They were outside the pub now, and Hawley turned left, pointing his ignition key at a line of parked cars. The locks clunked open on a silver-grey Audi TT. Rebus slid into what space there was and watched as Hawley slipped a hand beneath the driver's seat, sliding out a thin black laptop computer, opening it and holding his mobile phone in one hand while he operated the keyboard with the other. Infrared connection, he explained. Gets us online in a hurry. And why are we going online? Because that's where my paper has most of its library. I just entered the password. Hawley stabbed half a dozen keys. Search mode. Hawley was talking to himself. We enter the month and year, keywords Jura and salvage, and see what Brainiac comes up with. Christ, yes. I remember this. Hawley angled the screen a little, and Rebus leaned towards him so that he could see what was there. And suddenly Rebus remembered it too. An army helicopter, half a dozen top brass on board, killed outright, along with the pilot, when the chopper had crashed. Speculation at the time that it had been downed, but in the end, pilot error had been given as the cause. No mention of the SAS, Hawley pointed out. Instead, a vague mention of a rescue team sent to locate the debris and, more importantly, the bodies. So, Herdman was part of the rescue team, Hawley observed. Makes sense. Army sending in their own. He turned to Rebus. What point is it you're supposed to be making? Rebus said he wasn't sure. Then I'm wasting my time here. So what if Herdman was on Jura? What the hell's it got to do with what went on at that school? You going for the stress, trauma angle? I'm not sure, Rebus repeated. But thanks anyway. He pushed open the door and started levering himself out of the low-built seat. Is that it? Hawley spat. I show you mine and you bottle out. Rebus leaned back down into the car. Mine's more interesting than yours, pal. You didn't need me for this, Hawley said. Half an hour with a search engine and you'd have learned as much. Rebus nodded. Or I could have asked Whitereed and Sims, only I don't think they'd have been quite as accommodating. Hawley blinked. Why not? Bait taken. Rebus just winked and slammed shut the door, walked back into the Ox. He heard the roar of the Audi's engine, Steve Hawley making a quick and angry getaway. Rebus wasn't bothered. He had what he needed. A helicopter crash. Top brass involved. Now there was something to whet the appetite of a couple of army investigators. What was more, a few of the locals on the island had helped with the search. One of them had even been interviewed, given his description of the crash site. His name was Rory Mollinson. Sending the SAS to pick up bodies? No. Rebus fumbled for his phone, pulled off his glove with his teeth and punched numbers with his thumbnail. Waited for Siobhan to pick up. Where are you? He said. Never mind that. What the hell are you doing talking to Steve Hawley? Rebus blinked, ran to the door and pulled it open. She was standing right in front of him. He put the phone back in his pocket. As if in a mirror image, she did the same with hers. You're tailing me, he said, trying to sound appalled. Only because you need tailing. Where were you? She nodded towards North Castle Street. Car's parked just around the corner. Now, to return to my original question, never mind that. This means you've not been back to the airfield. Not yet, no. Good, because I want you to talk to him. Who? Brimson? And after that you'll tell me what you were doing with Steve Hawley? Rebus nodded. And this'll be over a drink, which you're going to buy me? The look became a glare. Siobhan had taken the phone back out of her pocket and was waving it in Rebus's face. "All right," he growled. "Just call the guy, okay?" Siobhan checked in her notebook, finding Brimson's details, started punching numbers. "What exactly is it that I'm telling him?" "You need a big favour, maybe more than one, actually. But for starters, you can ask him if there's a landing strip anywhere on Jura." When Rebus arrived at Port Edgar School, Bobby Hogan was remonstrating with Jack Bell, who had the same camera crew with him. Plus, Bell had one hand clamped around Kate Renshaw's forearm. "I think we've every right," the MSP was saying, "to see where our loved ones were gunned down. With respect, sir, that classroom remains a crime scene. No one goes in without good reason." The director had noticed Rebus's approach. He tapped Bell's shoulder. Bell turned, his face forming a cold smile. "You'll have come to apologise," he guessed. Rebus ignored him. "Don't go in there, Kate," he said, standing directly in front of her. "It can't do any good." She couldn't meet his gaze. "People need to know." She spoke in an undertone. "Maybe so, but what they don't need is a publicity stunt. It cheapens everything, Kate. You must see that." Rebus was concentrating on Kate, trying for eye contact. She seemed to be finding something fascinating in the near distance, the gulls in the playing field, perhaps, or the rugby posts. "Well, where can we film?" the MSP was asking. "Outside the gate, same as everyone else," Hogan replied. Bell exhaled furiously. "You can be sure your obstructiveness will be noted," he warned. "Thank you, sir," Hogan said, keeping his voice level while his eyes burned. The common room had been emptied. No chairs, hi-fi or magazines. Rebus was staring at the blood-splatter pattern on one wall. This was where Derek had been standing. Derek, part of his family, now obliterated. "Wiley, that's all we want to know," Rebus whispered into the silence. He walked to the door, turned, entered the room again, holding out his right gloved hand as though it were the weapon, swivelled from one firing position to another. He knew that the forensics team would be doing much the same, albeit in front of their computers. Reconstructing the scene in the room, computing the angles of bullet entry, positioning the gunman for each shot. "Don't shoot," a voice said from the doorway. It was Bobby Hogan, standing with arms raised. He had with him two figures Rebus knew, Claverhouse and Ormiston. Claverhouse, tall and lanky, was a detective inspector. Ormiston, shorter and stocky, with a permanent sniffle, was a detective sergeant. Both worked for drugs and major crime. "I hear the fascist look's in this year," Claverhouse said, indicating Rebus's leather gloves. "Making you fashionable year in and year out," Rebus retorted. Hogan bowed his head to try to hide a smile. Claverhouse swivelled towards him. "I thought D.I. Rebus was out in his ear." "News travels fast," Rebus said. "Aye, especially good news," Ormiston snapped back. "Do the three of you want detention? To answer your question, D.I. Claverhouse, John's here in a purely advisory capacity, due to his army background. He's not working, per se." "No change there, then," Ormiston muttered. "And the kettle's trailing the pot 1-0 at half-time," Rebus informed him. Hogan held up his hand. "And that's a yellow card from the referee. Any more shite and you're out of here. I mean it, right?" Hogan sighed heavily. "So, what is it you've got for us?" Claverhouse took this as his cue. "Looks like the stuff you found in the boat is checking out. Ecstasy and cocaine. The cocaine's pretty high grade. Maybe it was due to be cut a bit further." "Crack?" Hogan asked. Claverhouse nodded. "A grand's worth of good stuff can turn into 10 when it's cut." "There's also a bundle of hash going around," Ormiston added. "What about ecstasy?" Hogan asked. Claverhouse nodded. "We thought it was coming up from Manchester. Could be we were wrong." "From Herdman's logs," Hogan said, "we know he seemed to stop off at Rotterdam." Lot of factories in Holland, Ormiston stated casually. Bobby, Rebus said, have Herdman's finances been looked into? Hogan nodded. No evidence of sudden large deposits or withdrawals. What about Herdman's autopsy? Any sign that he was a drug user? Hogan shook his head. Blood test negative. Ormiston, who'd been examining the blood spatter on the wall, let out a huge sneeze, further mottling the wall. Ormy, you insensitive bastard! That was somebody from my fucking family! Rebus snarled, pointing at the pattern of blood. I didn't mean it. What did you just say, John? Hogan's voice was a low rumble. Nothing, Rebus said, but it was too late. Alan Renshaw's a cousin of mine, Rebus admitted. And you didn't feel that was information I might need to know? Hogan's face was puce with anger. Not really, Bobby, no. Over Hogan's shoulder, Rebus could see a huge grin spreading across Claverhouse's face. It doesn't change anything. I'm here as an advisor, that's all. We're not building a court case, Bobby. No lawyer's going to be able to use me as a technicality. Bastard was a drug smuggler, Claverhouse interrupted. There must be associates out there for us to catch. One of them gets a bright enough brief. Claverhouse, Rebus said wearily, do the world a favour. His voice a sudden howl. Just shut the fuck up! Claverhouse started forwards, Rebus ready to meet him. Phone call for D.I. Rebus. A sudden shout from the open doorway. Siobhan was standing there, holding out a mobile phone. It's urgent. The complaint. Claverhouse stepped back, allowing Rebus clear passage, and the grin was back on his face. Want to take it outside? Siobhan suggested. Rebus nodded, held out his hand for the phone, but she was keeping it, walking with him all the way out of the building. She held the phone out to him. Better make it look like you're talking, she warned. Rebus held the phone to his ear. No call? He asked. She shook her head. Just thought you needed rescuing. He managed a smile. Bobby knows about the Renshaws. I know. I heard. They were heading towards the porter cabin. So, what do we do now? Whatever it is, it better be away from here. Give Bobby time to cool off. And Claverhouse and Ormiston time to crawl back under their rock. You're reading my mind, he paused. So what am I thinking now? You're thinking we could go for a drink. This is uncanny. And you're also thinking of paying, as a way of saying thanks for saving your ass. That is the incorrect answer. Still, as Meatloaf used to say, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Rebus sat with a half-pint of beer and the remains of a glass of whisky. Siobhan was drinking a lime juice and soda. You think Whitereed and Sims might have planted those drugs? Rebus shrugged. There isn't much I wouldn't put past the likes of Whitereed. Based on? He looked at her. I mean, you've always stayed pretty tight-lipped about your army years. Not the happiest of my life. I saw guys broken by the system. When I left, I had a nervous breakdown. So you can understand why Herdman might lose it. Maybe. But you're not sure he did, are you? There are usually warning signs. Herdman wasn't the archetypal loner. No arsenal in his home, just that one gun. Siobhan was following the progress of a young blonde woman who'd just entered the bar. The barman was pouring out her drink before she got to him. Siobhan knew the blonde from somewhere. Do me a favour, will you? Rebus asked. Get on the phone to Bobby Hogan. Ask if Whitereed was forthcoming with Lee Herdman's army records. The answer's probably no, in which case he should have called the army direct. I want to know if they've come through. Siobhan was nodding, pushing buttons. D.I. Hogan? It's Siobhan Clark. No, I think he was called to Fetties. Rebus nodded. What I was wondering was, did you get round to asking Miss Whitereed for the records on Herdman? Well, John mentioned it to me and I just thought I'd follow it up. No, he's not here listening in. Doesn't sound like she's being as cooperative as we'd have liked. So what did they say down at Hereford? Meaning SAS HQ. So we are denied access? A look at Rebus. Well, he can be a difficult creature. No, I'd no idea he was related to them. She was beginning to enjoy herself. And I'll bet you've got a few stories about him too. A laugh. No. God, it's just as well he's not here. Really? Oh, well, thanks. No, that's... Yes, I'd like that. Well, yes, after this is all... I'll look forward to it. Bye, Bobby. She was smiling as she ended the call. I'm to call him Bobby. He says I'm a good officer. Jesus. And he's invited me for a meal once this case is finished. He's a married man. He's not. OK, his wife left him. He's old enough to be your dad, though. Rebus paused. What did he say about me? You laughed when he said it. I was winding you up. Rebus glowered at her. I buy the drinks, and you do the winding up. Is that the basis of our relationship? I offered to cook you a meal. So you did. Bobby knows a nice restaurant in Leith. Wonder which kebab shop he's meaning. She thumped his arm. Go get us another round. After what I've just been through. Rebus shook his head. Your shout. Siobhan got to her feet. She wanted a closer look at the woman anyway, but the blonde was leaving. See you later, the woman called. Aye, see you, McAllister called back. The smile slid from his face at Siobhan's approach. Same again, is it? She nodded. Friend of yours? I seem to know her from somewhere. Oh, aye. He placed the drinks in front of her. Another order was already coming from further down the bar. He rang up Siobhan's drinks and made a show of being too busy for chit-chat. Siobhan was halfway back to the table when she remembered. Brought up short, some of Rebus's beer trickled down the side of the glass. Whoa there, Rebus cautioned, watching. I know who she was, she said. The woman who just left. You must have seen her. Long blonde hair, tight pink T-shirt, short leather jacket, black ski pants and heels slightly too high for their own good. Rebus took a sip of beer. Can't say I noticed. But you didn't recognise her? Any reason I should? Well, according to today's front page, you only went and torched a boyfriend. Fairstone's girlfriend, Rebus said, eyes narrowing. Siobhan nodded. I only saw her the once, the day Fairstone walked free. What's her name? Siobhan narrowed her eyes in concentration. Rachel something. Where does Rachel something live? Siobhan shrugged. I'd guess not too far away from her boyfriend. Making this not exactly her local. Think she could be following you? I'd have spotted her. Siobhan looked towards the bar. Of course. It might not be me she came here to see. Rebus got Siobhan to drop him off at Alan Renshaw's house. He'd take a taxi back into town. I don't know how long I'll be, he'd said. Not an official visit, just family. She'd nodded, driven off. He'd rung the doorbell with no success. Tried the door handle. It turned. Alan? He called. Kate? He closed the door behind him. There was a buzzing noise from upstairs. Cautiously, he climbed the stairs. There was a metal stepladder in the middle of the upstairs hall, leading up through an open hatch in the ceiling. Rebus took each rung slowly. Alan? Rebus stuck his head through the hatch. His cousin was seated cross-legged on the floor, a control panel in his hand, mimicking the sound the toy racing car made as it sped around the figure-of-8 track. I always let him win, Alan Renshaw said, giving the first sign that he was aware of Rebus's presence. Derek, I mean. We got him this for his Christmas one year. St. Leonard's was quiet. She got herself a can of something cold and fizzy and headed upstairs to CID, checking her desk for messages. Another letter from her mystery admirer. Do black leather gloves turn you on? Referring to Rebus, she surmised. There was a note for her to call Ray Duff, but all he wanted to say was that he'd managed to test the first of her anonymous letters. And it's not good news. Meaning it's clean, she guessed. As the proverbial whistle. Take care of yourself, Shiv. There it was again. Somebody calling her Shiv, trying for a kind of intimacy they thought the foreshortening would bring. She'd noticed that no one ever called Rebus Jock, Johnny, Jojo or JR, because they knew he was none of those things. He was John Rebus, Detective Inspector Rebus. To his closest friends, John. Yet some of these same people would happily see her as Shiv. Why? Because she was a woman? Did she lack Rebus's gravitas or sense of perpetual threat? Shiv. It meant a knife, didn't it? American slang. Well, right now she felt about as blunt as she ever had done. And here was another nickname walking into the room. D.S. George Hi-Ho Silvers. Fancy a wee drive, then? You're not really my type, George. A snort. We've got a DP. DP? Deceased person. Where? Over Gracemount Way. Disused railway track. Looks like he fell from the footbridge. Story is, he was being chased. Chased? Another shrug. That's as much as I know till we get there. Siobhan nodded. So? What are we waiting for? Silvers pulled up behind a patrol car. There was a bus stop, and behind it an area of grassland. They crossed it on foot, approaching a low fence overgrown with thistles and brambles. The fence was broken by a short metal stairway, leading them onto the bridge across the railway, where sightseers had gathered. How the hell are we supposed to get down? Silvers growled. Siobhan pointed to the far side, where a makeshift stile had been erected from plastic milk crates and breeze blocks, an old mattress folded across the top of the fence. When they reached it, Silvers decided it wasn't for him. So Siobhan clambered up and over, skidding down the steep embankment, feeling nettles sting her ankles. Several figures around the body on the track. She recognised faces from Craigmillar Police Station and the pathologist, Dr. Curt. He smiled a greeting. We're lucky they haven't reopened this line yet, he said. At least the poor chap's in one piece. She looked down at the twisted, broken body. His duffel coat had been thrown open, exposing a torso clad in a loose-fitting checked shirt. A couple of people called in, one of the Craigmillar detectives was telling her, saying they'd seen him looking like he was on the hunt for somebody. Kept a hand in one pocket, like he might be carrying. And is he? The detective shook his head. Might be he dropped it when he was being chased. Local kids by the sound of it. So, do we know who he is? Video rental card in his back pocket. Name's Callus, initial A. Well, I've got somebody checking the phone book. Callus. Siobhan was trying to remember where she'd heard that name. Then it hit her. Andy Callus, she said. You know him? She shook her head. But I know someone who might. If it's the same guy, he lives in Annick Hall. She was reaching for her mobile. Oh, and if it is him, he's one of us. A cop? The detective from Craigmillar sucked air through his teeth and stared up at the spectators on the bridge with a new sense of purpose. There was nobody home. Rebus had been watching Miss Terry's room for almost an hour. Dark, dark, dark. Just like his memories. What was he watching for? Because it satisfied the voyeur in him? He wondered what Terry herself got out of it. His mobile was ringing. Hello? I tried ringing your home phone, Siobhan's voice. It was engaged. Rebus looked at the laptop which was hooked up to his phone line. What's up? Your friend, the one you were visiting that night you bumped into me? Andy, he said. Can you describe him? Rebus froze. What's happened? Where are you? Describe him for me. That way you're not headed all the way out here for nothing. Early 40s, dark brown hair, 5'11", probably 12 stone or thereabouts. OK, she sighed. Maybe you should come. She was waiting for him curbside. How are the hands? She asked. They were fine before I got behind the wheel. Painkillers? He shook his head. I can do without. He was looking around at the scene. A couple of 100 yards or so up the road was the bus stop where his taxi had stopped for the lost boys. He'd been stalking the place for a couple of hours, Siobhan explained. 2 or 3 people reported seeing him. And did we do anything about it? There wasn't a patrol car available, she said quietly. If there had been, he might not be dead, Rebus stated starkly. One of the neighbours heard shouts. She thinks some kids had started chasing him. Did she see anyone? Siobhan shook her head. They were on the bridge now. The body had been loaded onto a stretcher, hitched to a length of rope with which to haul it up the embankment. A van from the mortuary had pulled up next to the stile. Silvers was standing there, smoking a cigarette. You sure it's the same Callus? He inquired. Heave away, came the call. In under a minute, the stretcher was being carried over the fence. Rebus stepped forward, unwrapped the face, stared at it, noting how peaceful Andy Callus looked in death. It's him, he said, standing back again. Silvers asked Siobhan if she was headed back. She looked at Rebus and shook her head. John'll give me a lift, she said. Then, left alone with Rebus. You okay? I keep thinking of the patrol car that never came. And? He looked at her. There's more to it, isn't there? Care to share it? He kept on nodding. When he moved off, she followed, back over the bridge, across the grass to where the Sab was sitting. He handed her the keys. You drive, he said. Where are we going? Just cruising around. Maybe we'll get lucky. Find ourselves in Never Never Land. The Lost Boys, she said. Rebus nodded. And while I'm driving, you'll be telling me the story. I'll tell you the story, he agreed. What it boiled down to was Andy Callus and his partner on patrol in their car, called to a nightclub on Market Street. It was a popular spot, people queuing to get in. One of them had called the police, reporting someone brandishing a handgun. Teenager, green parka, 3 mates with him. Not in the queue, just walking past, pulling open his coat so people could see what was tucked into his waistband. By the time Andy got there, Rebus said, there was no sign of him. He'd gone heading off down towards New Street, so that's where Andy and his partner went. They'd been authorised to unlock their guns, had them on their laps, flak jackets on. Backup was on its way. You know where the railway passes over the bottom of New Street? It's pretty gloomy down there. Not much in the way of street lighting. Andy's partner thought he spotted something in the shadows. He stopped the car, got out, saw these 4 guys, asked if they were carrying weapons, ordered them to place anything on the ground. The way Andy told it, it was like shadows that kept shifting. He rested his head against the back of the seat, closed his eyes. Wasn't sure if what he was looking at was a shadow or flesh and blood. He was unclipping his torch from his belt when he thought he saw movement, a hand stretching, pointing something. He aimed his own gun, safety off. Something fell to the ground. It was a pistol, a replica, as it turned out. But too late. He'd fired. Rebus nodded. Not that he hit anyone. He was aiming at the ground. Ricochet could have gone anywhere. But it didn't. No. Rebus paused. There had to be an inquiry. Happens every time a weapon's discharged. Partner backed him up, but Andy started doubting himself. And the guy with the gun? 4 of them. None of them would own up to carrying it. 3 were wearing parkas, and the kid from the nightclub queue wasn't about to ID the carrier. The Lost Boys? Rebus nodded. The leader, his name's Rab Fisher. He went to court for carrying the replica. The case was booted out, and meanwhile Andy Callus was playing it over and over again in his head. And this is the Lost Boys patch? Siobhan asked. Rebus nodded. Siobhan was thoughtful. Where did the gun come from? At a guess, Peacock Johnson. Is that why you wanted a word with him that day he was brought into St. Leonard's? Rebus nodded again. You think Callus came here on purpose, looking to confront them? They got off scot-free, Siobhan. Andy wasn't too thrilled at that. So, why aren't we telling all this to Craig Miller? I'll let them know. He felt her staring. Cross my heart. It could have been an accident. That railway line would look like an escape route. Maybe. Nobody saw anything. He turned towards her, spit it out. Her mouth twitched. It's just the way you keep trying to fight other people's battles for them. Is that what I do? Sometimes, yes. Well, I'm sorry if that upsets you, It doesn't upset me, but sometimes... Sometimes, Rebus encouraged her. She shook her head, exhaled noisily, and stretched her back, working her neck. Thank God for the weekend. You got any plans? Thought I might do some hill walking, pump some iron at the gym. Just a hint of sarcasm there? Just a hint. The view was magnificent. Siobhan was in the front, next to the pilot. Rebus was tucked in behind, an empty seat next to him. We could have taken the corporate plane, Doug Brimson was explaining, but the fuel bill's massive. Corporate? Siobhan was asking. I've got a 7-seater. Companies hire me to fly them to meetings, otherwise known as jollies. I lay on chilled champagne, crystal glasses. Sounds fun. Sorry, all we've got today is a flask of tea. He offered a laugh. I was in Dublin for the weekend. Flew a bunch of bankers there for some rugby match. A few weekends back it was Amsterdam. Businessman's stag party. Rebus was thinking of his own weekend. When Siobhan had picked him up this morning, she'd asked him what he'd done. Not much, he'd said. You? Ditto. Funny, the guys down at Leith said you'd been dropping in. Funny, they told me the same thing about you. Enjoying it so far? Brimson asked now. So far, Rebus said. In truth, he had no great head for heights. All the same, he'd watched with fascination the aerial view of Edinburgh, amazed at how indistinguishable landmarks like the castle and Carlton Hill were from their surroundings. Siobhan tells me you're in the forces, Mr. Brimson, Rebus said. Brimson smiled. RAF. What about you, Inspector? Forces background? Rebus nodded. Even trained for the SAS. Didn't quite make the grade. Few do. And some of those falter down the line. You mean Lee? And Robert Niles. How did you come to know him? Through Lee. He told me he visited Robert. I asked if I could go with him one day. And after that you started going on your own? Yes. He's an interesting chap. We seem to get along. The army seemed to treat its old boys pretty shabbily, wouldn't you say? High rate of marriage failures, breakdowns. More Falkland veterans have taken their own lives than were killed in the actual conflict. A lot of homeless people are ex-forces. The SAS chaplain who took part in the Iranian embassy siege, he ended up committing suicide. Another ex-SAS man shot his girlfriend with a gun he'd brought back from the Gulf War. And something similar happened to Lee Herdman? Siobhan asked. Seems like, Brimson said. Why pick on that school, though? Rebus said. You went to a few of his parties, didn't you, Mr. Brimson? Never see any drugs? Maybe a bit of pot. Is that as strong as it got? It's as much as I saw. Did you ever hear a rumour that Lee Herdman might be dealing? No? Or smuggling? What would you say if I told you drugs had been found in one of Herdman's boats? I'd say it's none of my business. Lee was a friend, Inspector. I saw your car on Cowburn Street last week, Siobhan said, trying for a change of subject, just after I'd been out to Townhouse to see you. Brimson was thoughtful. Coburn Street? Some friends have got a shop there. Which shop is it? He looked at her. One of those tanning places. Owned by Charlotte Cotter. Brimson looked amazed. We interviewed the daughter. She's a pupil at the school? Right, Brimson nodded. Rebus was thinking to himself that Terry hadn't mentioned him being a friend of the family. Hadn't sounded as if she liked him at all. A minute later, they crossed Loch Fyne and were out into the Sound of Jura. The wind seemed to pick up almost immediately, buffeting the plain. I've not been this way before, Brimson admitted. Looked at the charts last night. Just the one road, up the eastern side of the island. Bottom half's mostly forest and some decent peaks. And the landing strip? Siobhan asked. You'll see, he turned to Rebus. Ever read any poetry, Inspector? Do I look the type? Frankly, no. I'm a great fan of Yeats. There's a poem of his I was reading the other night. I know that I shall meet my fate, somewhere among the clouds above. Those that I fight I do not hate, those that I guard I do not love. He looked at Siobhan. Isn't that the saddest thing? You think Lee felt that way? He shrugged. A glance at the instrument panel. This is us over Jura now. Siobhan looked out onto the wilderness. I don't see anywhere to land, Siobhan said, but she noticed a man on the road below who appeared to be waving both arms at them. Brimson took the plane back up and made a further circuit. Any traffic? He said. Siobhan realised he was talking to her, and by traffic he meant on the road beneath. You've got to be kidding, she said, turning to see if Rebus shared her disbelief, but he seemed to be concentrating on guiding the plane down by willpower alone. The wheels rumbled as they hit tarmac, the plane bouncing as if wishing to be airborne again. Brimson had his teeth clenched, but was smiling too. He taxied along the carriageway towards the man, who was still waving his arms, and now guiding the small plane through an open gateway leading to a field of stubble. Brimson cut the engines and slid off his headphones. Siobhan opened her door, undid her harness and leapt out. The ground felt as if it were vibrating, but she realised it was her body, still shaken up from the flight. I've never landed on a road before, a grinning Brimson was telling the man. It was that or the field, the man said in a thick accent. I'm Rory Mollison. The SAS guys landed by helicopter. It was our pilot who told me the road would make a good landing strip. No potholes, you see. Mollison was the rescue team's local guide. When Siobhan had asked her favour of Brimson, a plane ride to Jura, he'd asked her if she knew anywhere they could land. Rebus had passed along Mollison's name. Are you coming into the house for some tea? Rebus made a show of looking at his watch. Best if we get started, actually. He turned to Brimson. You'll be all right here till we get back? Hang on. I'm coming too. And after flying you here, I don't see how you can turn me down. Rebus conceded with a shrug. You'll want to come in and get changed, Mollison was saying. Siobhan lifted her backpack and nodded. Changed? Rebus echoed. Climbing gear? Mollison looked him up and down. Siobhan had opened her pack to show hiking boots, cagoule and flask. A regular Mary Poppins, Rebus commented. You can borrow from me, Mollison assured him. You're not a professional guide, then? Siobhan asked. Mollison shook his head. But I know this island like the back of my hand. They had taken Mollison's Land Rover as far as they could along muddy logging tracks, but eventually it was time for them to walk. Rebus was wearing a venerable pair of climbing boots whose leather had turned implacably hard, waterproof trousers splattered with old mud, and an oily Barber jacket. Ever see the first Rambo film? Siobhan asked in a whisper. Rebus didn't think she was expecting an answer. He turned to Brimson instead. What made you leave the RAF? I just get tired of taking orders from people I didn't respect. What about Lee? Did he ever say why he left the SAS? Brimson shrugged. Much the same thing, I guess. But he never spelt it out. No. He was easy to get along with. No fallings out. We might have argued about politics once or twice. Nothing to make me think he was about to go off the rails. I'd have helped him, if he'd hinted. Rails. Rebus saw Andy Callus's body being hauled up from the railway tracks. He wondered if his visits had helped, or had they merely been painful reminders of everything the man had lost. How far are we going? Brimson was asking Mollison. Maybe an hour's hike, the same back. Rebus had already told Brimson part of the story back at the house, asking if Herdman had ever mentioned the mission to him. Brimson had shaken his head. I remember it from the papers, though. People thought the IRA had blown the chopper out of the skies. Now, as they commenced the climb, Mollison was talking. That's what they told me we were looking for. Evidence of a missile attack. How many of them were there? Rebus asked. Half a dozen. They made me sign the Official Secrets Act. Rebus stared at him. Before or after? Well, right at the start. He looked at Rebus. Does that mean I shouldn't be talking to you? I don't know. Did you find anything you think needs to be kept secret? Mollison shook his head. Then it's all right, Rebus told him. Probably just procedure. Anybody been here since, from the army? Well, there was one woman, a couple of years back. She was trying to look like a tourist. But not quite pulling it off, Rebus suggested, going on to describe Whitereed. Hey, you've got her to a T, Mollison admitted. As the walk continued, they fell quiet, saving energy. Eventually they emerged from the forest. The steep slope directly in front of them boasted only a few stunted trees. Rebus craned his neck, seeking the distant summit. Don't worry, Mollison said. We're not going up there. Helicopter hit the rock face about halfway to the top. Came tumbling down here. It was a Chinook, Rebus said. There must have been a lot of debris. There was that. And the bodies, well, they were all over. A lot of papers had been blown about. Mostly they were scouring the woods for them. Did anyone say why? Mollison shook his head again. Not officially, but when the guys stopped to boil a brew, I'd hear what they were saying. The helicopter was on its way to Ulster. Majors and colonels on board. Had to be carrying documents they didn't want the terrorists to see. Might explain why the rescue team bought rifles with them. I thought it was a bit odd at the time. It's beautiful up here, Siobhan said suddenly, shielding her eyes from the sun. It is, isn't it? Mollison agreed, face breaking into a grin. Speaking of boiling a brew, Brimson interrupted, got that flask of tea on you? Siobhan opened her backpack and handed it over. The four of them passed the single plastic cup between them. It tasted the way tea always did from a flask, hot, but somehow not quite right. Rebus was walking around the area at the foot of the incline. Did you get to know them at all? We were only out here the 2 days. You didn't know Lee Herdman? Rebus had brought a photo with him. He handed it over. The one who shot the school kids. I remember him all right. Nice enough guy, quiet. I liked it best in the woods, tracking down the bits and pieces of paper. The others joked about it. They'd have to call him 2 or 3 times when the tea was being poured. How long were they here? 2 days. The salvage squad arrived on the 2nd day. Rebus nodded and started walking into the forest. Not too far, but it was amazing how quickly you started to get the sense of being isolated, cut off from the still, visible faces and still audible voices. Lee Herdman had walked into these woods and almost not come out again. His last mission before leaving the SAS. Had he learned something here? Found something? Rebus crouched down, ran a hand over the ground, saw in his mind's eye the helicopter hit the rock face, saw the sky explode as the fuel ignited, rotor blades slowing, buckling, bodies flying from it, and paper, crisped at the edges or reduced to confetti, secret papers, needing the SAS to recover them, and Lee Herdman busier than most as he plunged deeper and deeper into the woods. You okay? Siobhan's voice. Rebus rose to his feet. Fine, he said. I called you. I didn't hear. Are we going to find anything here? He shrugged. Maybe it's just enough to see the place. You think he took something, don't you? Her eyes were on his. You think he took something and the army want it back. No longer a question, but a statement. Rebus nodded slowly. And this concerns us how? She asked. Maybe because we don't like them, Rebus answered. Or because, whatever it is, they haven't found it yet, which means someone else might. Maybe someone found it last week. And when Herdman found out, he went berserk. Rebus shrugged again, handed back the empty cup. You like Brimson, don't you? She couldn't hold his gaze. It's okay, he said with a smile. She misread his tone. Oh, so I have your permission, do I? I just meant... But he didn't think anything he said would help, so he let the words trail off. Tea's too strong, by the way, he told her, making his way back towards the rock face. At least I thought to bring some, Siobhan muttered. On the flight back, Rebus closed his eyes against the sun's sudden glare. It bathed his face in warmth and light. He realised he was exhausted, in danger of dropping off to sleep. Realised, too, that it didn't matter. Sleep was fine. When he woke again, he saw that they were over the Firth of Forth, making their final approach. Brimson was talking. "I often think about the damage a terrorist could do, even with something as small as a Cessna. You've got the dockyard, the ferry, road and rail bridges, airport nearby." "I can think of bits of the city I'd rather see levelled," Rebus commented. The landing was smooth, Brimson taxiing towards where Siobhan's car was waiting. Climbing out, Rebus shook Brimson's hand. "Thanking you. Send us the bill for your fuel and your time." Brimson just shrugged, turned to squeeze Siobhan's hand, holding on to it a little longer than necessary. "Remember, I'll be expecting you." She smiled. "A promise is a promise, Doug." The plan had been for them to head back to Siobhan's flat so she could cook the dinner she'd been promising. But as they got to the junction of Leith Street and York Place, Rebus turned to her. "Drink first?" he suggested. "With me as the designated driver? You could take a taxi home, pick up the car in the morning." She signalled to move into the next lane across, heading for Queen Street. "I'll assume we're gracing the Ox with our precious custom," Rebus said. "Would anywhere else suit Sir's stringent requirements? Tell you what, we'll have one drink there, and after that you can choose." "Deal." So they had their one drink in the smoky front room of the Oxford Bar, the place loud with after-work chat, the late afternoon drifting towards evening. Ancient Egypt on the Discovery Channel. Siobhan was watching the regulars, more entertaining than anything the TV could provide. Rebus was trying to make his pint last. Siobhan had ordered a half of cider, already mostly gone. "Want the other half of that?" he asked, nodding towards her glass. "One drink, you said." She put her glass to her lips and drained it. "Come on, then," she said. "Where?" Rebus affected a frown, but she just shook her head. The car was parked on North Castle Street, but they walked past it, heading for George Street. Directly ahead of them, the castle was illuminated against the ink-dark sky. They turned left, Rebus feeling a stiffness in both legs, the legacy of his trek across Jura. Siobhan stopped at some steps and headed down. Her chosen bar was tucked away beneath pavement level, the interior chic with subdued lighting and music. Rebus was heading for the bar, but Siobhan tugged his arm and gestured towards a free booth. "It's table service," she said as they sat down. A waitress was already standing in front of them. Siobhan ordered a gin and tonic, Rebus a Lafroig. When his malt arrived, he lifted the glass and peered at it, as if disapproving of the size of measure. "Want to keep the tab open?" the waitress asked. "Yes, please," Siobhan said. Then, when the waitress had gone, "Are we any nearer finding out why Herdman shot those kids?" Rebus shrugged. "I think maybe we'll only know when we get there." He lifted his glass to his mouth, but it was already empty. No sign of the waitress. "Friday night, out at that railway line," Siobhan was saying. "Silvers told me that the Herdman case was being handed over to DMC. "Makes sense," Rebus muttered. But with Claverhouse and Ormiston running the show, there'd be no place for him or Siobhan. "Didn't there used to be a band called DMC?" Siobhan was nodding. "Run DMC, a rap band." Rap with a capital C, most likely. No match for the Rolling Stones, certainly. "Don't knock the Stones, D.S. Clark. None of the stuff you listen to would exist without them." A point on which you've probably had many an argument. Rebus still couldn't see their waitress. "I'm getting a refill," he said, sliding out of the booth. The barman was pouring a bright pink concoction into a martini glass. The bar was double-sided, dividing the room in half. Rebus peered across into the gloom. The other half was a mirror image of booths and squashy chairs, same decor and clientele. Rebus knew that he stood out by about 30 years. One young man had ranged himself across an entire banquette, arms stretched out behind him, looking cocksure and relaxed, wanting to be seen. Seen by everyone but Rebus. Rebus walked to the end of the bar and through the short corridor which led to the bar's other half, across the floor until he was standing in front of Peacock Johnson. "Mr. Rebus!" Johnson's arms fell to his sides. "Looking for yours truly?" Not especially. Rebus slid into the space across from Johnson. A new waitress had appeared, and Rebus ordered a double. On my friend's tab, he added. Johnson just shrugged. So, this is by way of coincidence? Where's your mongrel? Rebus said. The wee evil fellow doesn't quite have the cachet for an establishment of this calibre. I was just thinking of you, actually, Rebus said. Know who died last Friday? Andy Callus, the armed response cop who stopped your friend Rab Fisher. Rab's not so much a friend as a casual acquaintance. Acquainted enough for you to sell him that gun. A replica, if you don't mind. No case to answer, and I resent any implication to the contrary. Except that Fisher was going around scaring people, and it nearly got him killed. No case to answer, Johnson repeated. And he turned my friend into a nervous wreck, and now that friend's dead. You sold someone a gun, and someone else ended up dying. A replica. Perfectly legitimate. At this point in time and space. Johnson was trying not to listen. Rebus grabbed the young man's wrist, squeezed it hard. You're about as legitimate as every other bad bastard I've ever come across. Johnson was trying to free his hand. And you're pure as the driven. Everybody knows the lengths you go to, Rebus. And what lengths are those? Anything that'll get me. I know you tried fitting me up, saying I'm retooling deactivated guns. Says who? Rebus had released the grip. Says everyone. Christ, you'd have to be deaf in this town not to hear. It was true. Rebus had been putting out feelers. He'd wanted Peacock Johnson. He'd wanted something as a repayment for Callus leaving the force. Something you ought to know, he said, nodding slowly. I can hold a grudge for a lifetime. Just you watch me. Even though I've done nothing. Oh, you'll have done something, believe me. Rebus made to stand. I just haven't found out what it is yet, that's all. He winked and turned away, heard the table being pushed aside, looked round, and Johnson was on his feet, fists clenched. Let's settle it now, he was shouting. Rebus slipped his hands into his pockets. I'd prefer to wait for the court case, if that's all right with you, he said. No way! I'm sick fed up of this. Good, Rebus said. He saw Siobhan emerging from the corridor, looking at him in disbelief. Any trouble here? The question coming not from Siobhan, but from some sort of doorman, thick-necked and wearing a tight black suit over a black polo neck. Just a little argument, Rebus assured him. In fact, maybe you can settle it. Name of Elton John's old record label. The doorman looked nonplussed. The barman had his hand raised. Rebus nodded at him. DJM, the barman said. Rebus snapped his fingers. That's the one. Chalk up a drink for yourself, anything you like. He pointed towards Johnson. On that little bastard's tab. You never talk much about your army days, Siobhan said, bringing 2 plates through from the kitchen. Rebus gave a nod of thanks, accepting the plate, a grilled pork chop with baked potato and a corn cob. This looks great, he said, lifting his wine glass. Compliments to the chef. I microwaved the potatoes and the corn came out of the freezer. Rebus put a finger to his lips. Never give away your secrets. A lesson you've taken to heart. She blew on a forkful of pork. Want me to repeat the question? The thing is, Siobhan, it wasn't a question. Nevertheless, she said. Thing about my army days is, I've spent years trying to forget them. Why? All sorts of reasons. I shouldn't have signed on the dotted line in the first place. Then I woke up when I was in Ulster, aiming a rifle at kids armed with Molotovs. Ended up trying for the SAS and getting my brain scrambled in the process. That's about all there is to it. So why did you join the police? He raised the glass to his mouth. Who else was going to take me? He put the tray aside, leaned down to pour more wine. I think you're a lot like Lee Herdman, she said at last. A backhanded compliment, if ever I heard one. People thought they knew him, but they didn't. There was so much he managed to keep hidden. And that's me, is it? She nodded, holding his stare. Why did you go back to Martin Fairstown's house? I get the feeling it wasn't just about me. He peered down into his wine, seeing his reflection there, red-hued and wavering. I knew he'd given you that black eye, which gave you an excuse to go talk to him. But what was it you really wanted? Fairstone and Johnson were friends. I needed some ammo in Johnson. And did you get any? Rebus shook his head. Fairstone and Peacock had had a falling out. Fairstone hadn't seen him in weeks. Why had they fallen out? He wouldn't say. I got the feeling a woman might have been involved. Does Peacock have a girlfriend? Oh, one for every day of the year. So maybe it was Fairstown's girlfriend. Rebus nodded. The blonde from the boatman's. And there's no good reason we can think of why she was in South Queensferry on Friday? Siobhan shook her head. Rebus stood up, came forward to pour some wine into her glass, then emptied what was left into his own. He stayed standing, walked over to her window. You really think I'm like Lee Herdman? I don't think either of you have really managed to leave the past behind. He turned to look at her. She raised an eyebrow, inviting a comeback, but he just smiled and turned back to stare out at the night. And maybe you're a bit like Doug Brimson, too, she went on. You said earlier he collected people. And that's what I do. It might explain your interest in Andy Callus, and why it pisses you off to see Kate with Jack Bell. He turned slowly to face her, arms folded. Does that make you one of my specimens? I don't know. What do you reckon? I reckon you're tougher than that. You'd better believe it, she said, with just a hint of a smile. There was no police guard any more, no one checking the comings and goings at Lee Herdman's address. Rebus took out the key to Herdman's flat, the one he'd picked up at the station in Leith. Once inside, he closed the door behind him and switched on the hall light. He tried to think of himself as Herdman, then realised he didn't need to. He closed his eyes, saw the room he was standing in as his own. This was his domain. He was in charge here. But say someone wanted in, some uninvited guest. Maybe they would try picking the locks, but the bolts on the door would scupper them. So then they'd have to shoulder the door, and he'd have time to fetch the gun from wherever it was hidden. The Mac-10 was kept in the boathouse, in case anyone came there. The Brocock was kept here. He didn't expect the visitors to be armed. They might have questions, might want to take him away, but the Brocock would deter them. Rebus knew who Herdman had been expecting. Maybe not Sims and Whiteread exactly, but people liked them. Something Herdman had taken from the crash site. Could one of the kids have stolen it from him? But the dead boys hadn't known him, hadn't come to his parties. Only James Bell, the sole survivor. Rebus rubbed his forehead softly with one gloved hand. He felt close to an answer, so close he could taste it. Suddenly, Rebus heard a tapping. He froze. Someone was knocking at the front door. Rebus padded down the hall and put his eye to the peephole, recognised the face and opened up. Evening, James, he said. Nice to see you back on your feet. I'm coming in. Rebus gestured with his head, and James Bell walked in. His left arm was in its sling, his right hand cradling it. What brings you here? I was just walking. You're a ways from home, though. James looked at him. You've been to my house. Maybe you can understand. Rebus nodded. Putting a bit of distance between your mum and yourself? And my dad. Rebus was leading the way to the living room. You still haven't said why you're here. I suppose South Queensferry seemed as good a place as any for a walk. I was hopping buses just for the hell of it. One of them ended up bringing me here. When I saw the lights. You wondered who was here? The teenager was studying the room. Actually, there was one thing. A book of mine. Lee borrowed it, and I thought I might retrieve it before the place is emptied. Good thinking. Did you ever find the gun? Rebus asked. James seemed puzzled. "The time I visited," Rebus explained. "You had a gun magazine. Looking for the Brocock?" "All right," James nodded to himself. "There were photos of it in the papers. My dad's been keeping all the stories. Thinks he can spearhead a campaign." "You don't sound altogether approving." Jamie's mouth twitched. "Maybe that's because I've become useful to him. Not for what I am, but because of what happened." His hand went to his shoulder again. "You can never trust a politician," Rebus commiserated. "Lee told me something once," he said. "If you outlaw guns, the only people who will have access to them are the outlaws." James smiled at the memory. "Seems he was an outlaw, all right. Did he ever tell you why he felt the need to keep a gun?" "I just thought he was interested in them." "You never get the sense that he was expecting trouble?" "What sort of trouble?" "I don't know," Rebus conceded. "You're saying he had enemies?" "Ever wonder why he had so many locks on his door?" "I put that down to his background too. Like when he went to the pub. He always sat in the corner facing the door." Rebus had to smile, knowing he did the self-same thing. "The two of you sound as if you were pretty close." "Close enough for him to end up shooting me." James's eyes went to his shoulder. "Ever steal anything from him, James?" "Never." "Did Lee ever mention anything going missing? Ever seem agitated to you?" The young man shook his head. "You liked him, didn't you?" "Probably more than he liked me." Rebus was remembering his last meeting with James Bell and what Siobhan had said afterwards. "What about Terry Cotter?" he asked. "What about her?" "We think Herdman and Terry may have been an item." "So? Did you know? You had a computer in your room. Ever visited Terry's website?" "Didn't know she had one." Rebus nodded slowly. "Derek Renshaw never mentioned it then." "Derek?" "Derek was a bit of a fan. You were often in the common room, same time as him and Tony Jarvis. Thought they might have talked about it." James was shaking his head. "Not that I remember." "Not to worry then. This book of yours, can I help you look for it?" "Book?" "The one you're looking for." James smiled at his own stupidity. "Yes, sure." He walked over to the desk. "Hang on," he said. "This is it." He held up the paperback. "What's it about?" "A soldier who went off the rails. Tried killing his wife and then leapt from an aeroplane." "You know the story?" Rebus nodded. James flicked through the book and then tapped it against his thigh. "Reckon I've got what I came for," he said. "I'll leave you to it, Inspector. See myself out." "Cheers, James." "Good luck to you." Rebus waited in the living room, chin resting on one gloved hand, as he listened to the front door open and then close. He crossed to the desk and shuffled through the remaining books. Rebus was confident he knew which one the young man had taken. The same one Siobhan had held up on their first visit to the flat. The one from which Terry Cotter's photo had fallen. Tuesday morning, Rebus left his flat, walked to the foot of Marchmont Road and proceeded across the meadows, an area of grassland leading to the university. At the National Library, he showed his warrant card, explained what he wanted, and was directed towards the microfiche room. Rebus had decided to go back a full month before the crash on Jura and just let the days roll across his vision, see what was happening back then. By the time he'd got to the day of the crash, he had a pretty good idea. The story had made the front page of the Scotsman, accompanied by photos of two of the victims, Brigadier General Stuart Phillips and Major Kevin Spark. He checked the notes he'd been scribbling and wound the film to its end, replacing it with a roll from the previous 2 weeks, eventually spooling back to the date in his notes. The story about the IRA ceasefire in Northern Ireland and the part being played in ongoing negotiations by Brigadier General Stuart Phillips. Preconditions being discussed, mistrustful paramilitaries on both sides, splinter groups to be appeased. Rebus tapped his pen against his teeth until he noticed another user nearby, frowning. Rebus mouthed the word sorry and decided to head out for coffee and a cigarette. He'd spoken to Siobhan first thing by telephone, letting her know he'd be busy and wouldn't be hooking up with her. She hadn't sounded too bothered. Hadn't even seemed curious. She seemed to be drifting away. Not that he could blame her. He'd always been a magnet for trouble, and her career prospects wouldn't be enhanced by his proximity. All the same, he thought there was more to it than that. Maybe she really did see him as a collector, as someone who got too close to certain people he cared about or was interested in. Uncomfortably close at times. Seated in the Elephant House coffee shop, Rebus took out his mobile. He punched in Bobby Hogan's number. "Goon squad taken over yet, Bobby?" he asked. "Not completely." Hogan, knowing who Rebus meant, Claverhouse and Ormiston. "But they're in the area. Pallying up to your girlfriend." "Whiteread," Rebus guessed. "That's the one, John. The parameters of the inquiry are shifting. The why doesn't seem to matter so much anymore." "Because the drugs angle's a lot more interesting," Rebus guessed. "Are you shutting me down, Bobby?" "Not my style, John. I'm saying it may be out of my hands." Rebus was thoughtful. "You being sidelined, Bobby?" "From referee to fourth official." "Any other news?" Rebus asked. "Herdman's yacht. When he purchased it, he paid the bulk in cash. Dollars, to be precise. More than a few trips to Rotterdam this past year. Most he tried to keep hidden. Claverhouse is wondering if there might be a porn angle too. The thing is, we took his computer from home, remember?" Rebus remembered. It had already gone by the time he'd made his first visit to Herdman's flat. The boffins at Howden Hall were able to pinpoint sites he'd been using. A lot of them were aimed at peepers. Mr. Herdman liked to watch, and some of the sites are registered in the Netherlands. Herdman paid his dues every month by credit card. Rebus was staring out of the window. "Ever heard of a porn barn paying to watch the stuff, Bobby? That's a non-starter, trust me." "You've looked at these sites." "A duty bound to study the evidence, John." "Describe them." "You after a cheap thrill?" "For those, I go to Frank Zappa. Humour me, Bobby." "A girl sits in a bed. She's wearing stockings, suspenders, all that sort of stuff. Then you type in whatever it is you want her to do." "Do we know what Herdman liked them to do?" "I'm afraid not. Apparently there's only so much the boffins can extract." "You got a list of the sites, Bobby?" "I'm just hazarding a guess here, but was there one called Miss Terry's or Dark Entry?" Silence at the other end, and then, "How did you know?" "Miss Terry is Terry Cotta. She's a pupil at Port Edgar." "And doing porn on this side?" "Our site's not porn, Bobby." Rebus broke off, but too late. "You've seen it?" "A webcam in a room," Rebus admitted. "Seems to run 24 hours a day." "And how long have you spent watching it? Just so you could be sure." "I'm not certain it's got anything to do with..." Hogan ignored him. "I need to go to Claverhouse with this." "No, you don't. John, if Herdman was obsessed with this girl, if you're going to interview her, I want to be there." "I don't think you..." "I gave you this, Bobby." Rebus looked around, realising his voice had risen. Two young women averted their eyes. How long had they been eavesdropping? Rebus lowered his voice. "I need to be there. Promise me that, Bobby." Hogan's voice softened. "For what it's worth, I promise. Doesn't mean Claverhouse will be so accommodating." "Sure you have to go to him with this?" "The two of us, Bobby. We could talk to her." "That's not how I work, John." "I suppose not, Bobby." Rebus had a thought. "Is Siobhan there?" "I thought she'd be with you." "No matter. You'll let me know about that interview." "Yes," the word dissolving into a sigh. "Cheers, Bobby. I owe you." Siobhan headed to the CID suite. There was a large walk-in cupboard where old case notes were stored, but when she examined the spines of the brown cardboard document boxes, she realised one was missing. In its place was a slip of paper. Martin Fairstone. Removed by order. Jill Templar's signature. Siobhan closed the door again and went and listened at Jill Templar's door. Nothing. She looked up and down the hall. There were bodies in the CID suite. DC Davy Hines and Hi-Ho Silvers. Hines was too new to query anything she might do, but if Silvers spotted her... She took a deep breath, knocked, and waited, then turned the handle and pushed. The door wasn't locked. She closed it behind her and tiptoed across her boss's office. There was nothing in the desk itself, and the drawers weren't big enough. She stared at the green 4-drawer filing cabinet. In for a penny, she told herself, sliding open the top compartment. Still nothing. She exhaled noisily and took another look around. Who was she kidding? There were no hiding places here. It was as utilitarian a space as was feasible. There was nothing here even to identify the occupant as a woman. Confident that she hadn't missed anything, Siobhan opened the door to find a frowning man standing there. "The very person I wanted to see," he said. "I was just DCS Templars in a meeting," the man explained. "I'd gathered as much," Siobhan said, regaining control of her voice. "By the way," the man was saying, "my name's Mullen." Siobhan straightened her back. "Of course," Mullen said, displaying the thinnest of smiles. "You were D.I. Rebus's driver the day I managed to run him to ground." "And now you want to ask me about Martin Fairstown?" Siobhan guessed. "That's right. If you'll follow me, then," Mullen said. As they passed the open door of the CID suite, Siobhan glanced in and saw that Silvers and Hines were standing side by side. Both were holding their neckties above their heads, necks twisted, as though they were swinging from a noose. The last they saw of their victim was her raised middle finger as it disappeared from view. The complaints officer unlocked the door to interview room 1. "I assume you had a good reason to be in DCS Templar's office," he said, sliding out of his suit jacket and placing it over the back of one of the room's 2 chairs. Siobhan sat down, watching him as he took his seat opposite and lifted a cardboard box from the floor. "Yes, I had," she said, watching him prise open the lid. The first thing she saw was a photo of Martin Fairstone. Mullen took the picture out and held it in front of her. She couldn't help noticing that his nails were immaculate. "Do you think this man deserved to die?" "If you're asking me if I wanted him dead, the answer is no. I've come across plenty of scumbags worse than Martin Fairstown. He died horribly, you know, waking up to those flames and the choking smoke, trying to wrestle his way free from the chair. Not the way I'd choose to leave this life." "I'd guess not." They locked eyes, and Siobhan knew that any moment now he would get to his feet, start walking around, trying to unnerve her. She beat him to it, her chair scraping the floor as she rose. Arms folded, she walked to the furthest wall, so that her interrogator had to turn round to see her. "You look like you might make the grade, D.S. Clark," Mullen said. "Inspector within 5 years? Maybe Chief Inspector before you're 40? He paused for effect. "All of that waiting for you, if you manage to steer clear of trouble. D.I. Rebus, on the other hand, well, whatever compass he uses seems to point unerringly towards grief, wouldn't you say?" "I've no real opinion." "Then it's time you did. A career like the one you seem destined for, you need to choose your friends with care." Mullen studied her. "Why don't you sit down?" "Do I make you nervous?" "Is that what you've been trying to do? I was wondering." She held his stare, then relented and sat down. "Tell me," he said, "when you first found out that D.I. Rebus had visited Martin Fairstone in the night he died, what were your thoughts?" She offered a shrug. Nothing more. "One theory," the voice intoned, "is that someone could have been trying to give Fairstone a fright. It just went wrong, that's all. We had a call from a doctor, a psychologist named Irene Lesser. She had dealings recently with D.I. Rebus on another matter. At the end of her call, she offered the opinion that John Rebus is a haunted man. Would you say he was haunted, D.S. Clark?" "He lets his cases get to him sometimes," Siobhan conceded. "I don't know if that's the same thing." Mullen smiled ruefully. "Do you consider D.I. Rebus a friend? Someone you spend time with outside work?" "Yes." "Is he the kind of friend you'd take problems to?" Maybe. But Martin Fairstone wasn't a problem. No. Not to you, at any rate. Mullen leaned back in his chair. Do you ever feel the need to protect Rebus, D.S. Clark? No. But you've been driving him around while his hands mend. Not the same thing. Has he offered a believable explanation of how he managed to burn them in the first place? He put them in water that was too hot for them. I specified believable. I believe it. You don't think it would be entirely in his nature for him to see you with a black eye, put 2 and 2 together, and go out hunting for Fairstone? They sat in a pub together. I haven't heard anyone saying they were having a fight. Not in public, perhaps. But once D.I. Rebus had inveigled an invite back to the house, in the privacy of that place, Siobhan was shaking her head. That's not what happened. Mullen smiled and placed the photograph back in its box. I think that's all for now. Unless there's something else? Mullen's eyes glinted. Actually, there is. She nodded towards the box. The reason I was in DCS Templa's office, it's nothing to do with Fairstone, really. It's the Port Edgar inquiry. Fairstone's girlfriend. She's been seen in South Queensferry. Siobhan gave a surreptitious swallow before uttering her little white lie. D.I. Haugen wants her for interview, but I couldn't remember her address. And it's in here. Mullen prized open the lid again. Can't see the harm, he said, pushing it towards her. The blonde's name was Rachel Fox, and she worked in a supermarket at the foot of Leith Walk as a checkout assistant. Siobhan scanned the row of tills and saw her almost immediately at the express checkout. 2 bars of chocolate went into Siobhan's basket, followed by kitchen towels and a tin of Scotch broth. Only one pensioner was waiting at the express lane. Siobhan fell in behind him. He said hello to Fox, who managed a tired, "Hiya." "Grand day," the man said. Fox just gave a nod, concentrating on processing his purchases as speedily as possible. As he lifted his bag and shuffled towards the exit, Siobhan said, "You've been sending me letters, Rachel?" Fox's hand froze and she looked up. "You're that cop. Tried to get Marty put away, talked about you. Said you had it in for him." "I can assure you I didn't." "Then how come he's dead?" The last of Siobhan's items had gone through, and she was holding out a £10 note. The cashier at the next till had stopped serving, and like her customer, was now listening in. "Can I talk to you someplace, Rachel?" Siobhan looked around. "Somewhere more private?" But Fox's eyes were filling with tears. "Got nothing to say to you lot." "What about the notes I've been getting, Rachel?" "Can you tell me about the notes?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "I saw you in the Boatman's," Siobhan told Rachel Fox. "What were you doing there?" Fox handed over Siobhan's change and receipt, gave a loud sniff. "That's where Rod works, my brother." When she looked up at Siobhan, the water in her eyes had been replaced by fire. "Does that mean you're going to want him killed too? Eh? Does it?" Siobhan snatched her carrier bag and headed for the exit. Rachel Fox's voice following her all the way out. "Murdering bitch! What had he ever done to you? Murderer! Murderer!" It had taken all of Bobby Hogan's powers of persuasion, something he wasn't going to let Rebus forget. Claverhouse beamed a smile at Terracotta, who responded by folding her arms defensively. "You know what this is about, Terry." "Do I? Why don't you tell me?" "You've got a website, Miss Terry. It means people can watch your bedroom any hour of the day or night. D.I. Rebus here seems to be one of your fans." Claverhouse had nodded in Rebus's direction. "Lee Herdman was another." "Mr. Herdman had a bit of a voyeur thing going." Claverhouse glanced towards Rebus, as if wondering whether he might fit this category too. "Quite a lot of sites he liked to go to. Most of them he had to use his credit card." So you're giving it away for free, Terry?" "I'm not like those sites," she spat. Then what sort of sight are you? You like being watched? Claverhouse guessed. And Herdman liked to watch. Seems the two of you were pretty compatible. He'd screwed me a few times, if that's what you mean, she said, coldly. Terry, Rebus said, there's a computer Lee bought. We're having trouble tracing it. Is that because it's sitting in your bedroom? Maybe. He bought it for you? Set it up for you? Showed you how to design a site, set up the webcam? Why are you asking me if you already know? What did your parents say? She looked at him. I've got money of my own. They didn't know about you and Lee? She gave him a look which confirmed how stupid his questions were. He liked watching you, Claverhouse stated. Wanted to know where you were, what you were doing. That's why you set up the site. She gave a shrill laugh. Am I supposed to be Red Riding Hood? With Lee as the big bad wolf, Lee gave me the computer. Said maybe we could keep in touch by webcam. Dark entry was my idea, no one else's, just mine. She pointed a finger at herself between her breasts. Her black lace top was low cut. Her finger went to the diamond there hanging from its gold chain, and she played with it absent-mindedly. Did he give you that too? Rebus asked. She nodded. Terry, Rebus said quietly, did you know who else was accessing your site? She shook her head. Anyone from your school know about it? Rebus asked. A shrug. I'll tell you one person who did know. Derek Renshaw. Her eyes widened. And Derek probably told his good friend Anthony Jarvis, Rebus went on. Claverhouse held up a hand. Wait a minute. This is the first I'm hearing about this. He bounded to his feet. Terry, was Lee Herdman the jealous type? I don't know. How did he feel about the fact that anyone could watch you in your bedroom of a night? Her voice dropped to a whisper. You think that's why he shot them? Claverhouse leaned down over her. How does it look to you, Terry? Do you think it's possible? He didn't wait for her reply, wheeled away in one heel and clapped his hands together. Rebus knew what he was thinking. He was thinking that he had just cracked the case on his first day in charge. He went to the door and threw it open, looking up and down the corridor, disappointed to find it empty. Rebus took the opportunity to rise from his own chair and place himself in Claverhouse's. Terry, he said quietly. She looked at him, eyes red-rimmed behind the liner and mascara. You okay? Anything I can fetch you? I'm fine. He nodded. Hogan was now standing next to Claverhouse in the doorway, one hand on his shoulder. I can't believe that bastard was watching me. Who? Lee? Derek Renshaw, she spat. He as good as killed my brother. As far as I can see, he was in the car with your brother. But that doesn't mean he was responsible. You really think Lee would walk into a school and kill two people because he was jealous? She thought about this, then shook her head. Me neither, Rebus said. For one thing, doesn't look like he knew either of the victims. So how would he have been able to pick them out? Shooting's a bit excessive, wouldn't you say? And in such a public place? He'd have to have been mad with jealousy, out of his mind with it. So, what did happen? She asked. Rebus looked towards the doorway. Ormiston had returned from the cafeteria and was now being hugged by Claverhouse. I'm still not sure, Rebus said, answering Terry's question. It's a pretty good motive, which is why you've made D.I. Claverhouse happy. You don't like him, do you? A smile flitted across her face. Don't worry. The feeling's entirely mutual. When you clicked on Dark Entry, was I doing anything in particular? Rebus shook his head. The room was empty. Didn't want her to know he'd watched her sleeping. Mind if I ask you something? Duke Brimson says he's a family friend, but I get the feeling he's not top of your hit parade. My mum's having an affair with him, she said dismissively. You sure? She nodded. Does your dad know? She looked up, horror-struck. He doesn't need to know, does he? Suppose not. How did you find out? Woman's intuition, she said, with no trace of irony. Rebus stretched his back. Tell you who I saw last night. James Bell. I was wondering, that photo of you remember? You palmed it the day you were in the pub in Coburn Street. I seem to recall that as you lifted it, you were telling me how James used to turn up at Lee's parties. Does he say he didn't? On the contrary, the two of them seem to have known one another pretty well, wouldn't you say? He liked Lee, Terry was saying. No doubt about that. Her eyes narrowed. James Bell. He could have pointed Renshaw and Jarvis out to Lee, couldn't he? Wouldn't explain why Lee then shot him too. Thing is, that photo, you said it was taken on Coburn Street? Who took it? Claverhouse was standing in front of them, clicking his fingers to let Rebus know it was time to relinquish the chair. Rebus kept his eyes on Terry as he rose slowly to his feet. James Bell, he asked her. Was that who it was? And she nodded. He was taking shots of all of us. School project. What's this? Claverhouse said, bouncing down onto the chair with a grin. He was asking me about James Bell, Terry told Claverhouse, matter-of-factly. Oh, aye? What about him? Nothing, she said, sending a wink towards the retreating Rebus. Claverhouse twitched, turned in his seat, but Rebus offered nothing more than a smile and a shrug. When Claverhouse turned away again, Rebus made a downstroke in the air with his forefinger, letting Terry know he owed her one. None of it added up. Rebus knew that now. Knew, too, that something was staring him in the face. Then he looked at Terry Cotter, playing with her chain again, and he knew exactly what it was. Porn and drugs weren't Rotterdam's only businesses. Rebus slid the doors to the boathouse open. Sims was crouching on the deck of the park dinghy. Rebus nodded towards the crowbar in his hand. Taking the place apart? He guessed. Never know what you'll find, Sims said. Hearing the voices, Whitereed had emerged from the office. She was holding a sheaf of papers. All getting a bit frantic, isn't it? Rebus said, walking towards her. Claverhouse is getting ready to call it a day, and that's not what you'd call music to the ears, is it? Whitereed managed a thin, cold smile. I assume it was you who put that journalist on to us, she said. He wanted to ask about a helicopter crash on Jura, which got me wondering. I had an interesting chat this morning with a man called Douglas Brimson. Seems the three of you took a little trip together. Her eyes flitted towards Siobhan. Did we? Rebus said. He took you to Jura. From there you went looking for a crash site. Whitereed had risen on her toes, so her face was level with his. The thing is, D.I. Rebus, how could you possibly have known about that without a spot of breaking and entering? I don't think you're going anywhere with this, Rebus said. Not unless you want everyone in the inquiry knowing why you're really here. Rebus had one gloved hand held up. She wasn't sure what the gesture meant, and then she saw what he was holding between thumb and middle finger. Saw it glint and sparkle in the light. A single diamond. What the hell? Sims muttered. Rebus closed his hand around the diamond. Finders keepers, he said, turning, starting to walk away. Siobhan waited till they were back outdoors before she spoke. What was all that about? Just a fishing expedition. But what does it mean? Where did the diamond come from? Rebus smiled. Friend of mine. He runs a jeweller's shop in Queensferry Street. I persuaded him to let me borrow it. The thing is, they don't know that. But you're going to explain it to me, right? Rebus nodded slowly. Just as soon as I find out what I've caught with my hook. John, half warning, half pleading. We going for that drink now? Rebus asked. She didn't reply. Tried staring him out as they walked back to his car. She was still staring as he unlocked his door and got in. He started the engine, put it in gear, and then wound down his window. I'll see you there then, was all he said, making to drive off. Siobhan stood her ground, but he just gave her a wave. Cursing silently, She started stalking towards her own car. Rebus was seated at a window table in the boatman's. He picked up his half-pint and made a little toast to himself with it, just as Siobhan arrived. Siobhan slung her bag onto the table and looked towards the bar, where a woman she'd never seen before was pulling pints. "Don't worry," Rebus said. "McAllister's shift starts in a few minutes." "Just long enough for you to enlighten me, then." At which the door creaked open. "Speak of the devil," Rebus said, and beckoned McAllister over. "I've got to start work," he said, when Rebus patted an empty stool. "This'll only take a minute," Rebus offered with a smile. McAllister hesitated, then sat down. "It's about Lee, then?" McAllister guessed. "Not strictly speaking," Rebus said. "Right now we're more interested in your sister," Siobhan said. "Rachel Fox? Funny you've got different surnames." "We haven't." McAllister's eyes were shifting between the two detectives, unable to decide who he should be addressing. "She changed her name a while back, trying to get into modelling. What's she got to do with you lot?" "Marty Fairstown," Siobhan prompted. "Don't tell me she never introduced you." "Yeah, I knew Marty. I was gutted when I heard." "What about a fellow called Johnson?" Rebus asked. "His name's Peacock, friend of Marty's?" "Yeah? Ever come across him?" "Not sure," he said. "Peacock and Rachel," Siobhan began. "We think they might have had a thing going. Rumour is Fairstown and Johnson had a falling out, maybe over Rachel." "Oh, aye." He straightened up. Siobhan was staring at McAllister's T-shirt, revealed now that he wasn't slouched forward anymore. It showed an album cover. An album she knew. Rock Action. "Mogwai fan, eh, Rod?" "Anything that's loud." McAllister examined his shirt. McAllister made to stand up, turning towards the bar. Siobhan locked eyes with Rebus and nodded slowly. "Rod," she said, "the first time we met, you remember I gave you my card?" Siobhan was on her feet, following him. "It had the St. Leonard's address on it, didn't it, Rod? And when you saw my name, you knew who I was, didn't you? Because Marty had mentioned me. Or maybe it was Rachel. You remember that Mogwai album, Rod? The one before Rock Action?" McAllister had lifted the hatch so he could move behind the bar. He slammed it shut after him. The barmaid was staring at him. Siobhan lifted the hatch. "Hoy, staff only," Susie said. But Siobhan grabbed McAllister by the sleeve of his jacket. He tried to shake her off, but she turned him to face her. "Remember what it was called, Rod? Come on, die young, C-O-D-Y, Rod. Same letters as on your second note. It's a serious offence, Rod, sending threats like that. Let go of me, you bitch!" He jerked his arm free, then swung it, catching her on the side of her face. She crashed into the gantry, sending bottles flying. Rebus had reached over the bar and grabbed McAllister by his hair, pulling his head down until it connected hard with the slop tray. McAllister's arms were thrashing, his voice a wordless bellow, but Rebus wasn't about to let go. "Cuffs?" he asked Siobhan. She stumbled from behind the bar, glass crunching underfoot, ran to her bag, emptying its contents onto the table until she found the handcuffs. She squeezed the cuffs tight and moved away from him, feeling dizzy, not knowing if it was concussion, adrenaline, or the fumes from half a dozen smashed spirits bottles. "Call it in," Rebus hissed, still not letting go of his prisoner. "A night in the cells won't do this bastard any harm at all." Rebus checked the radio to see if anything bearable was being broadcast, but all he could find were rap and dance. There was a tape in the player, but it was Rory Gallagher, Jinx, and he wasn't in the mood. Seemed to remember one of the tracks was called "The Devil Made Me Do It." Not much of a defence these days, but plenty of others had come along in old Nick's place. No such thing as an inexplicable crime. Not now there were scientists and psychologists. Always a reason. Always, it seemed, an excuse. So why had Andy Callus died? And why had Lee Herdman walked into that classroom? Rebus came to a junction and looked left and right, saw another car parked by the curb, a huddle of figures leaning down into it, talking to the driver. 4 of them. Just the one head visible inside the car. Looked like the Lost Boys, Rab Fisher doing all the talking. One of the gang looked in his direction, and he realised he'd been sitting too long at the empty junction. He turned onto the new road, parked with his back to the other car, 50 yards further along. Pretended to be looking up at a block of flats. Just a visitor, here to pick up a pal. 2 impatient blasts of his horn to complete the effect, the lost boys dismissing him. Rebus put his phone to his ear as if making a call to his missing friend, and watched in his rear view. Watched Rab Fisher gesticulating, animating his story, the driver, someone he was keen to impress. Now Fisher was straightening up, backing away from the car door which was opening, the driver getting out, and Rebus saw who it was. Evil Bob. Bob, acting big and tough, shoulders rolling as he walked around to the boot, unlocking it. There was something inside he wanted them all to see, the gang forming a tight semicircle. Evil Bob, Peacock's sidekick. And though he might not be the brightest light on the Christmas tree, he was higher up that tree than a bauble like Fisher. Not acting. Rebus was remembering something from the interview room at St. Leonard's. Bob muttering about never having seen a panto, sounding disappointed. Bob, the big kid, hardly a grown-up at all. And now Rebus had another face in his mind, another scene. James Bell's mother. Wind in the willows. Never too old. Never too old. He gave a final, apparently despairing look out of his side window, then drove off, revving hard as if annoyed by his pal's no-show. Turned at the next junction, and then slowed again, pulled in and made a call on his mobile. Scribbled down the number he was given, made a second call. Then did a circuit, ended up at a give-way, 100 yards in front of Bob's car. Waited, saw the boot being slammed shut, the lost boys making their way back to the pavement. Bob getting behind the steering wheel. He had an air horn. It played Dixie as he dropped the handbrake, tyres squealing, sending up wisps of smoke. He was heading for 50 as he passed Rebus. Rebus started to follow. He felt calm, purposeful, decided it was time for a few minutes of Rory Gallagher. Remembered seeing Rory in the 70s. Usher Hall, the place filled with tartan shirts, faded denims. Rory playing Sinner Boy, I'm Moving On. Rebus had one Sinner Boy in his sights, hopeful of snaring 2 more. Having chanced his luck at a couple of amber traffic lights, Bob was forced to stop for a red. Rebus drove up behind him, passed and stopped, blocking the road. Opened the driver's door and got out, as Dixie sounded its warning. Bob came out of the car, ready for trouble. "Evening, Bobo," Rebus said. "Remember me?" Bob knew him now, all right. "What's this all about?" "I've no done nothing." Rebus tapped the boot. "Care to give me a tour of the exhibit?" Bob's jaw jutted. "Got a search warrant?" "Think somebody like me bothers with the niceties. But, as it happens, all I want is for the pair of us to go somewhere. My treat." Rebus nodded towards his Saab. "I'm going to park curbside. You pull in behind and you wait for me. Got that? And I don't want to see you with your mobile in your hand." "I've no understood," Rebus interrupted. "But you're about to do something, and you'll like it." He held up a finger, then retreated to his car. Evil Bob parked behind him, good as gold, and waited while Rebus got into the passenger seat, telling him he could drive. "Drive where, though?" "Toad Hall," Rebus said, pointing towards the road ahead. They'd missed the first half of the show, but their tickets for the second half were waiting at the Traverse box office. The audience comprised families, a busload of pensioners, and what looked like at least one school trip. Rebus and Bob took their seats at the back. "It's not a panto," Rebus told him, "but it's the next best thing." Bob's caginess melted away as the lights illuminated the scenery and the actors bounded on stage. Toad was in jail as proceedings opened. "Fitted up, no doubt," Rebus whispered, but Bob wasn't listening. He clapped and booed with the kids, and by the climax, Weasels, put to flight by Toad and his allies, was on his feet, bellowing his support. He looked down at Rebus, and a huge grin spread across his face. "Like I say," Rebus offered as the house lights went up, Not quite pantomime, but you get the idea. And this is all because of what I said that day. Rebus shrugged. Maybe I just don't see you as a natural-born weasel. Out in the foyer, Bob stopped, as though reluctant to leave. You can always come back, Rebus told him. Doesn't have to be a special occasion. Bob nodded slowly and allowed Rebus to lead him into the busy street. A bag of chips, Rebus suggested, to round the evening off. I'm buying, Bob was quick to stress. You stumped up for the seats. Well, in that case, Rebus said, I'm bumping my order up to a fish supper. The chip shop was quiet. They carried the warm, wrapped packages back to the car and got in, windows steaming up as they sat and ate. Bob gave a sudden, open-mouthed chuckle. Toad was an arse, wasn't he? Reminded me of your pal Peacock, actually, Rebus said. I saw you earlier with Rab Fisher. What do you make of him? Bob chewed thoughtfully. Rab's okay. Rebus nodded. Peacock thinks so too, doesn't he? How would I know? You mean he hasn't said? Oh, aye, he went on. Rab's rising in Peacock's estimation all the time. Ask me. He's just been lucky. See that time we lifted him for the replica gun? Case got tossed, and that makes it look like Rab outwitted us. But he didn't. He just got lucky. When you're lucky like that, though, people start to look up to you. They reckon you're more sus than others. But I'll tell you something, Bob. Whether the guns are real or not isn't the issue. The replicas look too good. No way for us to tell they're not real. And that means sooner or later a kid's going to get himself killed. And his blood'll be on your hands. Bob froze at the thought. Way things are headed, Rebus added lightly. Rab and Peacock are just going to get closer and closer. Rab's okay, Bob repeated, but the words had a new hollowness to them. Good as gold, Rab is, Rebus conceded. He buy whatever you were selling? Bob gave him a look, and Rebus relented. Okay, none of my business. Let's pretend you don't have a gun or something wrapped in a blanket in your boot. Bob's face tightened. I mean it, son. Rebus wondered what sort of father Bob had known. No good reason why you should open up to me. He picked out another chip, dropped it into his mouth. Is there anything better than a good fish supper? Almost like homemade. Bob nodded. Peacock makes the best chips I know. Crispy at the edges. Peacock does a bit of cooking, eh? Last time, we had to go before he'd finished. Rebus's heart felt like it was squeezing itself into his windpipe. Marty's kitchen, was it? He asked, trying to keep his voice level. Bob nodded. I thought they'd fallen out over Rachel. Yeah, but when Peacock got the phone call, Bob stopped chewing, horror filling his eyes. What phone call? Rebus asked, allowing the chill to creep into his voice. Bob was shaking his head. Rebus pushed open his door, snatched the keys from the ignition, out of the car, scattering chips on the road, round to the back, opening the boot. Bob was next to him. You can't, you bloody said! Rebus was pushing aside the spare tyre, revealing the gun, not wrapped in anything. A Walther PPK. It's a replica, Bob stuttered. Rebus felt its heft. No, it's not, he hissed. You know it and I know it, and that means you're going to jail, Bob. Next night at the theatre for you will be in 5 years' time. I hope you enjoy it. He kept one hand on the gun, placed the other on Bob's shoulder. What phone call? He repeated. I don't know, Bob, sniffing and trembling. Just some guy in a pub. Next thing we're in the car. Rebus gnawed at his bottom lip. Could have been any of the drinkers in the pub that night, spotting him having a long talk with Fairstone, thinking Peacock Johnson might be interested. Peacock, who'd once known Fairstone as a friend, then the falling out over Rachel Fox, and what? Peacock worried that Martin Fairstone had turned grass? because Fairstone knew something that Rebus might be interested in. The question was, what? They drove the route back to Rebus's car in silence. Bob parked his own car on the side road, then got into Rebus's. "Best if you keep at my place tonight," Rebus explained. "That way we both know you're safe. Tomorrow we'll have a chat, okay?" Bob nodded, not saying anything. Rebus found a parking space at the top of Arden Street, then led Bob down the pavement towards the tenement's main door, pushed the door open, and noticed the light in the stairwell wasn't working, realising too late what it might mean. Hands grabbing him by the lapels, hurling him against the wall. A knee sought his groin, but Rebus twisted his lower half so the blow connected with his thigh. He thudded his own forehead into his attacker's face, connecting with a cheekbone. "There's someone else!" a woman's voice hissed. "What? Someone with him?" The attacker backed off. Suddenly, torchlight illuminated the half-open door. Bob standing there, mouth gaping. "Shit," Sims said. Whitereed shone the torch in Rebus's face. "Sorry about that. Gavin can get a bit too zealous at times." "Apology accepted," Rebus said. "Bob," he ordered. "Up here." He started climbing the stairs. "We need to talk." Whitereed spoke as though nothing had just happened. "Fine," he said. "But put the lights back on first." He unlocked his door, motioned Bob down the hall, showing him the kitchen and the bathroom, then the spare bedroom. "Nothing for you to worry about," he said, hearing sounds in the hall. "Best if you wait in here while I talk to them." The young man nodded, studying the room as if it were a cell. Punishment rather than refuge. Rebus left the room, motioned with his head for Whitereed and Sims to follow him into the living room. "Where did you get the diamond?" Whitereed began. "That's what it's all about, isn't it?" Rebus smiled. "The reason Herdman took so many precautions. He knew you'd come back someday." "You found it on Jura," Sims guessed. Rebus shook his head. "I just worked it out, that's all. Knew if I waved a diamond at you, you'd start jumping to conclusions. Which you've just done. Cheers for that." Whitereed narrowed her eyes. "We've confirmed nothing. You came running here. Confirmation enough in my book. Army brass negotiating an end to hostilities in Northern Ireland. Stood to reason there'd be a price attached. Paying off the paramilitaries. The government was buying them off with diamonds. Only the stash went down with the helicopter. SAS sent on a mission to retrieve them. I never saw Herdman as a drug smuggler," Rebus continued. "Did you plant that stuff on his boat?" Whitereed shook her head slowly. "Well, someone did. But Rotterdam's a good place to trade diamonds. Way I see it, Herdman either lifted the diamonds at the time or hid them and came back later, sometime after his sudden decision not to re-enlist. Now the army's wondering what did happen to that stash, and Herdman suddenly flagged himself up. He's got some money, buys himself a boat business, but you can't prove anything. Reckon by now there's much left, or has he spent it?" Rebus thought of the boats, paid for with cash, and of the diamond around Terry Cotter's neck, which had proved the catalyst he'd been looking for. "In which case," he said, "your business here was damage limitation. Make sure there's nothing anyone's going to find that would lift the lid on the whole thing. Every government says it. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Maybe not. But we did once try buying them out. And wouldn't that make a juicy story in the papers? That's about it, isn't it?" "And the diamond?" she asked. "Borrowed from a friend." She was silent for the best part of a minute, Rebus thinking that if he hadn't brought Bob home, well, things might not have gone nearly so well for him. "Has Steve Hawley been back in touch?" Rebus asked into the silence. "See, anything happens to me, all of this goes to him." "What are you going to do?" she asked Rebus. He shrugged. "No reason I should do anything, provided you can keep Monkey Boy here on his chain. What I want from the pair of you is to be gone by morning. Otherwise I have to start thinking about talking to my friend from the Fourth Estate." "How do we know we can trust you?" Rebus gave another shrug. I don't think either of us wants it in writing. Now, if we're all through, I've got a guest I need to see to. But one thing, Whiteread. Why do you think Herdman did it? I mean, why did he walk into that classroom? Her eyes seemed to gleam. Why should I care? And with that, she walked from the room. Rebus poured himself a drink. He thought of Lee Herdman, tempted by the diamonds, burying them, then walking out of the woods with a shrug of his shoulders, but guilty afterwards, and fearful too, because the army would never forget. That fear pressing down on him, so that he kept friends to a minimum. Kids were all right. Kids couldn't be his pursuers in disguise. Doug Brimson was apparently okay too. All those locks, trying to shut out the world. Little wonder he snapped. But to snap the way he did, Rebus still didn't get it. Couldn't see it as plain jealousy. Rebus rested his face in his hands, smelling glove leather mixing with the fumes from his whisky glass as the dancers spun around in his head. When he blinked his eyes open again, the room was a blur. Wallpaper came into focus first, but he could see bloodstains in his mind. Classroom blood. 2 fatal shots, 1 wounding. No, 3 fatal shots. No, he realised he'd said the word out loud. 2 fatal shots, 1 wounding, then another fatal shot. Blood spraying the walls and floor, blood everywhere. Blood with its own stories to tell. He noticed Bob's head peeping round the door. Sorry, the young man said, shuffling into the room. Can't really settle. Sit down if you like. Rebus nodded towards the sofa. Bob took a seat, but looked awkward. TV's there if you want. Bob nodded, but his eyes were wandering. He saw the shelves of books, walked over to take a look. That show we saw said it was based on a book. Rebus's turn to nod. Just wait here a minute. He went into the hall, unlocked a cupboard door. There were cardboard boxes high up, and he lifted one down. He thought of Alan Renshaw, thought of the ties that should have bound the two of them, ties too easily loosed. Some of his daughter's old books. Yes, here it was. Green dust jacket, yellow spine, with a drawing of Mr. Toad. Rebus took the book into the living room. Here you go, he told Bob. Now you can find out what we missed in the first act. Bob retreated back to his room. Rebus stood by the window, staring out at the night, wondering if he too had missed something. Not in the play, but right back at the start of the case. Can I juice or anything before we get started? Rebus asked. Bob shook his head. I'll be back in a sec then, Rebus told him. He climbed the stairs to the CID suite. Siobhan was at her desk. Busy day ahead? He asked her. I've got my first flying lesson this afternoon, she said. Courtesy of Doug Brimson. Rebus studied her face as she nodded. How are you feeling? No visible signs of damage. Has McAllister been let out of the cells yet? Siobhan looked up at the clock. I suppose I'd better do that. Not charging him then. You think I should? Rebus shook his head. But before you let him waltz out, you should ask him a few things. I've got Evil Bob downstairs. He says Peacock Johnson started the fire. Stuck the heat under the chip pan and left it. Her eyes widened slightly. Does he say why? My idea is he thought Fairstone had turned grass. No love lost between them. Then someone calls Johnson and says I'm having a friendly drink with Fairstone. And he murdered him for that. Rebus shrugged. Must have had cause to worry. But you don't know why? Not yet. You reckon this Bob character's the missing link? I think he can be persuaded. How does Rod McAllister enter this food chain of yours? We won't know that until you use your brilliant detective powers on him. I'll see what I can do. You coming with me? He shook his head. I need to get back to the interview room. This talk you're having with Johnson's sidekick, is it formal? Informally formal, you might say. Well, then you should have someone else present. She looked at him. Go by the rule book for once in your life. I could wait till you've finished with the barman, he suggested. Kind of you to offer. She looked around the suite. DC Davy Hines was at his desk. "Davy's your man," she said. "A bit more flexible than George Silver's." Rebus didn't know Hines well, hadn't really worked with him much, but he trusted Siobhan's judgment. 20 minutes in, however, there was a knock at the door. Rebus opened it, saw a female uniform standing there. "Call for you." She pointed back towards reception. "It's D.I. Hogan. He says you're to be pulled out of anything short of triple bypass surgery." Despite himself, Rebus smiled. He turned back into the room, told Hines he wouldn't be long. Hines switched off the machines. "Get anything, Bob?" Rebus asked. "I'm thinking maybe you should get me my lawyer, Mr. Rebus." Rebus stared at him. "That'll be Peacock's lawyer too, will it?" Bob considered this. "Maybe not just yet," he said. "Not just yet," Rebus agreed, leaving the interview room. "What can I do for you, Bobby?" "Forensics have finally come back to us on the shootings. They found something, haven't they, Bobby?" "They say they've got a bit of a puzzle," Hogan agreed. Then he broke off. "You knew, didn't you?" "Not in so many words. It's to do with the locus. Am I right?" "That's right. A few anomalies. I just wondered if you fancied coming with me." "What does Claverhouse say?" "Claverhouse doesn't know," Hogan said quietly. "The call came direct to me." Rebus smiled. "Pick me up when you're ready, Bobby. Depending on what forensics have got to tell us, I might have a few questions for them myself." He opened the interview room door, beckoned for Hines to step into the corridor. "I need to go to Howden Hall. Orders from above. You keep going. I shouldn't be too long. If it gets sticky, call me on my mobile." "But, Davy..." Rebus laid a hand on Hines's shoulder. "You're doing fine in there." "But there needs to be another officer present," Hines objected. Rebus pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and then nodded. "You're right," he said. "Ask DCS Templar if she'll sit in with you." Both eyebrows shot up. The boss won't..." "Yes, she will. Tell her it's about Fairstone. Oh, and, Davy..." "Yes?" "Tell DCS Templar she needs to act mumsy." "Mumsy?" Rebus nodded. "Just tell her," he said, making for the exit. Duff was sorting out a large number of crime scene photos, spreading them across every available wall surface. He plugged his laptop into a socket on one of the benches and gestured for the two detectives to join him as he switched it on. "Just while we're waiting," he said, "how's Siobhan doing?" "Fine," Rebus assured him. "That little difficulty of hers?" "Yes." "Resolved. She's having a flying lesson this afternoon." "Really?" Duff raised an eyebrow. "That doesn't come cheap." "I think it's a freebie, courtesy of a guy who owns an airfield." "Brimson?" Hogan guessed. Rebus nodded. "He's got one of those corporate jets." Duff whistled. "Must be loaded then. This could set you back a few mil, and that's second hand." "You mean millions of pounds?" This from Bobby Hogan. Duff nodded. "Business must be good, eh?" "Yes," Rebus was thinking. "So good Brimson could afford a day off for a trip to Jura." "Here we go," Duff was saying, drawing their attention back to the laptop. "There's a simulation we can run. Shows the pattern you'd expect to get when a gun is fired from whatever distance, whatever angle, to the head or body." He clicked a few more buttons and graphics appeared. A skeletal figure standing side on to a wall. "See, here," Duff was saying. "Subject is 20 centimetres from the wall. Bullet is fired from a distance of 2 metres. Entry and exit and... boom!" They watched as a line seemed to enter the skull, reappearing as a fine speckling. Duff's finger moved across the touchpad, highlighting the marked area of wall, which was then magnified on screen. "Gives us a pretty good picture," he said with a smile. "Ray," Hogan said quietly, "just so you know, D.I. Rebus here lost a family member in that room." Duff's smile melted away. "I didn't mean to make light of..." "Maybe if we could just cut to the chase," Rebus replied coolly. Duff turned towards the photographs. First victim was the one nearest the door, Anthony Jarvis. Herdman walks in and aims at the person nearest him. From the evidence, The two were just under 2 metres apart. No real sense of an angle. Herdman was about the same height as his victim, so the bullet takes a lateral path through the skull. Blood spatter pattern is pretty much what we'd expect to find. Then Herdman turns. Second victim is a little further away, maybe 3 metres. This time the bullet angles down through the skull, indicating that Derek Renshaw was maybe trying to duck out of the way. Bloodstains on the floor are explicable. Nothing out of place. Duff paused. "Until now," Rebus guessed. The scientist nodded. "James Bell is proving a puzzle." Duff nodded. In Bell's statement, he said he was hit while in movement. He also says that Herdman was about 3.5 metres away when he fired. He brought a 3D simulation onto the screen, showing the classroom and pointing to the positions of gunman and schoolboy. Again, the victim is of a similar height to Herdman, but this time the angle of the shot appears to be upwards, as if the person doing the firing was the one crouching down. He crossed to another bench. There was a light box sitting on it, and he switched it on, illuminating a set of X-rays, showing the route the bullet had taken in ripping through James Bell's shoulder. Entry wound at the front, exit at the back. You can see the trajectory quite clearly. Duff went back to the photographs. "No blood spatter pattern," he said, circling the area of the wall. Then he held up a hand. "Actually, that's not strictly true. There's blood present, but it's such a fine diffusion you can't really make it out." "Meaning what?" Hogan asked. "Meaning James Bell wasn't standing where he said he was at the time he was shot. He was much further into the room, which means closer to Herdman." Duff pulled open a drawer and brought out an evidence bag. Folded up inside lay a blood-stained white shirt, the bullet hole at the shoulder clearly visible. "James Bell's shirt," Duff stated. "And we find something else." "Powder burns," Rebus said quietly. "Gee, Rebus is spot on," Duff said. "You only get powder burns when the gun is close to the skin, or, say, the victim's clothes." "Did Herdman himself have powder burns?" Rebus asked. Duff nodded, consistent with placing the pistol to his temple and firing. "I'm not really getting this," Hogan said. Rebus shook his head. "Herdman couldn't have done it. Isn't that right, Ray?" "That's one conclusion, certainly." "Couldn't have done it?" Hogan echoed. "You're saying there was someone else in there, an accomplice?" Rebus shook his head. "I'm saying it's possible, probable, that Lee Herdman only killed one person in that room." Hogan's eyes narrowed. "And who would that be?" "Himself," Duff stated, as though it were the simplest explanation in the world. The door to the Barnton house was opened by Kate Renshaw. "Hiya, Kate," Rebus said, face stony. "How's your dad?" "He's all right." "Not think you'd be better off spending a bit more time with him?" "I'm doing something useful here," Kate argued. "Bolstering a curb crawler's career." Her eyes flashed fire, but Rebus ignored them. Bell was descending the staircase. "Officers," he said, "I hope this won't take long." "You told your son to expect us?" Hogan asked. Bell nodded. "He's watching TV." He gestured towards the living room. Hogan walked over to the door and opened it. James Bell was lying along the cream leather sofa, head resting on the hand of his good arm. "James," his father said, "the police are here." "So I see." James swivelled his feet back onto the carpet. "Hello again, James," Hogan said. He made himself comfortable in an armchair, while Rebus was content to stand by the fireplace. "I'd still like to know what's going on," Jack Bell said impatiently. Rebus's mobile sounded, and he mouthed as he stood up and left the room. "Jill," he said into the mouthpiece, "how's Bob coming along?" "Since you ask, he's a fond of good stories. He seems to have taken against Rab Fisher without realising how much he's implicating his friend Peacock in the process." Rebus's eyes narrowed. "How so?" "The reason Fisher was walking up and down nightclub queues, letting people get a glimpse of the gun he was carrying, he was trying to sell drugs, working for your friend Johnson. I think we might be talking crack." Jesus. So who was his source? I'd have thought that was obvious. Your other friend, the one with the boats? I don't think so, Rebus stated. Well, someone else then. She took a deep breath. Anyway, it's a good start, wouldn't you say? Does this mean I'm out of the woods? It means I need to bring Mullen in, let him hear what we've got. What are you up to? Anything new I should be starting to worry about? Maybe. Watch the sky over Barnton for fireworks. He cut the call and went back into the room. I assure you we'll be as quick as we can, Hogan was saying. Then he looked up at Rebus. Now I'm going to hand over to my colleague. Rebus stared hard at James Bell. Why did you do it, James? What? Rebus folded his arms. See, James, we're beginning to piece together what really did go on in that classroom. And I've got news for you. When you fire a gun, there are traces left in your skin. On your shirt cuffs, too. Remember, we've still got the shirt that you were wearing. What the hell are you saying? Jack Bell snarled. Do you expect me to let you sit there and accuse an 18-year-old boy of... It's because of me, isn't it? You're trying to get at me through my son, just because you made a horrific mistake which nearly cost me my job, my marriage. James leapt to his feet. Will you shut the fuck up? For once in your bloody life, will you just shut the fuck up? Silence in the room, even though the words seemed to hang in the air, reverberating. Maybe, Hogan said quietly, if we could let James have his say. You can't talk to me like that. Jack Bell, looking at James, voice barely audible. I thought I just did, James told his father. Then, eyes focused on Rebus. Let's get this over with. Rebus moistened his lips. Right now, James. You were shot at point-blank range, and the angle of the shot would suggest that you did it yourself. You've also admitted knowing of at least one of Lee Herdman's guns, which is why I think maybe you took the Brocock intending to shoot and kill Anthony Jarvis and Derek Renshaw. They were wankers, the pair of them. They had to die. Jack Bell's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Why? Rebus asked quietly. Help me understand, James. I know you had a different taste in music. Not just in music. In everything. Maybe, Rebus said. You wanted to impress Terry Cotter too? James glared at him. Leave her out of this. That's not easy to do, James. After all, Terry had told you that she was obsessed with death, hadn't she? I think you'd become a bit infatuated with her. How would you know? The teenager sneered. Well, for a start, you made that trip to Coburn Street to take her picture. And you kept it in that book you loaned to Lee. You didn't like it that she'd slept with him, did you? Didn't like it when Jarvis and Renshaw told you that they'd found her website, watching her in her bedroom. Rebus paused. How am I doing? You know a lot, Inspector. But there's so much I don't know, James, and I'm hoping maybe you'll fill in the gaps. You don't have to say anything, James, his father croaked. You're a minor. He looked across at the detectives. Surely you should have a solicitor present. I don't want one, James snapped. But you must, the father sounded aghast. The son sneered. It's not about you anymore, Dad. Do you see? It's all about me now. I'm the one who's going to put you back on the front pages, but for all the wrong reasons. He turned his attention back to Rebus. What is it you need to know? Am I right about Terry? I knew she was sleeping with Lee. When you gave him that book, you left her photo there deliberately? I suppose so. Hoping he'd see it and do what? Rebus watched as James shrugged. Maybe it was enough that he would know you liked her too. Why that particular book, though? Because Lee wanted to read it. He knew the story. how the guy had jumped to his death from a plane. He wasn't... James took a deep breath. He was a deeply unhappy man. You must realise that. He was haunted. There was a silence in the room for a moment, broken by Rebus. You took the gun from Lee's flat? That's right. He didn't know? A shake of the head. So how come he turned up at the school? Rebus asked. I left him a note. Didn't expect him to find it so soon. What was your plan then, James? Just walk into the common room, usually only the two of them there, and kill them. In cold blood. 2 kids who'd done you no harm. 2 less than the planet. The teenager shrugged. Rebus tried to control the rage growing within him. My family. My blood. It all happened so fast. I was amazed how calm I felt. Bang, bang, 2 bodies. Lee was walking in the door as I shot the second one. He just stood there. The pair of us did. Didn't know quite what to do. He smiled. Then he held out his hand for the gun, and I handed it over. The smile evaporated. Last thing I expected was for the stupid sod to point it at his own head. You took the gun from him and shot yourself in the shoulder, Rebus said quietly. Then placed it back in his hand? Yes. The note I'd left for him was in his other hand. I took that too. What about fingerprints? I wiped the pistol with my shirt. But when you first walked in there, you must have been prepared for everyone to know you'd done it. Why the change of heart? The teenager shrugged. Because the chance presented itself, maybe. Do we really know why we do what we do? In the heat of the moment? He turned to his father. Instincts sometimes get the better of us. Those dark little thoughts. Which was when his father lunged at him, the 2 of them falling backwards with their chairs, crashing to the floor. You little bastard! Jack Bell was yelling. Do you know what you've done? I'm ruined now! Rebus and Hogan separated them, the father still snarling and swearing, the son almost serene. The door opened, Kate standing there. Rebus wanted to make James Bell fall down at her feet, beg forgiveness. Get out of here, Kate, he pleaded. Just go home. I don't understand. James Bell, passive in Hogan's grasp, looked across to the doorway, then over to where his father and Rebus stood. A smile spread slowly across his face. Will you tell her? Or shall I? I can't believe it, Siobhan said, not for the first time. Rebus's phone call to her had lasted almost the whole of her drive from St Leonard's to the airfield. I'm having a hard time taking it in myself. You're heading for Queensferry? Already there. Bobby's driving in through the school gates as I speak. Cars are already looking out for Rab Fisher and Peacock Johnson. Bobby's just about to deliver the news to Claverhouse. I wish I could be there. Catch us afterwards. We'll be adjourning to the pub. Not the Boatman's, though. I thought maybe we'd try the place next door, just for a change. Bring Brimson with you, if you like. Should I tell him about James Bell? That's up to you. Papers will have it by close of play. Meaning Steve Hawley? I reckon I owe the sod that much. OK, Siobhan, that's us at the car park. Got to go deliver the news to Claverhouse. Any chance of you keeping your composure? Don't worry. I'll be cool, calm and collected. Really? Just as soon as I've rubbed his nose in the shit. She smiled. Ended the call. As she arrived at the airfield gates, a car was just leaving. Brimson got out of the passenger side, pulled the gate open, waited as the car drove through, passing Siobhan at speed, a scowling face in its front seat. Brimson beckoned for Siobhan to drive in. She did so, then waited while the gate was locked again. Brimson opened the passenger side door and got in. Wasn't expecting you quite yet, he said. Sorry about that, she said quietly. Who was your visitor? Just someone interested in flying lessons. They arrived at the office, Siobhan pulling on the handbrake. Brimson got out, came round to her side of the car, opened the door, avoiding eye contact. There's some paperwork, he was saying. Liability, stuff like that. He made towards the open doorway. "Did your customer have a name?" she asked, following him in. Jackson, Jobson, something like that." He'd fallen into his chair, hands sifting through paperwork. Siobhan kept on her feet. "His name's Peacock Johnson," Siobhan said quietly. "And he wasn't here for flying lessons." "Did he want you to fly him out of the country?" "You know him, then?" "I know he's a wanted man, responsible for the death of a petty criminal called Martin Fairstone. And now Peacock's panicking because he can't find his trusted lieutenant, and probably knows we've got him." "All of which comes as news to me." "But you know who Johnson is, and what he is." "No, I told you he just wanted flying lessons." "I'll let you in on a secret," Siobhan said. "We've tied up the Port Edgar case. Lee Herdman didn't kill those kids. It was the MSP's son." "What?" "James Bell did it, then turned the gun on himself, after Lee had committed suicide, which means the only puzzle left is the drugs found on his boat. I'm assuming you knew about the yacht he kept moored shoreside." "Why would I know anything about that?" "Why wouldn't you?" "Look, Siobhan, maybe we can leave the paperwork. Wouldn't do to miss our slot." She ignored this. "The yacht looked good because Lee sailed to Europe, but now we know he was selling diamonds." "And buying drugs at the same time?" She shook her head. "You knew about his boat, and probably knew he went to the continent. It's the corporate flights, isn't it, Doug? Your own little trips to the continent, taking businessmen to meetings and on jollies. That's how you bring the drugs in." "It's all going to hell," he said, almost too calmly. "I told that stupid bastard never to come here." "You mean Peacock?" He nodded slowly. "Why plant the drugs?" Siobhan asked. "Why not? Lee was dead. Way I saw it, it would focus attention on him." "Taking the heat off you?" She decided to sit down. The thing was, there was no heat on you. "Charlotte thought there was. You lot were sniffing into every nook and cranny, talking to Terry, talking to me." "Charlotte caught us involved." Brimson looked at her as though she were stupid. "It's a cash business. All needs to be laundered." "Through the tanning salons," Siobhan nodded, letting him know she understood. "Lee wasn't squeaky clean, you know," Brimson was saying. "He was the one who introduced me to Peacock Johnson in the first place." "Lee knew Peacock Johnson? Is that where the guns came from?" "That's one thing I was going to give you, only I couldn't see how." "What thing?" "Johnson had these decommissioned guns, needed someone to put the firing pins back, that sort of thing. And Lee Herdman did it." Brimson was quiet for a moment. "We could still go for that flight." "I've not brought my passport." She reached out a hand towards his phone. "I need to make a call now, Doug." "I'd cleared our path, you know. Cleared it with the flight tower. I was going to show you so much." She'd risen to her feet, lifted the receiver. "Maybe another time, eh?" "I'm sorry, Doug," she said. "Me too, Siobhan. Believe me, I'm as sorry as hell." He pushed up from the desk, lunged across it, sending all the paperwork flying as he came. She dropped the phone and took a step back, colliding with the chair behind her, tripping over it and hitting the floor, hands outstretched to cushion the blow. Doug Brimson's whole weight landing on her, pinning her down, sucking all the breath from her chest. "Got to fly, Siobhan," he snarled, gripping her by the wrists. "Gotta fly." "Happy, Bobby?" Rebus asked. "Deliriously so," Bobby Hogan replied. The meeting at the school could hardly have been better timed. They'd managed to interrupt a meeting between Claverhouse and Assistant Chief Constable Colin Carswell. Hogan taking a deep breath before stating that everything Claverhouse was saying was nonsense, before going on to explain why. At the end of the meeting, Claverhouse had walked out without any comment, leaving his colleague Ormiston to shake Hogan's hand, telling him he deserved the credit. "Which doesn't mean you'll get it, Bobby," Rebus had said, but he'd patted Ormiston's arm just to let him know the gesture was appreciated. He'd even asked him to join them for a drink, but Ormiston had shaken his head. "I think you've just assigned me to solace duty," he'd said. So it was just Rebus and Hogan in the bar. "What'll it be?" Hogan asked. "Maybe a Lafroig, Bobby?" "The measures don't look generous." Hogan had run an expert eye over the gantry. "Better make it a double." "And decide right now who's the designated driver." Hogan's mouth twitched. "I thought you said Siobhan was joining us." "That's cruel, Bobby." Rebus paused. "Cruel, but fair." The barman was ready for them. Hogan ordered Rebus's whisky and a pint of lager for himself. "And 2 cigars," he added, turning toward Rebus. "Result like this, John, makes me think I want to go out while I'm winning." "Christ, Bobby, you're in your prime." Hogan snorted. 5 years ago I'd have agreed with you, but this just about does it for me. So it's changed. Hogan shrugged. "A kid who can go and shoot 2 classmates, no real motive. I mean, none of that makes any sense to me. It's a different world to the one I used to know, John. Just means we're needed more than ever. And who needs us? People like Carswell, because we make him look good, or Claverhouse so he's not screwing up any more than he already is. They'll do for a start," Rebus said, smiling. "We still don't really know, do we?" "Know what?" "Why Herdman did it. Topped himself." "Did you think we ever would?" "I had the feeling you brought me in because all the young folk around you were scaring you. You needed another dinosaur in the vicinity." "You're not a dinosaur, John." Hogan lifted his glass, chinked it against Rebus's. "Here's to the 2 of us." Not forgetting Jack Bell, without whose presence James might have realised he could keep quiet and end up getting away with it. "Right enough," Hogan said with a broad grin. "Families, eh, John?" He started shaking his head. "Families," Rebus agreed, lifting the glass to his mouth. When his phone sounded, Rebus checked the display, wondering if it might be Siobhan. It wasn't. Rebus motioned to Hogan that he was stepping back outside, where it was quieter. Rebus lifted the phone to his ear. "Jill," he said, "you wanted to be kept in touch. Young Bob's still singing, then?" "I almost wish he'd stop," Jill Templar said with a sigh. "We've had his childhood, bullied at school, the time he wet himself. I never know if something happened last week or last decade. He says he wants to borrow the wind in the willows." Rebus smiled. "It's at my flat. I'll fetch it for him." Rebus heard the drone of a light aircraft in the distance, peered up, shading his eyes with his free hand. The plane was over the Forth Road Bridge, too far away to tell if it was the same one they'd travelled to Jura in. "What do you know about tanning parlours?" Jill Templar was asking. "Why?" "They keep cropping up. Some connection with Johnson and the drugs?" Rebus kept watching the plane. It dipped suddenly, engine changing tone. Then it levelled off, wings tilting from side to side. If it was Siobhan up there, she was learning the hard way. "Terry Cotter's mother owns a few," Rebus said into the phone. "That's about as much as I know." "Could there be a front?" "I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, where would she be getting—" Rebus broke off. Brimson's car parked in Coburn Street, where Terry's mum had one of her shops. Terry admitting to him that her mother was having an affair with Brimson. Doug Brimson, friend of Lee Herdman. Brimson with his planes. Where the hell had he got the money for them? Millions, Ray Duff had said. Millions. The kind of money you could make from few legitimate businesses, but dozens of illegal ones. Rebus remembered what Brimson had said on the way back from Jura, with the Forth and Rosyth beneath. "I often think of the damage, even with something as small as a Cessna. Dockyard, ferry, road and rail bridges, airport." Rebus's hand fell. He squinted into the light. "Jesus Christ," he muttered. He ran back into the bar, dragged Hogan out. "We need to get to the airfield." "What for? No time." Rebus sending the car screaming out of the car park, but then screeching to a halt, staring from the driver's side window. "Jesus, no." Stumbling from the car, standing in the middle of the road, looking up. The plane had gone into a dive, but was coming out of it. "What's going on?" Hogan yelled from the passenger seat. Rebus got back behind the wheel, set off again. Following the plane's progress as it passed over the rail bridge, made a steep arc as it neared the Fife coastline and started back towards the bridges again. "That plane's in trouble," Hogan stated. Rebus stopped the car again to watch. "It's Brimson," he hissed. "He's got Siobhan with him." "Looks like it's going to hit the bridge." Both men were out of the car. They weren't alone. Other drivers had stopped to watch. Pedestrians were pointing and muttering. "Jesus!" Hogan gasped as the plane flew underneath the rail bridge, mere feet from the surface of the water. It climbed steeply, almost vertically, levelled off, and then dived again. This time it went below the central span of the road bridge. "Is he showing off or trying to scare the wits out of her?" Hogan said. Rebus shook his head. "Brimson's the one who planted those drugs. He's bringing them into the country in his plane, Bobby. And I get the feeling Siobhan knows that. So what the hell is he doing now? Scaring her, maybe? I hope to hell that's all it is." The plane was looping the loop now, but still far too close to the bridge. One wing clipped a suspension cable, sending the plane into a spiralling dive. Rebus took an involuntary step forward, yelled out the word, "No!" stretching it for the length of time it took the machine to hit the water. "Hell's fucking bells!" Hogan cried. Rebus was staring at the spot, the plane already reduced to wreckage, wisps of smoke rising from it as the pieces began to disappear beneath the surface. "We've got to get down there," Rebus shouted. "Port Edgar, they've got boats." They got back into the car and did a squealing U-turn, drove to the boatyard where a siren was sounding, regular sailors already heading for the scene. Rebus parked and they ran down to the jetty, past Herdman's boathouse. Rebus aware of movement at the corner of his eye, a flash of colour, dismissing it in the urgency to reach the water's edge. Rebus and Hogan showed their ID to a man who was untying his speedboat. "We need a lift." The man was in his late 50s, bald-headed with a silver beard. "You'll need life jackets," he protested. "No, we don't. Now just get us out there." Rebus paused. "Please." The man took another look at him and nodded agreement. Rebus and Hogan clambered aboard, clinging on as the owner raced out of the harbour. Other small boats had already congregated around the slick of oil, and the lifeboat from South Queensferry was approaching. Rebus scanned the surface of the water, knowing it was futile. "Maybe it wasn't them," Hogan said. "Maybe she didn't go." Rebus nodded in the hope that his friend might shut up. What debris there was already spreading out, the tide and the swell from the various craft dispersing it. "We need divers, Bobby. Frogmen, whatever it takes." "It'll be taken care of, John. Somebody else's job, not ours." Rebus realised that Hogan's hand was squeezing his arm. "Nothing we can do here, eh?" They asked the skipper to take them back, which he did. "Terrible accident," he yelled above the noise of the outboard engine. "Yes, terrible," Hogan agreed. Rebus just stared at the choppy surface of the water. "Are you still going to the airfield?" Hogan asked as they climbed back onto dry land. Rebus nodded, started striding towards the Passat. But then he paused outside Herdman's boathouse and turned his head to look at the much smaller shed next door, the one with the car parked in front. The car was an old 7 Series BMW, tarnished black. He didn't recognise it. Where had the flash of colour come from? He looked at the shed. Its door was closed. Had it been open when they'd arrived? Had the flash of colour flitted across the doorway? Rebus walked up to the door, gave it a push. It bounced back, someone behind it, holding it closed. Rebus stood back and gave the door an almighty kick, then shouldered it. It flew open, sending the man behind it sprawling. Red, short-sleeved shirt with palm trees on. Face turning to meet Rebus's. "Holy shit," Bobby Hogan was muttering, studying the blanket on the ground, the array of weapons laid out on it. 2 lockers stood gaping, emptied of their secrets. Pistols, revolvers, submachine guns. "Thinking of starting a war, Peacock?" Rebus said. And when Peacock Johnson scrambled forward, making towards the nearest gun, Rebus took a single step, swung back a foot, and kicked him straight in the middle of his face, throwing him back onto the floor again. Johnson lay unconscious, spread-eagled. Hogan was shaking his head. How the hell did we miss this lot? He was asking himself. Maybe because it was right under our noses, Bobby. Same as everything else in this damned case. But what does it mean? I suggest you ask our friend here, Rebus said, just as soon as he wakes up. He turned to walk away. Where are you going? The airfield. You stay here with him. Call it in. John, what's the point? Rebus stopped. He knew what Hogan meant. What's the point of going to the airfield? But then he started walking again. Couldn't think of anything else to do. It was dusk by the time Rebus arrived at the lock gates. He got out of the car and tried the entry phone, but no one was answering. He could see Siobhan's car through the fence, parked next to the office. The office door was standing open, as though someone had been in a hurry. Rebus pushed at the gate, put his shoulder to it. The chain rattled, but it wasn't going to yield. He stood back and kicked it again and again, shouldered it, smashed his fists against it, pressed his head to it, eyes squeezed shut. Siobhan, his voice breaking. Siobhan had discovered the truth somehow, and had died as a result. Perhaps she'd wrestled with him, explaining the erratic flight path. He opened his eyes wide, blinking back tears, staring through the gate, blinking his vision back into focus. Because someone was there. A figure in the doorway, one hand to its head, another to its stomach. Rebus blinked again, making sure. Siobhan! He yelled. She raised a hand, waved it. Rebus grabbed the fence and hauled himself onto it, shouted her name again. She disappeared back into the building. His voice cracked. Was he seeing things now? No. She was out of the building again, getting into her car, driving the short distance to the gate. As she neared, Rebus saw that it really was her. And she was fine. She stopped the car and got out. Brimson, she was saying. He's the one with the drugs, in cahoots with Johnson and Terry's mother. She'd brought Brimson's keys and was finding the right one to use on the padlock. We know, Rebus told her. Must have made a run for it, laid me out cold. She yanked the padlock free, the chain coming with it, pulled open the gate, and was picked off the ground by Rebus, his hug enveloping her. Ow! 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 She said, causing him to ease off. Bit bruised, she explained, her eyes meeting his. He couldn't help himself, planted his lips on hers. The kiss lingered, his eyes tight shut, hers wide open. She broke away, took a step back, tried to catch her breath. Not that I'm not overwhelmed or anything, but what's this all about? He'd done it again. Ended up drinking too much. Slumped in the toilet seat, back in his flat. Jacket discarded on the hall floor, leaning forward, head in hands. Last time had been the night Martin Fairstone had died. Rebus had spent too long in too many pubs tracking down his prey. A few more whiskies back at Fairstone's place, and a taxi home. Driver had to wake him up when they reached Arden Street. Rebus, reeking of cigarettes, wanting to slough it all off. Running a bath, just the hot tap, thinking he'd add cold later. Sitting in the lavatory, half undressed, head in hands, eyes closed. Whirled, tilting in the darkness, shifting on its axis, pitching him forward so his head thumped against the rim of the bath. Waking on his knees, hands burning. Hands hanging over the side of the bath, scalded by the rising water. Scalded. No mystery about it. The sort of thing that could happen to anyone. Couldn't it? But not tonight. He got back to his feet, steadied himself, managed to make it through to the living room and into his chair, pushing it over to the window with his feet. His fingers patted the floor, feeling for the telephone. He sat with it in his lap, thinking of giving Alan Renshaw a call. There were things he had to tell him. He'd been thinking about families, not just his own, but all those connected to the case, Lee Herdman, walking away from his family, James and Jack Bell, seemingly with nothing to connect them but blood, Terry Cotter and her mother, and Rebus himself, replacing his own family with colleagues like Siobhan and Andy Callus, producing ties that oft-times seemed stronger than blood. He stared at the phone in his lap, reckoned it was a bit late now to call his cousin, shrugged and mouthed the word, tomorrow, smiled at the memory of lifting Siobhan off her feet. Decided to see if he could make it to his bed. The laptop was in sleep mode. He didn't bother waking it, unplugged it instead. It could go back to the station tomorrow. He came to a stop in the way and walked into the guest room, lifted the copy of The Willows. He'd keep it near him so he wouldn't forget. Tomorrow, he'd make a gift to Bob. Tomorrow, God and the devil willing.